cleanly, like we've described so far on the 4-hour chart, on the 1-hour chart, and now here on the 15-minute chart, every trade, as I've said, and you might say like, oh, this guy's a broken record. Good, good. I hope it really sinks in. I hope the concept sinks in. Every trade is an individual trade. So instead of chasing this as a short down here, thinking, oh, it's rejecting this area, what about the idea now for some sort of look into the gap? If that gap fails, then we have what? This, of course, would then flip into a bullish trade here, back to the opening print. I would look for risk, reward, back to the open, right? And that's only on a strong opening drive washout to test the gap that then clearly fails. What's the continuation of this where the bears actually have an edge? And I'll use a firm red crayon for this one, right? Break below, lower high in the gap. Now we're talking about the gap close, right? And this dot right here is where we would start to say, okay, that's where I want to be short for, I'll use red on this, risk, reward on the gap close. There's thin structure through this area back here. So really what I've outlined on the screen currently is, those are the outcomes I'm looking for on today's session. That's really it. One of the, I must admit, headed into the Monday and Tuesday session, I was feeling pretty good about, okay, we're building that bearish momentum. Obviously, the market's moving in the downward direction. We're able to stay nimble mentally and say, okay, we're definitively underneath the bottom end of the range, right? That was Monday's gap down. We closed the gap. We're still looking for shorts. We're looking for lower highs. Again, I've got to admit, on Monday and Tuesday, I was thinking, okay, here we go. We're changing that mentality to being more bearish. And now the CPI gap up, it's requiring more mental gymnastics, right? We have to change tone here coming into this new session. Every session's its own session, as I've now said probably too many times. This show, I mean it, is as much for myself as it is for you guys. Like, yeah, it's great to have this up here, but every single morning I show up to this desk and I record my thoughts and I put them out there into the world. It's almost like I'm reaffirming to myself what I know needs to be true in my trading for today's session, right? So that is what we've got there, right? I need to be able to say, okay, I was getting bearish, and I think rightfully so on the gap down underneath those key levels, breaking the bottom end of the range. And now we've got to be, agile enough to stop using the word nimble. We've got to be agile enough to say, okay, that's clearly not working anymore. It's not going to. Here's the way to frame it, right? It's not going to pay you today to just blindly hold on to the short thesis and say, oh my goodness, market's got to crash and go to zero still. That doesn't serve you up here now that the market conditions have changed, right? So anyhow, that's what I'm thinking about. That is what I'm thinking about, one day at a time. All right, we'll let this pathing, we'll let this pathing simmer here for just a brief moment. I'll take a sip of coffee here, and then we'll jump into the spider's cash. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Poof, it's gone. Let's jump on into the spider's cash. Let's see what we've got for levels over here. We have ourselves that big gap up, as we can see. Not a shocker there. On Monday, this was that gap down that sort of yielded the opportunity for a lower high here. Tuesday, even setting that lower high underneath this key inflection point, which we had been tracking for a long time. So, I mean, I'm more than happy with Tuesday's short trade. We took that gap close, basically, and that was a beautiful short trade. So I'm pleased that we were able to do that. But now, again, it's that mental gymnastics of saying, okay, I don't know that the short is going to continue being the best idea here until proven that it is back in play via something that looks like that. So generally speaking, the ideas remain the same, where if we can consolidate over 592.25, basically the upper bound of the weekly expected move. The reason I'm calling that is because it's the overnight low. It's also the morning high from yesterday's session. You can see that on the 30-minute side after hours on, off to the right, right? So if we're over 592.25, this general area right here, then I would tend to think that we have bullish edge in the market. Maybe there's a rotation up towards this high. Once again, what is the requirement for that trade to take place? It needs to be a no-brainer, risk-reward long, over the high of day, holding this level, something of the sorts. You need a 3-to-1, 2-to-1 opportunity to make that trade worth your time. If you find that the market's already rallied or something like that, and it's just simmering here, and there's no place to put your stop other than the low of day, but the target is still the overnight high in this 595.75 level coming from back here, right? If that is, what you're left with, and this is the risk reward, there's just simply nothing to do there, which, is not always what people want to hear, but there's not always going to be a setup every single day that makes clear sense, right? So anyhow, that's 595.75. We talked about 592.21. I would put a little bit less importance right now. So as a matter of fact, what we might do is actually just dim this back to, I don't know, let's make it a more minor gray and dotted line here. I'm going to put a little less importance into 591. Yes, it is the top end of this range. Yes, it is a key inflection point from in the past. Thursday's highs, lows, highs, rejection, or sort of like pullback low in there, rejection high here. I mean, there's something at 591, but based on the way the market traded through that yesterday's low is just far more important than 591. So if you're in that range chopping around, a little bit more neutral, if we can get the brigade bolt into the gap, that's where things get a little bit more bearish, right? 589.25 closes the gap down to 584.75. Now, what did we talk about on the S&P futures, the ES, just a moment ago, right? If this is an inverted head and shoulders, which has truly changed the hourly trend to up, then there's a huge opportunity for a higher low on the gap fill reversal. And there might be some sort of long that looks like this as risk reward back up towards the highs from the CPI gap up, right? So that is what we've got out of the Spider's Cash here as we come barreling into this morning's open. There's a ton of stuff going on in the chat here. What's going on? What's this madness all about? As I scroll up a little bit, we'll start from the top down. We have Tyler M with the 5 in the chat. He's saying he needs us as much as we need him. That's true. That is true. That is absolutely a fact, right? Earlier than that, we had John joining as a floor trader. Obviously not your first time here. Welcome back with that gold cash bag preserved. As I scroll down a little bit, we also have Kahia with the 20 in the chat. We show up every day. Mahalo. Mahalo to that. Absolutely. Congrats on the anniversary. Appreciate that, Kahia. What's up to Siege, TK, Astro, Bunny, John, and the rest of the Futures Pit, of course. Scrolling down, it gets crazier with Classic EJ, the 10 in the chat. Thanks, Matt. And Steezy Stefan with 50. I don't think I can count that high. 50 gifted membership opportunities for people up here in the penthouse office this morning. Very, very generous of Steezy Stefan passing the buck along. Michael Topo, Chef Matt. Again, I don't think I can count that high. I don't think we have time to get everybody, but welcome to all the new members up here in the penthouse. You guys should be saying thank you to Steezy Stefan, who's been holding it down up here with the 50. Wow. Very, very generous on this Thursday morning session. Welcome to all of our new floor traders. Back to the Spider's Cash, right? We know the levels. We know the numbers, right? As long as we're over 592.25, which is this upper edge of the weekly expected move, right? If there's a decent risk-reward opportunity, we'll look for that upside. If there is no risk-reward opportunity, you just have to let the balloon float away. Just let it do its thing in this range. The next clear long would be this on a break of the resistance trend line, right? Let's just reinforce that idea real quick, right? This is a very reasonable long here as well, waiting patiently for this everybody. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the office. Welcome back to a brand new day of trade. Thursday, January 16th, in the aftermath of CPI. What an interesting session yesterday. I mean, just very, very... I think one of the things that we'll talk about as the show goes on is just the ability to stay nimble. The ability to stay nimble in this market is definitely something that's required. We had some pretty clean shorts starting to present themselves on Tuesday that hold underneath the SPY 584 level. But as of right now, we have gapped up. We've held that gap up from CPI, so it's time to respectfully put some of the short thesis to bed a little bit. There's still the opportunity for a lower high here. There's still the opportunity for a fade. But this morning, we're opening right towards the highs, right? TSM earnings, obviously pressuring NVIDIA in the upward direction. So we'll get into all of this, of course. But again, the main point is just that we need to remain pretty nimble in this market environment. And hopefully, if you tuned into last night's episode of the abbreviated midweek market update, then you sort of caught that drift, right? That's really what I was trying to get across in that video, where we were talking about the resistance trend line, but also the look below and fail. So it's really a matter of in the box, and we'll get to that box range in just a moment. It's a matter of just making sure that you can treat every single trade, every single day as an independent day and not get overly aggressive on one side versus another, right? In the chat, a bunch of you guys, how was the date? How was date night? Oh, it was good. It was real nice. It was real nice. We had this is my first time actually. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess it would. Let's call it officially my first time having Afghan food, and it was delicious. It was absolutely delicious. We went out to a special little local spot here and enjoyed ourselves some nice dinner, and it was great. It was fantastic. So, nice means awkward. No, it's never awkward when you've been with someone for as long as we've been together. So no, not awkward at all. It was fantastic. It was just awesome. So anyways, really enjoyed the meal. What did I get? I had chicken and beef tenderloin kebab, which was taken, obviously, it gets taken off the skewer with some fragrant rice. I went with the shaved carrots and raisins over the top for a little bit of a nice, it gave it a little bit of a sweet taste. I don't know if I would do that next time. I sort of like the more, less sweet but more savory taste over the rice, personally. And what else? It had some chickpeas and what tasted like a tomato-based sauce on the side as well, which was delicious. Lamb shank manguli was the other meal that we got there, and it was great. It was great. So absolutely delicious. We had a nice slice of chocolate cake and some beautiful dessert to end the night, and the rest is history. So we'll cut the story off there. Take a sip of coffee, and let's move up to the top of the chat. Who's here with us this morning? We've got ourselves Mickey. Nomad J is in the building. I Spy Lunar Cipriano. Jeffrey Green. Dat Fam Low Least. Ference the Terrence is reporting for duty. 840 CET. We've got Eugene. Pasidi Motorsports. Roger Tutt. Giggling Bear is here. Green 007 Nick Farrell. We've got Darian. D4RY0N. Not sure if that's the same Darian we had way back in the day. If it is, let me know. We deserve to give you some recognition there.
Nunca cometa o erro de correr atrás de uma mulher. Eu sou Larissa Alencar, especialista em relacionamentos e conquista, e eu te ajudo a se tornar um homem confiante, seguro de si, a despertar essa versão que já tem dentro de você e a conquistar aquela mulher. Agora, por que você nunca deve correr atrás de uma mulher? Primeiro vamos entender o que é correr atrás. Correr atrás significa você abordar uma mulher que te interessou? Não. Correr atrás significa você elogiar essa mulher, você abrir mais conversas quando vocês estão iniciando. Naquele comecinho de flerte, você manda mais mensagens para ela no WhatsApp, ela te responde menos. Isso significa correr atrás? Não. Então, querer conhecer uma mulher, chamar pra sair, isso não é correr atrás. Isso é você investir. Ou seja, você tá colocando pro mundo, pra aquela mulher, aquilo que você quer. E você ser um homem, ser uma pessoa que vai atrás das suas vontades, dos seus desejos, daquilo que você quer, isso é excelente, é energia masculina. Se você só tá passivo, recebendo as mulheres que de alguma forma mostram sinais claros de interesse ou chegam em você e você não tem nenhuma atitude de fato ativa para ir atrás daquilo que desperta seu interesse, isso na verdade pode significar uma baixa autoconfiança da sua parte. Agora, bacana, sabendo que correr atrás não é você investir, então o que é correr atrás? Correr atrás é você insistir depois da primeira negativa de uma mulher. Então, por exemplo, você está investindo em uma mulher, em determinado momento ela fala que só te vê como amigo e que não quer nada com você. Ou simplesmente você começou uma conversa com essa mulher, você mandou uma mensagem, essa mulher ignora as suas mensagens. Então assim, você escreve para ela no WhatsApp, você manda uma pergunta, ela te deixa no vácuo. Você reabre essa conversa, ela te deixa no vácuo de novo. Isso é uma negativa. A não resposta de uma mulher, ou seja, esses vácuos são sim uma resposta. Ou simplesmente essa mulher nega um convite seu. Você fez um convite direto pra ela, vamos sair, vamos fazer alguma coisa. E ela fala, não tô afim, obrigada. Ou então ela diz, vamos ver, eu vou estar muito ocupada essa semana. Se ela fala, vamos ver, vou estar muito ocupada essa semana, e aí é tranquilo, as pessoas têm suas ocupações, beleza, mas acontecendo isso, o que você faz? Você já atribui o investimento pra ela. Como? Você fala assim, beleza, então me avisa quando você vai estar com tempo livre pra gente marcar. Então ela vai saber que, caso ela ainda queira sair com você, ela que vai ter que falar. Você tá deixando claro para essa mulher que o próximo passo deve vir dela. E o que mais é correr atrás de uma mulher? Então você já entendeu o que é quando essa mulher te dá uma negativa e você ainda insiste. Então também quando essa mulher termina com você. Igual eu recebi uma mensagem assim no Instagram esses dias. Eu vou até pegar aqui para ler. Foi assim:
já tentei convencê-la que nós daríamos certos juntos e ela fica na dúvida. Ora parece que quer, ora não. O que fazer?
O que é isso? É uma mulher que deu uma negativa. Então ela deu uma negativa para esse cara. Ela disse, eu não quero estar com você. E ele ainda ficou insistindo. O que ele tá fazendo? Ele tá tentando convencer. Ela deu uma negativa, claramente, independente do que ela falou, que não tá no momento certo, ou que ainda tá afim de outro cara, não importa. Ela deu uma negativa e ele ainda está insistindo. Isso é correr atrás. Correr atrás é quando aquela mulher diz que só te vê como amigo e você ainda fica tentando comer pelas beiradas. E aí, qual é o grande problema e por que você nunca deve correr atrás de uma mulher? Você vai começar a entender isso a partir de agora. Toda vez que você recebe uma negativa de uma mulher, o grande problema é você querer ir por um desses 4 caminhos. Na verdade, você nem quer. O seu impulso te leva. O primeiro é tentar convencer essa mulher. Então, como assim? Você vai tentar usar de argumentos lógicos. Você vai pra ela e fala, cara, mas a gente combinava super juntos. Pensa como seria bacana. A gente tem muitas coisas em comum e esses problemas que você fala a gente é capaz de superar. Então você tenta convencer essa mulher por argumentos lógicos. Por quê? Porque você acredita que existe um motivo lógico para ela não querer ficar com você. E na maioria das vezes não, né? Eu posso dizer quase 100% das vezes não. O motivo da mulher não querer é emocional. E aí você vai tentar usar argumentos lógicos para tentar convencer ela de algo totalmente emocional. Além de você estar se colocando numa posição péssima aqui. A segunda coisa que você tenta fazer, que é igualmente tão ruim quanto, é passar a tentar agradar essa mulher mais ainda ou se adequar a ela. Então, basicamente, você vai querer aqui ser o príncipe ou o salvador dessa mulher. Se ela falou que não quer ter nada com você porque tá com trauma de relacionamentos anteriores, muita mulher fala isso, né? Aí você pensa, nossa, mas eu preciso mostrar pra essa mulher que eu não sou como esses outros caras, esse outro cara que ela se envolveu. Então você tenta ainda mais agradá-la. Ou então, se você estava num relacionamento, você fica tentando entender tudo que você fez no intuito de agradar ainda mais essa mulher. Sendo que, enquanto vocês estavam juntos, você era um cara que a respeitava, eu tô falando nesses casos. Se você foi um cara que zoou com ela, que traiu, que fez isso e aquilo, aí é uma outra história. Agora, se você a respeitava, você tratava essa mulher bem, você dava atenção na medida, e ela acabou terminando com você dizendo que precisava de um tempo pra refletir sobre a vida, que precisava disso, disso, de aquilo, e você tenta agradar, aí você tá indo no pior caminho possível. A terceira coisa que muitos homens fazem diante de uma negativa ou de um gelo de uma mulher é investir mais ainda. Então você vai lá, dá presentes, você quer dar flores, você passa a colocar essa mulher em um pedestal, em um lugar que não é de igual para igual. Essa é muito parecida com aquela de tentar agradar, mas nessa terceira condição aqui, você vai tentar investir ainda mais recursos, seu tempo. E a quarta coisa que acontece com muitos homens é você ficar ainda mais obcecado por essa mulher, por causa de uma coisa chamada desafio. E por que que tudo isso, todas essas alternativas referentes a correr atrás são um problema? Por que que isso é um problema? Se você quer saber exatamente o que acontece na cabeça de uma mulher quando você corre atrás dela depois de uma negativa, então já deixa o seu like aqui que eu vou te revelar nesse momento. Parou? Deixou o seu like? Então presta atenção nisso que eu vou te falar agora para você nunca mais esquecer e você nunca mais correr atrás de uma mulher. Na cabeça da mulher e de uma forma inconsciente, a cada vez que um homem, a cada vez que você insiste mais e pressiona mais essa mulher, então você vai, tenta agradar, tenta convencer, dá aquele likezinho só para ela reparar que você tava ali, você abre uma conversa novamente para ela te notar. A cada vez que você faz essas coisas que você acha, mas foi assim, Larissa, foi totalmente... Eu só fiz uma besteirinha. A cada vez que você faz essa coisa, manda um recado por alguém pra ela saber que você ainda tá vivo. A cada vez que você faz uma dessas coisas, essa mulher te enxerga como menos homem. E o menos homem que eu falo aqui é o menos homem sexual, que tem a ver com amor erótico, com uma relação homem e mulher. Então ela te enxerga menos esse homem sexual e mais um homem fraterno. Então mais uma visão de amigo ou de um irmão. E eu vou te falar que muitas vezes essa mulher até deseja lá no fundo, ela até pensa lá no fundo mesmo. Ela, caracas, eu queria que ele se valorizasse, eu queria que ele não fosse trouxa, que ele não fosse bobo. Muitas vezes é isso que ela realmente deseja, uma atitude forte da sua parte. E não você se moldar às vontades dela e ficar insistindo, se rastejando aos pés dela. Se ela ainda tiver um mínimo interesse por você, o mínimo sentimento por você, ela tá implorando que você se dê o próprio valor. E se você continuar indo atrás, daqui a pouco essa mulher não vai querer te ver nem pintado de ouro. Porque existe um limite de baixo valor também que uma mulher é capaz de enxergar em um homem para ainda manter uma certa atração, um certo sentimento. Se você atingir limites drásticos de baixo valor, de correr atrás, muitas vezes não tem mais o que fazer, não tem mais como reverter. Só que aí você pode estar pensando, ok, Larissa, de uma certa forma eu já sabia disso, tem aquilo do some, que ele vem atrás, ou que ela vem atrás, então é só dar um gelo, que ela vem, eu já fiz isso algumas vezes e de fato funciona. Só que presta atenção, muitas vezes você dá uma sumida como uma estratégia para essa mulher vir, ela até vem, mas em pouco tempo são grandes as chances dessa mulher detectar, farejar, sentir que aquilo ali foi um blefe. Porque as suas atitudes, o restante das suas atitudes não vão ornar. Vai ter um momento em que você vai fraquejar, em que você vai ceder, em que você vai se mostrar ainda muito vulnerável. Você dá aquela sumidinha como uma estratégia, não funciona, ou funciona só como um band-aidzinho para aquele momento. Quando o motivo do seu silêncio, o motivo do seu afastamento, o motivo de você simplesmente não ir atrás, simplesmente passar a ignorar essa mulher completamente, quando o motivo de você fazer isso não vem de uma decisão convicta, aí isso é só um blefe. Dizem que a palavra decidir vem de dissídio. Dissídio é suicídio, é matar outras opções. Então quando você decide, quando você toma uma decisão convicta, você tá matando, você tá suicidando uma parte que você não quer mais viver. Por isso que decisões reais, e não só vontades, mas decisões, abrem portas, movem o mundo. Então eu tenho uma pergunta aqui pra te fazer. Quantas vezes você já correu atrás de uma mulher? Isso ajudou a aumentar o interesse dela? Você percebeu o interesse dessa mulher depois que ela te deu uma negativa e você correu atrás? Você percebeu o interesse dela aumentando cada vez mais por você, o desejo? Eu tenho certeza que não. E se não, por que raios você continuaria fazendo a mesma coisa? Agora, quais decisões você precisa tomar na prática? Decida não estar mais em uma friend zone. Não ficar ali paparicando a mulher, tentando agradar uma mulher para ela mudar de ideia. Decida isso. Decida parar de perder tempo com uma mulher que não é recíproca, que não te quer. Decida parar de perder tempo com a mulher errada. Uma mulher não recíproca é sempre uma mulher errada. E decida principalmente colocar o seu amor próprio acima da vontade passageira de estar com uma mulher. E se você decidiu, você tomou de fato essas decisões, então repete aqui comigo agora. Eu decido não estar mais em friend zone. Eu decido parar de perder tempo com mulheres erradas. E agora eu decido colocar o meu amor próprio acima da vontade passageira de estar com uma mulher específica. Decidiu? Sentiu essa libertação que a decisão traz? E a partir disso, tome todas as ações necessárias. Então, se afastar, apagar número, bloquear, deixar de seguir, enfim, o que você julgar necessário. Você é um homem adulto e sabe exatamente o que precisa ser feito. Agora me fala aqui o quanto tomar essas decisões foram importantes para você. Deixa aqui embaixo nos comentários. E vai agora nesse momento no meu Instagram. O meu Instagram é o @decifrandoelas. Eu tô te esperando. Me manda pergunta lá na caixinha de perguntas, que muitas vezes as dúvidas de lá viram vídeos por aqui. Grande beijo e até a próxima.
We just got to fill that 418 right there for a big winner there on TSLA, but still needs to come back in a little bit here. So let's wait to see what now happens on Tesla. Watching out for that 418. Was that a call? Sorry. No news yet. Okay,
no news on DATS is the story. So the
that's
story.
not what's up, but the stock price.
Yeah, the story is there is no story.
Yeah, the story
of a lovely lady.
That's okay. Yeah, or
Right,
Brady.
come on,
Either way,
Lydia.
I'm down with that. Some people did not like Tom Brady there on what he did the Packers game, didn't he? I heard some. Yeah, I didn't. I don't know. I was listening to. I felt like he was fine. I don't know.
I'm gonna try and bite my tongue.
The thing
on
is,
this,
when you're the
but
GOAT, it's like, why? What's your opinion? What's the difference?
Greg Olson was an unbelievable analyst. Unbelievable, super talented, one of the
Right.
best guys doing football games. And
So
he got the boot. The guy got
Yeah, but so why
essentially
did
got
someone pick
fired.
him up?
He essentially got fired so Tom Brady could come in. And you consider, obviously, Tom Brady's going to earn a heck of a lot more money than Greg Olson, and they had a good one, and they got rid of the wrong guy. So whatever.
Yeah, but no. Why didn't
think
anybody pick up Olson?
You know, again, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
I think Olson's so good. Sharif is telling us that Brady's going to focus on the Raiders, which is probably a good idea because they're absolute crap. So a couple of things happened.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not necessarily.
Okay, look, a lot is happening. Okay, so AMD and NVIDIA. Well, NVIDIA is at VWAP. We'll get to AMD in a second. We had the short breakdown on Qubits. It just, on D-Wave, it just broke the local high. So we're out and slapped to fail on that one. Remember, we were able yesterday to get it back by being willing to flip. Not instantly flipping on it yet. But if it's going to pull the over, then I got to be willing to play the over. NVIDIA does the mean revert, gets to VWAP. Next step would be to get to 138.5, where you have a bit of a local double top here on NVIDIA. So still a strong day overall for NVIDIA, but that market moved to the downside. Like, you really had to weather the storm. And while that was going on, AMAT's starting to make some higher lows as well. So this is starting to go. TSM still looking very strong. The reason why we're looking at chips today is TSM. That's getting back and about above VWAP. So TSM holds VWAP, NVIDIA holds VWAP, then there's no excuse not to be getting into AMAT finally. It might not be working off 183 anymore, but as we got into NVIDIA, probably missed the chance to get into AMAT, which is fine. AMAT's a very spready stock with the volume not nearly as good as it is over here in NVIDIA.
All right, so we've been picking our poison a little bit here at 418 with NVIDIA. We still do have, and we just got reloaded again. I'm going to take another piece out here at 50 if we can do that. We're only in the money 50 cents, sorry, on Tesla, my bad. We're only in the money 50 cents right now on the name, so it's not like it's, completely, a rock star of a play here right this second. But again, the risk that we're taking on this is probably too much for sort of the reward that we're taking right now. So let's just try to leave it. We've taken out enough profit now to put Tesla back into Greensville because remember, we were roughly flat to red on it once it broke that first time. Now we try to go back up there too. What's up, Randy? Back up now to the upside here on Tesla. So 417 and change. Let's see if it wants to go. I'm here waiting for it. We'll wait on that one. Hey, Randy, what's going on? Dip down there in Tesla. I know that you like Rivian. That's for sure. I'm going to, Randy, I don't mean to just blow you out of here, but I got to trade this name here. 417 and change. I'm long now at 416.50 or so, so I'm going to offer this out 417.30, see if we get a fill. But my break level down is 415. I don't know, Tesla, not that great today, man. Down 2.5% with the market flat. Not a good look here for TSLA as here it goes.
Well, the market's
starting to give some back. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Check that. Both the ES and the NASDAQ just went red again.
Right.
So, like, I know it was strong. We're not as strong as we were before. And Randy's, like, you look over at Tesla.
I just got some more out there.
Like, I'm double checking. Like, Rivian's not at the support level, and Rivian's holding
Tesla.
higher lows and above VWAP. Rivian is doing pretty well, relatively speaking. So I think maybe put this on the back burner. I'm still waiting for Tesla closer to 413. I'm not even sure we're going to get it the way it's starting to bounce. But VWAP at NVIDIA, it's just like it's right here and there's someone selling at VWAP. So I think it's made sense to get some out, but you're still battling really heavily here at VWAP to try to get above. The market's not doing it just yet. So we'll have to be very, very patient with it. Let me go back over to Tesla.
Yeah, so we're $1. So right now, good call there on Tesla. Dollar right now in the money, $1.20, $1.30. We just took $1.40 on Tesla as it went through 418. Like, so we're long at 416.50. So right now our stop is about $1 away. So we have to take it out when it keeps coming up. I mean, this market, Neil, just keeps failing. Trying to go, fail every time. It just went to the bottom, came back up, back in, back up. Like that's 3 or 4 times that we've wicked out near this bottom and failed to go to the top in the same sort of wicking action.
Should have just shorted AMD.
Yeah, exactly.
AMD 120, like every single time you... Here's the rule. The rule is if AMD 120 looks like a short, you should just take it. Because at the open, AMD broke 120 and then went clean to 118.5. And it's unabated. It's like this stock, and then I didn't even look at Intel. I just knew it was going to look at the same thing. Of course it looks exactly the same. If we're having a down day, then I got to join something when I didn't have a bunch of short ideas out there. So one of these off of VWAP, I mean, gut check tells me probably Intel because it looks a little bit weaker, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm probably going to look for a short over here off VWAP on one of these two names. I think you just have to. It's ridiculous. Like the stock does not want to catch a bid. AMD does not want to catch a bid. Even here comes Robinhood right back, and I'm trying to buy. Every time I try to get 45.50s, I'm not getting any fills. So I might step up a little bit to the 70s, but I want the opening range to be done at 10 o'clock. And then if 10 o'clock you're still holding these, maybe get a little bit more aggressive on Robinhood. So we're going to get some numbers coming through. That BMRA, that penny stock, went back into that dollar level as well. So worth looking at that. If you're watching it, continue to play in it. NVIDIA's holding VWAP. It's starting to look good. But if we do fail the low again, I got to look at some Intel short. I got to look at some AMD short as well. But for now, the longs are still holding up.
Yeah, great trade on NVIDIA there. We just were lucky enough to go get a 418.40 fill on the top side there of Tesla as it's coming back. We're not coming back. Well, it's coming back now, but trying to make some moves here is TSLA, of course, as we wait to see where these moves are coming from. Let's hope the market can bounce off these levels, but there it comes right back in again. So we are in about a third of this position left. I'm going to put another piece out in around 417.50. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. But this is something that I'm going to try to look at right now on the market is just scalping it out. And let's look for some other positions. What's RGTI doing? If we can have a quick look here at Rigetti maybe and have a quick little gander and see what that's doing all the way up to 11 and change.
Oh, it's ripping now.
Yeah,
those are going.
Yeah, I was like debating the short, honestly, in these names and just was not able to catch it. What about 11.50? That was that break spot that we thought about. Oh my God, Neil, it's at $10. $10 was the spot again. We talked about that yesterday. We had this $10 long yesterday. So great trade there. Anybody, sirens up. We don't have it, but sirens up to those that do. They're on RGTI. Congratulations. We talked about that $10 mark earlier on in the day. I don't know why we were there, why we weren't there. Well, I mean, I know why. I'm sitting here with Tesla, which Tesla could break lower right now, guys. We're right at those levels right here, right now. I am not reloading this. Look at the NASDAQ. Like the fact that both Neil and I are long, I mean, I've been getting out. Tesla will be a tough trade today, trying to catch that long. But if you just flip up a psychology, this is why I'm saying, man, like this is what it's about. You can pick levels, but you're telling me that this doesn't look like a short, like the market is underneath. Why are these me getting out of longs there? I should be not only getting out of longs, I should be reversing short. Bad play for this guy, that is for sure, as there's the break back down below on Tesla. So we're just getting completely washed on these longs, but it's all good. Still a good day. We'll wait to see if it's going. It's a Dara with numbers.
We do have some numbers here. The NAHB housing market index coming a little bit higher than expected, 47 versus 45 expected, but business inventories month over month completely in line with expectations here, 0.1% versus the forecast of 0.1% and the previous print of 0.1%. So just to recap here, slightly stronger than expected NAHB data, but exactly in line business inventories data. And this market is continuing to push to the downside. This looks distinctly different from the action we saw yesterday, with strength across the board from the SPY and the Qs after that CPI data. We have some other stocks in watch here, including SMCI. Interestingly enough here, this actually got a little bit of a pop post-market and then also earlier today after Hindenburg Research, the company that issued a pretty scathing short report on this name back on August 27th, announced they were shutting their doors. We also have this is Morgan Stanley here. Morgan Stanley and BAC, unlike the nice bank rallies we saw yesterday, are pretty tepid today. Both, though, beating here across the board once again. So BAC and MS, despite having strong earnings, are not able to have the rally we saw in some of those banks that reported yesterday, guys. So make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
Yeah, I know we should have been looking at the banks. It's a day two type of play, but obviously we didn't really look at them. You're going to see all of the any longs just came out there, actually off a higher low, but to Sean's point, I saw the selling on VWAP on NVIDIA. Like, I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, we got the curl. I can see them selling VWAP. You can see it in the book. You know, I can see it coming in the air tonight, and that's what was happening.
Yeah.
Until the buyers are going to give you VWAP, then why am I sitting there thinking it's going to be long off that level? Okay, you got to be kidding me. Tesla, were we already there? Okay. Right, so Tesla has now gone almost to that 413. This is not some kind of like a crazy level. This is where it bounced off VWAP yesterday at 11 o'clock. So if it does a mean revert, that would be the spot. I am in that BMRA holding $1. If it goes to penny stock status, I get out of it. Luis made a really good point about how stocks trade differently above and below $1. A lot of times, that's why you like the longs over and try to give it a little bit of a shot there. In a shocking stun of events, AMD just turned.
Up?
Yeah, if AMD can go up, then I'm just going to go back to... I'm going back to first principles.
Look at Tesla.
AMAT's holding VWAP. It's that simple. AMAT's holding VWAP. Why am I not in AMAT?
All right, we have 15 seconds, but right now we have $2 back now. I mean, $1 back here on Tesla. Sorry, that's NVIDIA, my bad. There it is. We did buy some more there on Tesla. What I noticed is that dip just came right in there. 414 was the 200 period moving average. So we'll try it off that. And now it's $1 in the money. Look. Like Neil and I, if you are a skilled trader but lacking capital, unlike us, prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account size ranging from 5,000 to, this is a big one, 500,000, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you possibly know which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. We got that QR code right there on your screen, on our screen. Make sure you scan that QR code to visit propfirmmatch.com today and find that perfect match for you. So we want to thank Prop Firm Match. And I think that's, me and Neil have talked about that. I thought that was a great idea.
The payout
we
thing
had
is
first
the biggest
heard
deal.
about it. All right, one more out for me, 416.30s right there, nice out. Let's go back up to the upside. No more offers here on Tesla until we get back to VWAP, which is 419. So let's go Tesla. Let's see, guys. We're looking for $4 on this Tesla trade. That's what we're looking for. We're going to wait for that. SoFi. All right, so I bid down here. I think someone's mic. Maybe it's.
I hear an echo.
It's okay. There's an echo. Maybe it's Adair's. Okay. 1570 right there down to the downside for. Thank you, Ramin. 1570 downside right there for SoFi is where I was sitting. We didn't get that low, so I thought maybe on a dip buy opportunity there for SoFi. So yeah. Blood in the streets today, but we're doing pretty good right now, holding our head we're well above water, but we did take a hit there on Tesla, brought it back. NVIDIA by far holding the day for me right now. All my profits pretty much came from NVIDIA today. Apple we gave back when it broke lower. iBit, we have an L on iBit today, but it's getting juicy in my opinion right there. NVIDIA holds the whole day for us, and then Tesla right now is starting to go. We're feeling good about this one. Our target is a $4 winner, so let's wait. It doesn't matter how much it is. It's coming up here. VWAP. So 418 and change, I think, is where we'll get another piece out. And then that very top of 419, I think, is what we're really trying to look at there for Tesla. But this market, man, might be
is the word.
Yeah, it might be a fade to pop type of situation.
So I just saw in the chat, and thank you to everyone in the chat. If you're asking us about individual symbols in the chat, we try to get to them as much as we can. Trust me, there's a lot happening in the market, as you guys can see. I saw a lot of people just ask about Palantir. I looked it up, and Palantir is at 70. That said, I do have
at
to
70.
yeah, exactly. But I'm looking for Tesla to now. This is the trend. It's trying to close above the trend line. It never broke that 413 down here. So I'm looking for that curl. It's kind of what we looked for on NVIDIA, where it finally broke, closed above the trend line, and then enter into the long. But as we wait, I have it up on another chart, so it's not like I'm going to miss it. But if you see what's going on in Palantir, it just tagged that $70 level and a little bit of a reversal on Palantir. Thank you so much,
Randy. You the man.
So a bit of an over-under. 70's big resistance because it was big prior support on Palantir. So I think it makes sense that you're getting a dip buy. But finally, you're going to get a close above on Tesla as I try to hold its knees. And I'm going to go for the long. Local bottom, any mean reversion trade makes a fresh low, get out. It's that simple. Yes, I have a support level of 413. That just means I take a mean reversion, any one that's above that line. The first one, steady trend down on Tesla. We'll see if it can hold up here. I'm in it for the first time now, and we'll see where it can go. Get a reload on our coffee, and congratulations to everyone on that Palantir. No actual catalyst I'm aware of on Palantir, except for it likes to go up.
Yeah, and it's the best stock of 2025, I believe. Anyways, we'll wait to see what does happen here. Of course, with our friend Palantir. So, yeah, I like the stock. I really like the AI talk, obviously, that we continue to have with Palantir, and sort of what that means to them and what it means to their sort of environment and things like that. So, again, I really like the stock there, Palantir. We can keep talking about it, but I think we do a good job of that quite often. It's the talk of the town around here, PLTR. So again, good look there, Neil, and a great talk, and a great trade.
It was the viewers that pointed it out.
Yeah, exactly. That's okay. Whoever, I was just going to say, like, whoever brought that up.
Shout out to the viewers.
On PLTR. You got horse sense. All right, what's up, Dara?
Horse sense.
Guys, I don't know if you guys know here, Palantir, no news about a 4.7% short float. Interestingly enough, actually one of the worst stocks of 2025 so far, both in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Second worst performer on the NASDAQ, 10th worst performer on the S&P 500. There's going to be a graphic coming out on that for TTV research very soon. But yeah, Palantir could be just bouncing here. It's down as of a couple days ago, about 15% from its NASDAQ conclusion. So yeah, Palantir pretty beat up. This could just be a bit of a rebound here, guys.
Into the $60 level, an interesting one, that is for sure. Okay, guys, yeah, we're doing it here right now on Tesla. So it's coming back up into 418. We do have an offer at 417.80, as we had mentioned, what our sort of target was, but maybe we're having a little bit of a problem. I'm going to go to 417.25, offer that. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't, as we're just bouncing around now. We got to take, look, man, we're $2.50 in the money. We just went to 418. That's too bad. We were, again, the high there was 75s. We're at 85s. So it's sometimes just this game that we play here every single day. Very frustrating sometimes when you miss that price, especially when it's by, you know, pieces like that. Oh, that's too bad. But okay, just so we talk and we understand where we're at 10% left of our position here on Tesla. We felt really grateful to have experienced that move up right there, considering what that market had done, and the market also bouncing now off the 50-period moving average. So that's another thing to watch out for here. I still think some more upside. I still think we're going to get it. We're at there it is. So there it is. So we get that 417. That price was, okay, 417.26. We talked about that. There's the price. We had just got it. It's a good trade so far there on TSLA on the rebound. Let's see if we can get it back up to VWAP. That's where our next offer is.
Chuck of all trades, the answer is 98 and some random zeros where my stop is on BMRA. I pretty much will never put a dollar stop at 99.99 cents. That's just out of sheer principle. So I usually want it to break a little bit more than that. You guys keep saying to check meta. I will do that in a quick second. But series of higher lows and holding on is AMAT for now. Holding on to VWAP, that is. I like the look. We just grabbed it long. Gonna give it to the prior bar low, I should say, which is right in here on the 3 minute. So that's about 184 and a third. So AMAT's starting to go, looking like it's going to be a good one. Tesla did the revert, and the market's catching a bid. It looks like it can get to VWAP. I'd love this to get to VWAP for me. And I was asked, what about short in Intel? Well, it's not. I mean, I was sort of saying I wanted to get back up to VWAP or prior resistance. It's kind of barely moving. So it's not really bouncing far enough to look for that short just yet. We'll just work with AMAT, Tesla. I mean, NVIDIA's not really doing much. I think we're right to get out of NVIDIA. It's now holding the same range, VWAP sellers, and trying to hold on to 137. Whereas you've got Tesla moving, you've got AMAT holding above VWAP, Applied Materials that is, and tracking toward the high. So if the thesis was that the dudes that make the things that make the chips were supposed to be good today because of TSM, then maybe that's where we need to be. Like TSM's holding VWAP. You know, maybe NVIDIA isn't the one today. It did a lot of heavy lifting yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, so far today, when we're going to look around, I mean, we really do like that Palantir level, that's for sure. We do like SMCI. You had a good point about SMCI, and I remember when...
Should have shorted that.
Yeah, when I looked at the watch list today, I said to Adara, and I think Sharif was here, I think you were here, we were all here, and it was just like, what? Like, why is SMCI up 32? Like, you know, we saw TSM, we saw all those moves up right there. Wrong screen for now, Ramin, but there it is. So now you're trying to retake this VWAP. That should be a trade, taking that out right now, because you do get that whoosh back in as people say, what? Like Hindenburg is gone, so therefore SMCI is in the clear or something like that. But again, we'll wait for SMCI. Dara had another good point. Said, like, what was there more volatile stock or a stock that had a crazier journey in 2024 than SMCI? So we'll wait to see. I'm a little nervous about it. This $30 breakdown could be that wall that we are all a little bit afraid of right there. If we break that ledge, we'll get to the downside. Oh, ledge. Speak about that. We have Chris Brecher on tonight. The return of Chris Brecher. I'm going to read this note. He wants to talk about something right now. Hearing Google... Oh, yeah, something about EU law. It doesn't look like it's moving that much right now. So we'll get that all figured out. Adira will get this Google news when she does. But right now, Google not doing much. But I did. Okay, so nothing. She heard the news. It's an old story that we've already talked about. So, okay, we'll pass on that. All right, so there's a good out. Thankfully, we had that out. Watch out now. Here comes Tesla right back in like crazy time. We're going to get stopped out once this breaks. Our stop is right here at 414. It's coming back in pretty good. We'll reload it just a little bit, but not. Oh, there it goes. Okay, we are gone now on Tesla. Bye-bye, Tesla. What's up with that?
Yeah, Tesla just came through. I gave it to that prior bar high. It just broke. It was 145.60 or so that we're able to get out there. But that's now right into that 413. This is where it bounced off VWAP yesterday. Come to my chart if we can. This is where it came back in off VWAP. So I tried the first mean reversion in front of it. We'll look for the second, hopefully right now, as the market continues to head lower. We got to fill. Okay, AMAT's still looking okay. Like, it just tagged 186.5, and it's holding higher lows in VWAP. If this breaks trend, you know, all bets are off. But at least that's starting to look pretty good. I'm going to get back to, in just 1 second, I was asked about Mara. Mara's looking better above VWAP, but Bitcoin's down at 98,000. Like, the idea was to play Mara on strength in Bitcoin. So, yeah, the chart looks good, but I'd be breaking my rule if I was not waiting for a bounce in BTC. So it looks like it's going to be Tesla getting into this 413 area. Going to look for the trend reversal down here. And because it's so steep, I'm just making a switch to a 1 minute chart here, so I'll be able to see a bit better.
Okay, yeah, so I was, if I'm going to do anything, I mean, we're looking at Bitcoin right now. That is really starting to go kind of the other way right now, goes BTC.
That is not good.
Yeah, like this is not a great sign right now for us watching out for Bitcoin and IBIT. I mean, breaking back through 97.8. I mean, we could see if eventually there could be a top here somewhere, but I don't know, 55 right up to the 200, or right up to the 50 period, up to VWAP. I was thinking that spot that we went long initially, 56, that's not a bad spot right there to consider the other way around. So maybe that is something to look forward to here on IBIT, shorting in and around that VWAP could be a play there as well. So we'll take a quick look at that and see if that comes back up into $56. I don't mind that trade at all, but again, it's got to come through first, and then we'll deal with it after that. So right there, IBIT trying to make that move back up. We can have a quick look at some of the cryptocurrencies or I guess the altcoins and see what they're doing. Let's just have, whoopsies, let's just have a quick little refresh here on CoinGecko. All right, so XRP up 44%, so that's going to be the big one. Solana's still up 10, Dogecoin up 17% right now. This is 17 days, right? This is the 24-hour spot right now. XRP up 12% there today. So we'll have a quick look at this, but that's the crypto look for right now. Looking to dip by, I would think, but again, $55. We'll have a closer look at Coinbase, IBIT, and some more cryptocurrencies when we get back.
Yes, sir, and we'll get back to talking about WKSP, introducing this new discovery on the NASDAQ and its worksport. A U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Scan that QR code you see in front of you. If interested, check the link in the description of this video.
Wow.
Every now and then I just like to try to put some French in there. Why not? So while that was happening, 413 bounced for now on Tesla. And I say for now because every single bounce is kind of... there's been plenty of bounce spots on Tesla. Don't get me wrong. It's just none of them have been able to sustain into VWAP. I don't know that this one's going to be any different. I have this opening range where we got the 416. That's going to be the target. And if we hold on to 413, maybe I can reload it one more time. Oh, be it BMRA. Tries to hold $1. I am out. What did I get? 98. I don't know. Whatever. 98 change. I'm out. I'm not going to double check the fill. But the second, I wasn't waiting for VWAP. This was an over-under dollar play to look for it to break out. I wasn't even offering until literally 122, 123 for a breakout. But it's underneath the buck. I should probably pay for some locates in case it continues to the downside, and then I can short off the dollar level. But BMRA heading to the downside. Tesla actually catching a bit of a bid. AMAT's holding up for now, and Bitcoin still can't bounce past 98. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on Snap and Meta. Here's some of these social media tickers. I'm seeing reports that a spokesperson for the Trump transition team said that Trump has, quote, repeatedly expressed his desire to save TikTok. And this actually follows reports from the Washington Post suggesting that Donald Trump would issue an executive order to stop this TikTok ban. So do be aware here of META and SNAP, that TikTok tailwind we speak about may actually be fading. It's also worth noting here that we do have some comments from Feds Waller, who has basically made some kind of dovish comment saying that he thinks inflation will continue to come in towards their target. But he also commented here that he might actually have a more optimistic view on inflation than the rest of his colleagues. So his comments may have to be taken with a grain of salt there. Basically, we do have some dovish comments from Feds Waller being negated by Feds Waller himself, guys. Interesting stuff.
All right.
Dovish comments by Feds Waller being negated by himself.
A bit of back and forth. I have too many comments.
The whole point is to be clear and concise at the Fed. That is the whole point. You're supposed to not shock the markets. It should be very clear what it is that you're saying.
Right.
It is what it is. I mean, whatever. Like,
yeah, exactly. Well, all right. So we took the opportunity as well to get a little bit more Tesla down there at 414. So nice. Okay, here we go. Big day alert again here as the market just kind of does not much. But where are the big days, right? So if we're going to look in, put in the chat right here what stock you've been hitting and where your profits are coming from. Right now today, we'll wait to see if Tesla can get back up there. We're starting to scalp a little bit more out. Good trade here. If we can get it into 416.30s, we just put an offer into there. The 50 period is right here at 80s. So a little bit of a bump up here through this level. We'll take it. Nice rally back. Actually, you know what? I'll take a piece right now. Why not? If we can get an 80 fill, there it is. We get that there on Tesla. Good little out there as we start to buy, and we go into this name, Tesla. Let's go. $1.50 now in the money on TSLA. So there was... I know we went to Adara on Carvana, but we're just hearing it in our ear. They keep on mentioning
this
Carvana.
Thing is flying, dude.
Right there, okay.
5.5%.
Yeah, here we go. Shout out to everybody in here. MSTR is a big trade for people today. Palantir, Rigetti, AVGO says Ben. BPN says Monster. MSTR, not Monster. Google here. G-Man goes Google as well. AVGO goes Ben. Yeah, you know what, Ben? It's probably a name that I haven't even really put on my radar. Should be there for sure. Broadcom coming through. Robinhood, good game. Holo, Uber, Apple, screwed. Yeah, maybe. KLAC, BBAI, futures. Great trade on the futures. I should be looking over there as well. Roblox and shorts are now trapped. Let's sure as hell hope the shorts are trapped, Neil, because right now it is a $1 and a $2 winner on Tesla. So good little look there down there at 413. I know you had that as well. Good look.
Yeah, I just grabbed out of this at that 416. And again, it's been holding on to the trend. So if it holds that trend line, to me, that's a nice, easy bounce. I just feel like going back to first principles, AMAT looks a little bit stronger. And now that Bitcoin is back above 98, there. Every time I look up, I'm either looking at a chart of iBit or I'm looking at Bitcoin prices. I want to go back to Robinhood. Robinhood stopped out the low after getting that initial long. You're back above VWAP. So back to first principles. It's still in the bull flag. Was holding on very nicely. Mara as well. When I look at this, we had the initial breakout on Mara. Obviously, Bitcoin's not really doing a heck of a lot, but you're getting a little more bullish again. So you had double bottom in there, and you're holding this top. I'd like you to break back out above the 18.2. I just kind of threw this line in essentially where we closed, then realized we closed actually at 15. So it's adjacent to the same level, just slightly above VWAP. I want buyers above, so this is going green and holding green before I get back into it. AMAT, alongside of the other chip names, it's now got a stronger trend, so ignore this trend of the higher lows. Once it held VWAP, that's the trend I was giving it to. It's now got the steep one off of VWAP on AMAT. So if we break out the high, plenty of room to run. But if we lose this trend line, dip by VWAP is a play. So I'm gonna get out of the AMAT on any break of this trend line that it's made since VWAP. Right now, that'd be about 186.70. Let's go to Adara with a small cap recap.
Interesting here, looking at the IWM in the 15-minute, because while we did have this push to the upside off the open yesterday, much like what we saw with the S&P 500 and the Qs, unlike that push, we actually kind of gave up a lot of that move. We didn't close near highs, kind of did a little bit of a rounded bottom, but no crazy breakout after that pop at 8:30. Now today, unlike the S&P 500 and the Qs, we don't have as much of a push to the downside. We're actually trying to bounce right now, roughly flat here for the IWM, just below 224. So Russell, kind of in a bull flag formation, but really no signs of a breakout as of yet. IPRX on Watch Your Immunity Bio, they have run in the past with a 30% short float. This morning announcing that they've reported submissions of applications for some treatments for specific types of bladder cancer. So bladder cancer treatment and a 30% short float on Watch for IBRX. Now we have Flexible Solutions, FSI. They're actually a Canadian company. They have about an 8 million share float, up about 50% here, announcing they've entered into a 5-year contract with an unnamed company in the US for manufacturing food-grade products. And last but not least, here we have DATS, DatChat. This one runs very often, usually without any news. That is the case for today. No news on DATS, but they do have a just under 3 million share float, so very small float there. Make sure to like and subscribe, guys. Back to you.
There's that.
Yeah, DATS with a very, very small. Sometimes, look, low float runners don't need a reason to go. They just do their own thing. It's essentially, the principle behind it is, doesn't take a heck of a lot for a single firm or a shop or something like that to soak up and take all the shares, and then there's no liquidity out there for anybody that happens to be short to cover. And then it just bleeds the price up. They probably make a bunch of posts on Reddit, and then the stock starts going. So that's the formula, and you never want to get caught. If it doesn't have a catalyst, I think you want to be scalp trading it to the upside when you're looking at low float runners. So AMAT is trying to hold on to the trend, but it's about to, we'll see. I mean, it's right at the trend top. And if we break, it's like 186. I said 70, it's actually 80 where this trend bottom is. So if it breaks that, we look for a retracement back into VWAP here on AMAT. Hood is trying, but not doing a very good job of holding on to VWAP. And then NVIDIA as well. Right back into VWAP and the sellers. Just sellers and sellers and sellers on NVIDIA and VWAP. It's Intel or AMD that I think are, like, I kind of felt like those are the ones that needed to be short. And it's like, well, NVIDIA's at VWAP, Intel's at VWAP. AMD is at the low, pretty much at the low of the day. So AMD is the weakest one of the group. So while it plays catch up, I just feel on this up move, try to hold on to the AMAT long if it continues to break out, because I want the longs to work. The NASDAQ just went green again. So instead of just trying to stick it into one of the ones that's strong, let the weakest one get to VWAP and play that if it gets there and try to ride the wave that's coming back into this upside. Bitcoin's now solidly above 98,000. So it's looking a little bit better in here for Mara. And then we closed at 18.15, but I think I'll probably just take something in the 10 to 15 range off of VWAP here as we go to Adair.
We mentioned here a little bit earlier that there was apparently a spokesperson for the Trump transition team saying that Trump would in fact be interested in keeping TikTok from going dark. Now, actually, we have some more comments on that. Apparently, this happened during an interview for Fox News. The advisor said that the incoming administration will keep TikTok from going dark, quote, as long as a viable deal is on the table. No specifications as to what a viable deal would entail. But either way, keep an eye here on META and SNAP actually getting a bit of a topping tail candle here for Meta, guys. Back to you.
Interesting stuff happening over there, I see.
Meta.
Yeah, we'll find out more about Meta and what's going on over there.
Sleepy.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, so far so good here. But yeah, let's, I still have Carvana up. I don't know why. Let's have a quick look at Meta. What is the NASDAQ doing again? Flat. So like why I'm not hopping in and out of many trades is like, I feel like you have to be patient with this. The market's still doing what the market's doing. I mean, I wish it was doing a little more than this maybe. But we just try to hold on to what we've got, you know, and I mean, ready or not, you know, you live for the moment. 416.65. I mean, we've already gotten another piece out that looks like it's the high there for Tesla. It's a $2 winner, but I mean, we're kind of resting on it right now. So let's see if there's something else. 1026. I want to thank everybody for watching, liking, and subscribing. I mean, I haven't even hit over here yet to see how many we have. I'm going to refresh it, but right now, how many viewers do we have? Over 9,000, around 9,000 viewers right now. Let's get that like into the stratosphere. 1K. Let's even get 1.2, 1.3. If you haven't hit the like button, do so now. There's that Broadcom. Someone had mentioned there in the chat that this was their big play. Maybe it was this fade at the double top 237. You know, now you're starting to break lower. I'm going to get out another piece now on, I'm taking some 416s now on Tesla. Not distracted here at all. Just like if this market's going to fade out again off the 21,400, then let's get out. Like I'm waiting for higher fills. We were there at 416.65, just missed us there on the way back down in. So let's see, there we go. Let's take another piece out. So we're getting lower and lower, about 5% left of Tesla right now. So we had a reload over here, so no, less, more than 5% left. We have about 20 to 25% left of this Tesla reload right there. So we still need it to go one way here, hopefully upside.
Yeah, we want it to be one way, but as Marlo said in The Wire, sometimes it's the other way. I'm looking at this NASDAQ and like we just cannot seem to really hold green. We'll get green and then we'll sort of slide back in there every single time. It's like that Bitcoin and 100,000 on Bitcoin. We just can't seem to hold above it. So I'm going back over, still not breaking trend yet on AMAT, but I feel like any second now it's going to lose that bit. The stop is in regardless, but it's like AMD, I keep wanting to short a pop. AMD is not going up at all. He's just holding on to these lows. They got a downgrade from Wolf. Maybe Wolf got it right today. Okay, ignore that chart. That's going to be wrong on VWAP there. Intel is bouncing and up at 1955. VWAP's closer to the 60 level on Intel. But I am in Mara. We did hold on to 98.4, and you've held on to VWAP, so it's got this little bit of a trend. If we lose 18, then I'm going to get out of Robinhood for sure. But Bitcoin doing a decent job of holding on to some support here at 98. If you look at IBIT, it's obviously not going to be the same price as everybody, but you can sort of see what's going on with Bitcoin. You're in a nice upward trend. It's now gaining VWAP. So I go back to the name that we like to trade, and that was going to be Mara. So you hold VWAP here, continue uptrend. I don't see a reason why Mara shouldn't just follow suit to the upside. There goes AMAT. So once again, you look like you're going to break the high of the day. NVIDIA did the same thing. NVIDIA looked strong early, looked like it was running for a breakout. AMAT gives you VWAP and into 187. I'll play it again off VWAP if we get a chance. So if it mean reverts back in, I'm not shorting it here, but I am going to get out and look to see if we can play back into the volume weighted average price. NVIDIA loses VWAP as well. Like, it just feels like maybe the buyers can't seem to hold on well enough here. So we'll stick with Mara because Bitcoin's doing okay, but maybe we should just be jumping that Intel short after all.
Probably onto something. Oh, yeah, I was just looking at Intel. Funny you mentioned that there as well. I thought Intel maybe was basing out a little bit into there. I mean, look, the short obviously still working if it gets into here. That'd be 1940s. I just thought maybe if we were trying to find a base in a stock, it's funny you just mentioned Intel because it just showed sort of up on the scanner there because it's approaching that VWAP. We had an idea yesterday with Starbucks, so let's see what that sort of looks like here today. All right, so a nice break. Yesterday's trade was near the end of the day that we sort of thought this kind of a break might have been something. It looks like it happens right at the end of the day and then faded in there. So we didn't get that trade. That was a great short. Remember we were looking at this yesterday at the end of the day there, and then I was looking long because of what the market was doing, but then Starbucks pulls right back in. Funny thing is today with the NASDAQ being down, Starbucks is up. So it's kind of like flipping itself around a little bit here today. 93 and change. We just had Nat Gas come out. So that would be NG $F over here on my charts for e-signal.
Well,
so here's
for Sharif's sake.
Yeah, so there's Nat Gas coming back in. So yeah, not much happening. I don't actually know what the number was. Oh, there it was. Gas storage minus 258 billion, I guess cubic, whatever, versus minus 260. So very, very in line, basically. 258 versus 260 there on a drawdown from minus. So again, a little less gas getting taken out of the system. They're sending gas prices down to the lows, I guess, of the pre-market. So, yeah. All right. They got going again, man. Tesla got going again right to the 50 period and stopped. So that's 416. So we're going to get another piece out. Put 416 flat in there. Cancel my 416.50. It doesn't look like we're going to get that. Let's see if we can get it. And let's go over to Adair and find out what she's up to.
For one, I found a bit of a story. We're going to talk about crypto, but really quickly before we do that, I want to talk about Palantir. I did find potentially something on this. So apparently Raymond James maintained a market perform rating, not a super bullish note. One thing they did say, though, which apparently from what I've read might be pushing up the stock, is that apparently there's been a vesting of roughly $120 million in stock appreciation rights. Basically what happened was the company's stock is infinitely basically adding equity because they did reach over $50 throughout Q4. So that's what I'm seeing here. We know that we pushed above that $50 level during the fourth quarter, and apparently these rights have led to some recalibrated earnings expectations. It's actually led Raymond James to expect that their EPS is going to be lower in Q4. But I guess the fact that they have this $120 million in stock appreciation rights has actually led to a bit of a bullish look. So the note is bearish, but that aspect apparently is being viewed as bullish by investors. So that is apparently the deal with PLTR. I apologize, it's a lot of lingo there. But Trump here maybe giving a bit of a bullish lift for XRP and Solana. We have a report here from the New York Times suggesting that not the New York Times, New York Post, very different. New York Post reporting here that Donald Trump would be considering adding XRP and Solana to the crypto reserve as part of his, quote, America First Bitcoin strategy or crypto strategy. So either way, we know Trump has been viewed as bullish for Bitcoin and crypto, and this seems like another feather in that cap, if you will. Now, I actually have we usually look at the daily chart, but I want to look at the 15-minute chart on Bitcoin because this is actually looking pretty bearish. We have this rejection of this multiple support area here around 98.5. Hitting that right now and pushing lower. It's worth noting that we do have some clear support at that 97.3 area. We talk a lot about the support and resistance on crypto in the daily chart, but I think it'd be interesting to look at Bitcoin having some of these levels on the 15 as well. If we break below that 97,000 level, that could be a bit of a bad look for BTC. Let's take a look here as well at some of these other crypto performers. We know XRP actually, this is its second great day in a row. I'm sure that note from the New York Post helping XRP up about 10% right now. Solana here up about 5% on the same note, but Bitcoin and Ethereum a little down. Everything else, though, generally to the upside here in the crypto space, guys.
Apple has a sell program on it, and it's now down at it's down 2 points. This is the low from 2 days ago. So as it continues to bleed, when I say it's a sell program, I was asked the other day, like, how do you know it's a sell program? And it's one of those, like porn, you know it when you see it. Yeah, this is really? What it looks like. Oh, it's sort of obvious. Like a lot of times it'll be disguised a little bit better. There is nothing hidden about what's going on in Apple right now. So the logic being, when it's already down this far, the way I looked for the Tesla reversion was kind of the similar thing. It wasn't this kind of a trend line. It was much different on Tesla. Like it was kind of like higher lows in there. This is just one straight on the 3 minute. And if it closes above the trend line, I'm going to go long. And I might work a different trend line off of like 34 or something if it continues to steep move into the downside. That is insane what is happening now on Apple. And I think just a one shot is probably going to be worth it. You don't necessarily want to catch a falling knife here, but I think looking for like one shot is going to make a little bit of sense. Big time movement to the downside on Apple. It's clearly like the market doesn't. This is the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is actually trying to hold everybody. Like it's holding right here, just barely in the red. The ES is doing something very similar in spite of everything you're seeing in Apple. This market is trying to get back and trying to bounce, and a lot of this bleeding probably due to what we're seeing over there in Apple. Now, the only thing I'm still in is Mara, which is just kind of holding VWAP in here. So we jumped back into it when it regained. We got out when it lost VWAP. We got back in when it regained VWAP, and we'll look to see if that can push back in toward the highs. It would certainly help if Bitcoin could get going. It would help if the market could also make a bit of a power move as well. So Apple, not looking very good, but that is very distinct what you guys are seeing down there. And I have to acknowledge it. But I'm just going to be very, very patient. I think you just look for that one shot to take the reversion trade. And if it gets to VWAP, great. Scalp it on the way to the upside. But I'm tracking this now. You have to. Apple doesn't usually move like this.
All right, yeah. We've been still on the same. Oh, you know what I want to look at? I said I want to look at some Coinbase right now. We got, oh, by the way, there's the 50-period moving average. We're just going to keep doing that on Tesla. But no more. We've stopped doing it now. 417. Like now we're waiting for VWAP. I'm waiting for 417.30s. Let's see if we can get $1 higher right now on that name. Crypto's going nuts, man. That's a great story. I didn't even realize about that Solana and XRP. I think that's crazy for some of those names as they continue to go higher there. We will go over to Adara. Again, just a quick check on those prices just because of that story. So right now, XRP 330 up 10%. Right now, Solana 208 up 5%. What's up, A?
Is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience where you can analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data can lead to instant trading, so you can know where the market's moving before others. With lightning fast data and charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster, your way. There's better back testing and scanning, so you can predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data provides up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets, everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Elevate your trading.
Yeah,
and,
like that.
One of the things that you can probably, I'm going to make a strong assumption, find is relative volume, moving average, things that are hugging moving averages for sure with eSignal. Like we said, Apple has got a very obvious pattern that you're seeing here. I'm jumping back over to, I still have Apple up on another chart, so I want to make sure if it breaks that trend, I'm going to be able to get it. But Tesla's coming back into that 413. That's that support that we liked. It's just where it bounced at VWAP yesterday. So if it can make another push, revert a trend at that point, I'd still look for another entry into the long on Tesla. Mara's still doing the same thing it was before. Okay, Apple, is this going to be the green candle? And I say the green candle, there actually has been a green candle on the 3-minute chart. This would be the second green candle on a 3-minute chart. It looks like it's trying to make the break. I should slap a 1 minute up. When it gets down like this, sometimes you want to slap a 1 minute up because it's already breaking. It's already breaking trend here. I'm going to nibble in front of 232 because this is already broken trend. I can eyeball it. I know what's happened. It broke that local high. The local bottom is 232. And if it breaks it on the 3-minute, that can be a reason to add to the position on Apple. I guess the idea being that whomever is the program seller has stopped for temporarily or has just lightened up a little bit. So, like clearly it broke that trend and broke that prior bar. If it closes above this one, and it looks like it's going to try to maybe nibble a little bit more, still going to be giving it to 32. And I don't even know about VWAP. The way this is selling, looking for a VWAP bouncing is a little bit extreme, but Apple finally making a little bit of a turn here. Let's see if we can get to 233 on the bleed. Those iPhone sales in China, it's like how many times do we get notes like that and it just doesn't even matter? Today it does.
Yeah, great look on Apple. The thing is, too, like you identified that there was something going on it, right? I mean, you're going to hop over to that.
Much like Palantir.
Yep.
No, I didn't.
Oh, someone else
did?
The
chat was undefeated. Good. I didn't see no Palantir at $70. I didn't see this program on Apple. I didn't even have Apple up. I had Tesla, Hood, AMD, Intel. I got a bunch of other stuff. AMAT we're watching today. Apple actually wasn't on my list of things to look at today. But shout out to the chat. Like, you guys are
you guys noticed. Someone noticed something there, and it was good for the chat.
Community.
Yeah, exactly. We always talk about that, and unity, of course, as you get ready for that. I wonder if anything had ever come of that 420 post or that weird little cryptic post that
Roaring Kitty
our friend had there. Let's go check out Unity quickly here. Unity's, oops, that's Unity in Blue Ocean. Not open yet, Unity in Blue Ocean, of course. Unity.ny. When was it? Just before Christmas, I think that he was, or just before the new year, I think he tweeted that. Remember, he put the date out 01, 09, something like that.
Yeah, it was in December.
It was in December there. So yeah, so there's a big bump up there for Unity. Maybe it wasn't in around here, November 18th or something. I don't know. But nice little bump up there for Unity. Another bump there. So it's $20, actually holding not too bad for Unity down there at $20, but down 2%. Okay, it's Sector Watch time with Adara over at the screen.
We've seen a pretty scattered and kind of flat up and down performance for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. That's pretty much reflected in the sector board. We have some green sectors, some red sectors, but a lot that are doing pretty choppy action. Retail trade pretty flat here. Energy minerals, health technology relatively flat, consumer non-durables, and communication. But Tesla actually the only significantly red name in an otherwise flat consumer durable sector. Let's talk, though, about some of this strength. Utility is a pretty good look. Commercial services, producer manufacturing, finance. Electronic technology, though, being brought down by Apple, actually has some strong names like NVIDIA and Broadcom. And technology services has a little bit mixed performance as well. Netflix, CRM, Oracle to the upside. Meta and Google to the downside here. I do want to note as well health services, which is, I would say, the only sharply red sector on the day. UNH here leading this group to the downside on their earnings. They did beat on some metrics, but missed on others. So United Healthcare, which we know has been on watch since the fatal shooting of the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, this one continuing to push to the downside, actually breaking below 520 this morning, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, like literally seconds ago, I saw in the chat, Sean James just said, if you like red slides, look at UNH. It's not about liking red slides. I mean, who does ultimately? As a trader, you go long, you go short, you can play action, but you don't really hope that stocks go down. I never really want to see that. UNH missed on revenue and, of course, not looking very good. But I didn't want to see this on Apple either. Look, man, I'm like everybody else. I own Apple in my long term. But here's the problem with Apple. It broke the trend, and it looks like it's going to break the prior bar low. Now, obviously, the prior bar low is in here, but when we're adding on this breakout, so we took that break, we took that break. Now, if it can't hold on to the 232 even, no mas. Just going to give it a shot. I'm still offering 33s, 33 half, and then we'll play it by ear if it gets out and about and above. And Intel just came in as well. So load. Intel chart's been weird today. Still weird. For some reason, Intel, my Intel chart, I'm sure everyone else is fine, looking a little bit weird. But it just wicked the 60 level. VWAP's not going to be right on this chart, so don't worry about it. But this market is trying to come back in, so I'm shorting it, giving it to 60 on Intel. So Apple, we're still long. I am remiss to look over at AMAT. So suffice to say, it didn't pull back into VWAP after pulling back off the high of the day. AMAT now up 5 points. This is the thing, that TSM move, AMAT is strong, LAM is strong. We knew ASML, these types of names were going to be relatively strong. I will say one thing about ASML, if you're trading this, in about 45 minutes, it's going to close in Europe, and the volume really dries up on it. So it's an expensive stock. Most people wouldn't trade it anyways, but it's those suppliers, and they're the ones that are doing really well here today. Mara now has a weird thing going on. We bought off VWAP, was able to get back to 1825. Now all of a sudden it's holding directly at 1806 at VWAP. So someone's buying it at that exact price. So the shares that we got out, I'm going to get back in at like 7s or 8s right off of that level here on Mara. And just if someone else is buying, then just sort of join the buying party that seems like is happening on VWAP here on MARA. And of course, the second we say it, it starts to bid away.
Well, we're bidding 413.50 on Tesla. It came right in, that's not Tesla. It came right in there to 413.50 and we didn't get filled. It went to 413.65 right there for Tesla. Let's check out Boeing a little bit here to see if there's anything going on that, because it's near that 170 level right now, and a really nice day here for Boeing. Started to take off. Now that we say that, we'll just hit a plane. All right, took off today, Boeing, down into the 200 period moving average. So a great little level there. Those of us that look at that, can you take a look at that? Hit it there again, blast off. There to the upside goes Boeing. So a nice little take there for anybody interested in that name. I like Boeing. I know Neil has been a recent buyer of that. And I think, again, monopolistic companies are good ones to hold, especially if you're in a more longer term time frame, because they're not going anywhere. They will have their ups and downs, but Boeing, again, their new CEO, new little game plan coming through, bounce off of. I always think when you have this, I always like to see at least one more test sort of the 50 period moving average, but we might have got it right there. So you're getting close enough right now. I think if you're long Boeing, you're probably long until 160 on a swing. And as I just said, for longer term, like the stock anyways. So good job there for Boeing.
They can't let them fail.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I think that if you're looking at a business, it's a good business.
You want a stat?
Yeah, I love stats.
Over 50%, south of 16, north of 50% of Boeing's revenue comes from the U.S. government.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So
they're in. Don't they have contracts with NASA and everything like that?
Yeah,
they're not
the other part of the equation.
Yeah, they're not just making these airplanes. But
Apple tried, Apple failed. It was one shot.
Apple.
Look at this. This is relentless on Apple. So I had the long here, essentially at 220, 232.5. We got in blended price, giving it to the prior bar low on the reversion. It went about 20, 30 cents in the money, but when a stock has bled $7 off the top, probably not looking for that on a mean reversion, but to each their own. You're just going to continue to flush here on Apple. It might just take another more parabolic move or something crazier to the downside for it to catch a turn. Maybe 230 even when you look at that daily chart as well. So looking very, very nasty. Bitcoin's holding up nicely. That buying that was happening on Mara, the second you notice someone's just sitting there at 1806, jump on the bid and the stock heads back higher. So I'm going to get on the offer in front of that 25 again. Just takes them out, rinse and repeat off of VWAP. This stock is at least holding VWAP and looking strong. Everything else looking very heavy and very weak. Although Bearded Warrior Trades in the chat says Alphabet is strong.
Ooh, bearded. The bearded one.
Yeah, I will never be I shouldn't say never. Never say never. I'm a firm believer in that. I am very unlikely to be the bearded trader warrior. That's not going to be me. But Alphabet at the high of day and almost going green.
What?
That
like to hear that.
That looks pretty strong. We do like to hear that on Alphabet. We'd also like to see the market catch a bit more of a bid here. The only thing I am short is very late on Intel. I'll probably just close and reopen that chart. But the other name that we haven't even been talking about it's AMD. They're the ones that got the downgrade.
Chill.
They're the ones that can't catch a bid. Just chilling out at those lows. I keep thinking that will get to VWAP for a short, and it wants no part of it. And then here comes Tesla again, 413. Wow.
Yeah, we're We're on some Tesla here, but I don't know. We're long now, 413.30. We're now $1 in the money again here on Tesla. So let's just wait to see where it goes. We did want to dip by that trade. We keep on talking about it. So if we're talking about something, we're most likely doing it. So there it is right there on Tesla. I mean, I spend all day looking at these things. Might as well put a couple trades on. So there it goes, Tesla, 313.50. We did take a couple outs there. North, we just got filled at 414 quarters right there. It's going to drop through probably right now goes Tesla. Boom goes a dynamite the other way now on TSLA. So not a great trade to hold on to. That's why we scalp out. Here it comes right back into the low of the day again goes Tesla. Market goes boom. Tesla goes boom to the downside right there. But hey, we took profit on it, honestly, on that trade. So it's going to be okay for us. We will wind up, I'll have to check. We'll wind up down on Tesla on that trade, I would think, because it broke. But our ins were like 35s, breaking back down through 30. There's the pop back up again. All right, it's just so volatile, man. We need to find some shorts. We've only been long today. Look, it's a great day today.
Short seller report on RCAT.
I saw that.
RCAT, okay, so there it goes. RCAT to the downside. Well, Hindenburg is closed, so who was it there? Muddy Waters?
I didn't catch it. I didn't catch who it was. Maybe it was Kerrisdale, but we'll see in a second. I just only heard it. I haven't actually read it. Kerrisdale Capital, so it is Kerrisdale Capital. Down 9% is Red Cat. Underneath that $10 level and looking, again, pretty nasty. I just want to make sure we got that one to you. Okay, Tesla might be able to revert this one on Tesla. I have a 1 minute up just because I want to be able to see these a little bit more clean. But at the same level that it did a trend reverse before, it's going to try and do it again. So we close. Here's going to try and close above the trend line, give it to the prior bottom. Oh, that's a big, strong bar. Should try to nibble. That could be a temporary low on Tesla.
Yeah,
there is the close.
Same thing.
You just see that? The bid just jumped the second it closed above that trend line on Tesla.
I mean, I really like the stock. I don't want to get people thinking that we don't like it. It's just the fact is like it's not performing that well right now, Tesla, against some of these levels. I'm not going to get back in. I'm going to wait to see if it does do something off of this level here. And of course, what we're talking about is 413. I mean, the market's bouncing here, man. I just don't want to punch it, though. All right, we'll see if we get something low on it. Let me go over to NVIDIA, another name that I know I like to dip by if possible. There's that 136 on NVIDIA. Wasn't that a level that we liked? Oh, we liked 236 on Apple. We can go back over to Apple and have a quick look. Let's punch a little bit here on NVIDIA, just in case. I mean, it looks like we could bounce off of these levels. So we're going to go into into NVIDIA right there, right now. I did want to check Apple to see what kind of, see what kind of levels we're at there for Apple. 231. Apple really getting, I know you were just on Apple, but Apple really on that program there, like just straight to the downside, really getting hit. Wow. We liked Apple 236 at the beginning of the day. This name getting absolutely crushed, AAPL. But there goes NVIDIA, Neil. Boy, oh boy, did we pick the right one, or maybe your Tesla, maybe if you're in that, probably trying to go as well. So far, so good here on the first trade of the day for me on NVIDIA. Let's go, man. That's a 30-cent winner. We'll slap it up a little bit there. Get back some of that money that we lost on Tesla right back in there on NVDA. So we went into that name. Let's see where it goes from here.
Yeah, let's see where it tries to go. I just looked over, like thinking there was going to be a revert on Apple when that market bounce happened.
Me too.
Absolutely not. But we're back in on Tesla at that 413 level. Look, if it can't hold 413, all bets are going to be off at that point. At the same time, I am tracking over to Apple because it's almost at $230. So it's $1 away from the recent support at 230. Going to offer, just like the last bounce, going to offer into the resistance on Tesla. And then if it gets to 416, we'll be happy if it can get to the 416 level on Tesla. There's just been, I know the selling's been like above 416, but it hasn't really breached 417. So we'll sell it into that level. It just tagged 414 and a half. All right, Apple as well. So that's Tesla. Apple's about to break 231 to the downside. This is going to be juicy if it ever does a reversion. But the trend, look at how ridiculously linear that trend is. I've never seen this on Apple. Not once. Not once have I seen a sell program like this on Apple. Someone is unloading.
They're unloaded.
You know what? If it doesn't make a bounce this morning, patience through lunch. Because if you see a wall, like a support level just start to form on Apple when things calm down, maybe the program turns off, that could be the better entry for Apple. Let's just work. Like, other things are making bounces and going. Like this is like, look at Tesla. There were actual bounce plays on Tesla. Apple is just a different beast right now.
Yeah, I could definitely appreciate that talk. I mean, that's you know, trying to find the opportunities where they lie is part of the problem all the time. Like there's so many different names, as Neil was mentioning there. Like if you can see something that you think you can take advantage of, like potentially that sell program or whatever it happens to be there on Apple, I mean, you want to get into there and see if there's something that makes some kind of sense to you, because, you know, the way that, you know, I'll trade, Neil will trade, anybody will trade, it has to, at the end of the day, it has to make sense to you. Like if you see a trade, you're like, you know what, I don't know why Sean would take that, then don't take it, right? And ask us questions. We talk about opening it up in the chat all the time with you. So let us know if there's anything that sort of, you know, you're scratching an itch, you want to talk about a stock, you want to talk about a trade, anything like that. So we're getting some more out here at 56.57 on NVIDIA. Again, it's 10:53. It's not that we're getting close, because we go right into the midday show, which is with Joe and Sharif, and that should be another killer of a show. The last couple ones have been absolutely on fire, as they always are. So we appreciate all that trading that they do for you in the midday show as well. And we have, of course, the most popular thing is the Playmaker poll, and that will be happening one more time here today after, I think it was a big win yesterday, I thought it was maybe, and it's a positive strategy. So good job there by everybody working on that Playmaker.
The long will be different today. The timing of it, though,
let's see. I mean, what are people going to bet? I mean, right now the market's flat.
Yeah, but everyone's gonna look. It's gonna be long. Because it's always long.
Yeah.
No, it's just like, I think it's 100% of the time the Playmaker poll has been to the long side. But we'll see today if you guys change your minds. Let's go to Adara. It's already 10:55.
Oh my.
Just a couple minutes left here until the end of the session. I really want to quickly announce we have a new post here on TTV Research. It's going to be the weakest S&P 500 tickers so far in 2025. As hinted earlier, Palantir is number 10, and it's actually much worse when you look at its performance on the NASDAQ, though that'll be a post coming up here. But Edison International, which was hit pretty hard by the California wildfires due to its California subsidiary here, they're actually down about 24%. Constellation Brands down 18%. Moderna number 3 here. They were also one of the worst performers last year. This year, they're third as of year to date right now this year. PCG, also the downside, Las Vegas Sands on semiconductor, Hershey's, Brown-Forman, Lamb Weston, and of course Palantir. So a lot of performers here underperforming this year. If you want to look at this graphic on your own, check out TTV Research on X. Also really quickly here is a bit of a money talks, if you will. It's worth noting. Seeing this note here from Wells Fargo economists, they're saying they're expecting a decline here in the 10-year Treasury yield because we have even though we have a lot of strength in the U.S. economy, that outlook does have some potential for changes due to the U.S. trade policy. We do know that a lot of economists and even Fed members are basically saying they don't really know how to necessarily have or adjust their targets due to the potential tariffs and trade policy changes that could be made by incoming President Donald Trump. So they said because of that, there could be some concerns here about a decline of the 10-year Treasury. They actually also have forecasts here for 2 cuts from the Fed this year for rates after a, quote, prolonged hold. So unlike Bank of America, which is actually seeing rate hikes, Wells Fargo does think we'll have a couple cuts, but there'll be a lot of holds before that point. So a bit of an economic outlook here from Wells Fargo. Back to you.
Adara?
Thank you, Adara. And Escape Planet asks, what is your thesis on Intel? Well, my general thesis on Intel is they need to actually hire a CEO that can manage the turnaround of a lot of mismanagement and falling back way behind on technology and a bit of a lack of focus, missing out on AI because they were kind of too laser focused on a few other things. But you probably weren't asking about that. You probably were just curious about the trade. So, and again, Intel's been a bad stock, bad company for a while. So very quickly, here's a 15-minute chart on Intel.
Shit.
It's basically, if we come to my chart, we have like 3 minutes to go here. So there is the highs yesterday. There is some prior resistance here to about 1975. It failed, broke. The market was going with it. Now you're consolidating off of prior resistance. It's not exactly 1960 here, but it's a 1950 to 1960. The idea just being playing the trend lower high, shorting it here and giving it to that local top. If we trend continue down, then I have a stock that was weak this morning. And if the market stays weak, then that's what I want to be in. Scalp some to the low of the day. If it breaks, I think we can see 19.2. But stop is right above this. This is a 15-minute chart, that 1960 level on Intel. So Apple is doing it again. where it's trying to break trends. So just quickly, I'm going to mention that, and then I'll get over to show you guys. Tesla did get the first, it tracked the resistance at 414 change. It got to 415. Let's see if it can get to 416. Do not want this losing that 413 level here on Tesla. So a couple of bounces off the 413 level already. And if you're wondering where that comes from, it literally bounced off VWAP at this even dollar price yesterday. So not the full move being put in, but at least the afternoon move being put in and coming back down on Tesla, where it's been able to catch a bid twice now off that 413 level. Apple, so we'll try it again. I've already swung once and failed on a reversion on Apple. It just did another one in here. Same principle. I'll zoom in so you can see.
Like what the?
Take it breaking the prior bar, and we'll give it to the prior bar low. So that's just underneath 231 and a third. And I feel like it's the kind of trade that should only need to work once. But if Apple continues this trend to the downside, it just doesn't matter. Like I said, haven't really seen this kind of a program on Apple ever before. I'm sure it's happened. It's just never happened while I've been watching. I can promise you that. So bit of a unique situation. Usually you're doing this kind of a trade on a chip name or a quantum name, but today it just happens to be Apple. Unabated. It's kind of weird what's happening, but it's real. And you got to be able to respect the price action. I'm questioning why I wasn't a seller of some Apple at the high.
I know, right? It's a tough trade. You know, we always say you never want to really get out of Apple too much, but
yeah, it's like own it,
that
but
was
don't
probably
trade it.
a decent level.
There we go, Tesla. At least, see, it's like Apple went just now on that last little pump in the futures. The futures just pumped like 30 points.
Go NVIDIA.
Just got that 416 on Tesla, so we'll take that.
Whoosh.
Apple bounced in that same candle 15 cents. Tesla just bounced $1 on that candle, and this is what just happened in Apple. It's barely even registering. Wow, that is insane how weak this stock is. So make a decision, either scalp trade this or tighten it up or both. Maybe it's not worth giving it back to the prior bar because where is the buying on this thing? So maybe a tighter stop on Apple. But Tesla definitely has worked a few times here off that 213 level and coming into VWAP as we speak. Apple's going to give it a try. It's already 11 o'clock. Yeah. That means, we'll be back at 2.
Perfect.
And of course, this afternoon, Aftermarket Show is going to also have the Brecher Ledge back that we'll be able to talk about. But for now, it's going to be the Bash Brothers. And I feel like the timing of that Playmaker trade, it's like you never get to go long off the actual low that gets made. We're always chasing that move with the Playmaker trade. Let's see how it goes today. We got the Bash Brothers locked and loaded. Good one this morning. Let's kick it on over to learn to trade. And whatever the lesson is today.
Yeah.
Today. We got the Bash Brothers locked and loaded. Good one this morning. Let's kick it on over to learn to trade. And whatever the lesson is today.
Yeah.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and we are not wearing the same thing today.
No, sir.
Let's wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. All right, we're gonna try to shout out some new people today. Shout out to Sarah Bradette. I see you. One Micro Trader, as well as Benson, the Huts, Kahlua. That's usually the weekend, though. No, true. Cesar Sandoval, he's an OG. Let's keep going. I'm gonna have to skip some names, guys. We want to see some new people. We got Jimmy J. The Sankofa, yeah, I've seen you before. Shout out to T-Money as well. Stock Up Whiskey 26, that's a new one. Stewart's a new one for me as well. Ryan Felipe and Mad Parks update. We got Smokey Love. Yes, this is what I want to see. Damien. We got Trixie Hobbitary. Okay. EVO Hugs. We got Epic Strategy and Carlo Verdinio, Red Candle Magnet. Tell me if you're long or short, please.
Oh, Red Candle Magnet.
Simmers down. These are good, Joseph. Batags. We got CD Roofing. And who else we got over here? Damien Tarsa. Twitch Fanzu, and we got Mary L. We got Buy the Drip. Yeah, I've seen that one before, but I like it. We got Jose Ravi Fernandez and B Trader. Shout out to Ande Brooks as well as Jared or Jarhead. trader, my bad. Zaylin, GM Lord. We got mentally unemployable. Good luck to you, my man. Dev H and Mikdad Muhammad. We got Tisha, actually it's Tisha. We got Jerome Hutt. Who else? Tobbs B. Who else we got over here? Come on. Parth Gandhi and Water Lover?
Water lover.
I'm a water lover.
I'm a big water guy.
I can get behind that.
Hydration.
Shout out to Trader
Nation,
TV, baby. Branded bottles. Good morning, Joseph. How it goes, my man?
Good, brother, good. I mean, a little bit of a mixed bag this morning.
about it.
No questioning that. One thing that is slightly disappointing for me anyways, unless you're a bear maybe, is TSM. A little bit of chop and churn there on that front, but you got something in the opening drive and not some bad numbers. I mean, from a year-over-year perspective, putting up some fantastic numbers is TSM, but we got a lesson today, and I know you're going to want to touch on something before we dive into it.
Absolutely. There's not too many, sadly, small cap gappers that are really doing all that well. Let's just be honest about it. The highest percentage winner right now since the bell rung is DATS. It's up a light 54 1/3%. I happen to like that one. That's the top left corner over here. Kind of looks bull flaggish. Not really respecting the volume weighted average price, so I'm hesitant to want to base anything off it, but I do see higher low wicks and a bit of a compression pattern with lower highs, but it is it looks sound. There's also TMC. This one, the chart pattern is not bad. This one was running yesterday as well. But the only concern with this bad boy is the volume. It be light, baby. The chart pattern, as I mentioned, looks good, but it's got to have a decent amount of volume to really be able to have a tighter spread so we can get in and get out without trouble. Our cap, though, is going to be on focus. I don't usually short these small cap gappers, but this one is a bit of a unique situation with the short report coming out midday. Shout out to Neil for calling that out. I'm going to keep my eye out on RCAT. I've got Holo, GTech, and ARQQ, but I got to tell you, I'm not really, I don't have too much in the way of ambition that today's a good day for small cap gappers. We'll trade what we can, but if we got to look at the Meg, we got to look at the Meg. What's the lesson today about?
Because Sharif, we're heading into some into earnings season. So I mean, we got to talk some options with earnings. So that's straddles and strangles and how to take advantage of some of these these earnings reports, guys. All right, so let's get right into it here. Sorry, just managing some stuff, and then sure enough, we will dive right in. So here we go, folks. Let's get the party started. For those, we've gone over this before, but again, it was kind of out of season when we did it, but now we're in season, just in the early stages of earnings. Sorry, guys. And yeah, so let's look what we can do and take advantage of that, because we know how options work. We can't open or close positions after the market or before the market. So we need to learn how to take advantage before the market, so we can do that with some straddles and strangles. And this is what we're going to be going over: the expected move, open interest, and of course implied volatility, because we're going to be paying for that with these contracts that you may be purchasing. All right, folks? So let's get right into it. So straddles can be classified as an intermediate level option strategy, best utilized when large increases in implied volatility are expected, including large expected moves. So those kind of go hand in hand there. So what we're looking at here is earnings announcements. We are rolling into earnings season, so this is why I wanted to bring this forward and just give you guys a reminder, all right? So consists of two options contracts with the same strike and expiration date. So stock XYZ is trading at $50. What we do here is we buy one at the money call and we buy one at the money put. That's as simple as it is, okay? That is a straddle, okay? So essentially what you're doing is you're just buying two contracts at the money, and what the objective of this is you need one to drastically outweigh the other in order to become profitable here, all right? So sorry guys, just let me manage this.
Yeah, I can.
No, that's all right. I'm good. Oh, I did not want to do that. Damn. Okay. Anyways, yeah, it's okay. Trade. So okay, here we are. Same thing again, guys. Trade is most profitable when a significant move is made in either direction or a large increase in implied volatility. All right. So max potential loss is the total debit paid for both contracts. So really risk adverse. That's something that's really, really positive about these, is that the amount that you pay for these contracts is the amount that you can lose. Do you necessarily want to lose that amount? No. So you can set a stop loss. But again, you're trying to play the earnings announcement so that won't get triggered in the post-market or in the pre-market, okay? And we'll go over a little trick on how, if you play this strategy, you can lock in some of those gains, okay? So we'll touch on that in a second. But yeah, guys, we'll take a quick break and then we'll go and we'll look on the options chain and see what Adair is up to.
It's actually a pink sheet or over-the-counter stock, but it's worth noting here, Bill Ackman actually just released, apparently here, a full 104-slide presentation with a 1-hour-plus recording talking about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. We know that he's talked about this in the past, openly admitting that I guess his group, Pershing Square, they're very much down on their investment there in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. But regardless, interesting stuff here, I guess, with FNMA, and that would be Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac as well here. Keep an eye on those tickers if you're trading these over-the-counter stocks, because that is a pretty hefty presentation. Apparently, this was released about 17 hours ago, but it's now, or I guess it was initially teased 17 hours ago, came out today at 9 a.m., being circulated now on social media. Keep an eye on those tickers, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Much appreciated, guys. All right, so here we are on the options chain, and this is what it would look like when you construct a straddle, okay? So here's your profit profile right here, guys. So you can see if you stay within that range, which is very tight, you're not going to be profitable on that trade. But once you exceed that kind of at the money and you move from that, you deviate from those prices, that's when you start to become profitable, okay? And make sure if you guys have any questions, put them in the chat. We'll do the best that we can to answer those. So again, here's a look at it. And one thing that I really want to point out here with the straddle is that when you execute this trade or when you open it, the goal is you need to beat the expected move, and we'll go over that shortly. But when you have two at-the-money contracts, what you want is one to significantly outweigh the other, all right? And then when that increase in implied volatility steps in, it'll also help mitigate the loss on the other hand. But you need one contract to significantly outweigh the other, okay, guys? So here we go. Let's get into some strangles. Is an option strategy that consists of buying out the money calls and puts in the same expiration cycle, okay? So here's an example. Stock XYZ is trading at $50. You buy a 55 call and buy a 45 put, okay? So this holds a little bit more of a bias. The strangle also requires a significant move in the stock price, or IV, again, in order to become profitable in this trade. Due to the large profit potential, the strategy does have a lower probability of profit as well. Unlike the straddle, the max loss is the total debit paid for the long call and long put. You can create a more directional bias strangle by offsetting the deltas on the long call and put, okay? So again, what you would do is if you have your contracts and you're like, hey, I want to create a strangle, but I hold a little bit more bias to the one side, so you can just offset those contracts utilizing your delta, okay, guys? So here we go. This is how you would construct a strangle. Here we have identical deltas on this front. And then, sorry, you don't see the profit profile here, but this is what you're looking at. The probability of profit is only around 41%. But then here you are, the max loss is the total debit paid on those contracts. So the max loss is $1,135, but you can obviously set that to something else, okay? But reminder, you cannot have that stop order executed in the pre or post market, okay? So that is the strangle, guys. So these are some examples. So this is what you want to look at, and these are prime examples of exceeding that expected move and what the ideal price action is looking like for the straddles and strangles, okay? So this is what you want to see. These are after the earnings report. You see the similarity in the time on Tesla and AMD. This was previous quarter. So here we go, and which is insane, Sharif. If you look at the price of Tesla here, $239 before the last report. Yeah, so there we go. We have on that one. And then AMD, $154.
Like
yeah, exactly. So there we go, one depreciating and one appreciating. So this is what you want. When you construct a straddle and you open that right before the report or right before the close, this is what you want to see, okay? You want to exceed that expected move. You want price action to appreciate drastically so that your long call or your long put eventually outweighs the other, okay? So here's another example on PLTR, crazy, $46 when this was taken. Prime example of exceeding that expected move and the price action that you want to see. And then here is meta, not necessarily the case. The chances are that come the market opening the next day, you're going to take a little bit of a loss because we did not exceed those moves, okay? And the same thing with NVDA. Here's a prime example of if you were to open a straddle just before the market close and then this prints, the chances are you're gonna get hit on that IV and you're going to take a little bit of a loss on that trade. But if you're lucky, IV will pay for that, and then you can get out there out of this trade scratch-free, all right? So there's an example. So let's go over the expected move. Refers to the amount a stock is anticipated to move up or down from its current price. This concept is derived from the implied volatility of the options and provides a forecast of potential price movement with a specific time frame. If a stock's weekly expected move is 10%, then the stock's price is expected to be plus or minus 10% within the next week, okay? So implied volatility, this is a measure of the market's expectation of how much the stock price will fluctuate. Higher implied volatility can indicate a greater expected move. We know that with higher implied volatility comes options premiums. So you will increase options premiums. So you will be paying for that implied volatility, okay? So here's an example of what you would what we would look at for expected moves rolling into earnings. I put Pan W for my guy up here because we had I was looking at the earnings last time, and then we had NVDA as well too. So you can see the implied volatility and the expected moves on that front, okay, guys? So you can use these tools. You can also calculate your own expected move. It's the at-the-money straddle minus the two premiums times 0.18 or something along those lines. I'm pretty sure I'm correct on the formula, but again, fact check me, chat, if I am wrong. But it's the at-the-money straddle, subtract those two contracts, the two premiums, and then times 0.18, something along those lines. And here we go. Open interest. So in options trading refers to the total number of outstanding contracts that have been settled. It provides an outlook of the number of active positions in a particular contract rather than just the total volume traded, all right? So it's an indicator of market activity. Open interest is often used to gauge the level of activity and liquidity in the options market. Higher open interest indicates more active trading and greater liquidity, okay? So when you see those large orders of open interest in those whole and half dollars, those are great targets as well too, all right? So money flow, increasing options interest suggests that new money is flowing into the market, while decreasing open interest indicates outflows of the market, all right? So here's an example of just some high open interest, and you can see at those whole and half dollar strike prices. So you can see at 165 you got 70K, and then at 60 you have 90K, and then the quarters don't really have that much, the 175 halves. Those aren't the most utilized contracts, all right? So that's why when people are trading, they like those whole and half dollars, okay? So here's another example on the put side, and you can go to the whole and half dollar, and then that's where you're going to see the most open interest, and you can utilize those as profit targets, all right? So let's close this up, guys. So what we want to do is locate stocks with high-level catalysts in the upcoming days, depict which option strategy you want to implement, whether it's a straddle or a strangle. Check the expected move the options market is pricing in, and then look for high levels of open interest, guys. So hopefully that helped you guys and gave you a little bit of insight on straddles and strangles and help you take advantage of earnings other than just using common stock. What do you got going on, man?
All right, man. Let's talk about the trades we've got on DAX. We got into this one on the break of 660. I scalped into 7, got stopped out for the last remaining out through the break of 660. I wish I gave this a bit more room because it popped back up. I tried to use that 660 area over here that we rejected off multiple times as my area out. That was not the right idea. Or if it was, I should have given it a bit more room knowing that this was a little volatile right now. So keeping my eye on that. I'm also still involved in RCAT to the downside. You know, a few pennies in the money. We've got some outs here in the low 90s. I'm waiting in the low 80s, but this is short sale restricted now. So in case you don't know what that is, once a stock is down 10% or up, up and down. It's short down, right, Neil? Is it both? It has to be down, sorry, down. So down 10%, it no longer becomes allowable to short on a downtick. You got to short on an uptick. The whole point of that is to prevent the bleeding, so to speak. So once that 10% level gets triggered, it gets a little bit harder to obviously short because you got to wait for upticks. And as a result, the down moves become a bit more subdued. So that's what I'm involved in right now, looking for that print at 80s. We've just taken very small outs, still holding the majority of the position, waiting for this bad boy to, you know, choose what it wants to do. It's putting in lower highs with respect to that 1030 pop, and then we got a 1020 pop, then we got a 1005 pop. So I'm anticipating the lower highs to mean we also get a break through that 980-ish area. So keeping my eye on that. I'm gonna keep my eye on the mag as well. The mag just got a bit of a down move over here as the future had recovered above 21,450, but down we go again, and now we are testing 21,400 yet again. That is the closing print on the NQ March contract. So this is the break-even point right now that we're currently at, 21.4. It's still lower highs. I mean, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see that area crest at 3 a.m. this morning. That's as high as we would get on the future at 21,567. And then each successive crest is lower than its predecessor, with also lower lows as well. So a bit of a downward channel right now on the market, and I'm going to keep my eye on that for any possible shorts on the mag. With respect to the small cap gappers, I got to tell you, there's not a whole lot going on here. We had a good trade on DATS. FSI is starting to look like it might be a little bit better of a looker than DATS, but I'm not going to base anything off VWAP. Like, this one makes it awfully hard. I'm talking about FSI right now to trade my setup. My setup requires 3 basic rules. That it has a definable pre-market high, which this one doesn't. That it be trading above the definable pre-market high subsequent to the bell, which this one obviously can't. And it has to be above VWAP. This one has spent basically 50% of the time above VWAP and 50% of the time below. So why am I looking at it then? Well, number one, it's up 50% more, and it's got a symphony of higher lows with a flat top. Flat top being at 6 with higher lows. So this one becomes a candidate for an ascending wedge and a flat top break through that $6. It's about setting up the right way. So how do we set up the right way? What's the move here? Well, as I perceive it, it looks like it's got the higher low situation, basically at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. It's not a strict look in that regard. Like, I mean, over here, we don't touch the 20, nor do we over here. Here we get awfully close. Here we double wick off the 20 and then move above that 575 area where we had topped out. So my estimation is the money fills on FSI are going to be near the low end of this range. Now, if you want to base it on the 20, have at it. If you want to draw an incline trend line over here and try to base it off that trend line, have at it as well. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. In fact, I kind of like it right now. So I'm going to weasel on over to FSI. It doesn't trade on the NASDAQ, so let's try New York. No, New York either, so Amex it is. Did it pop up? No, we can weasel in here. I can certainly work my way with a DCA into that $5 area. I don't have to have bottom wick. So right now we're long FSI at 537. I absolutely will be interested in adding to this one in and around the let's say 515 area. So I'll layer my orders because I may not get the entire fill at 515, and then we'll put a couple orders, one at 520, one at 515, and then I gotta tell you, anything below this low area over here at 490, we're gonzino. So we're gonna take small size on this one. I think today warrants small size on these small cap gappers because you're not getting that continuity, that strength to say, hey, let me get in aggressively. There's a good chance that this curls up. I don't know if that today is the day for it. So weaseled into FSI over here, come what may. Back to ARCAT over here as it dances right at my entry. I am concerned a little bit about ARCAT. So let me make the case here. We got lower highs with that 1030 pop, and then basically 10 being the midpoint. But we also have that 970, 960 dip and pop. So right now what we have is a compression pattern with lower highs and higher lows. But what's the trend that preceded the compression pattern is a downtrend. So this looks awfully like a bull pennant. If it's a bull pennant, then the textbook says it typically resolves in the direction of the trend, which is to the downside. Whether that happens or not, an entirely different story. And whether you're able to stay in the trade while it does that whole thing, that's a different story as well. So I'm going to keep my eye out on RCAT, obviously involved in it, but fully aware of the higher lows and the short sale restriction that could prevent this one from continuing to bleed to the downside. In case you're wondering what's going on with RCAT, it has a short seller report from our very good friends, and I'm kidding, of course, at Carsdale Capital, basically saying, Capital, let me just load it up over here, get a bit of more details. Watching Red Cat Holdings, Carsdale Capital short on shares of the company, issues report titled Red Cat Holdings Flying Blind. I need a little bit more than that, man. Let's see if there's more details. Here we go. Red Cat fell, blah, 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 disclosed it's short, didn't immediately respond to Seeking Alpha's email request for comment. So they don't really have details on it. So I'll have to go to the website if I can, if I have time, and then we can basically see whether the report is kosher or not. Obviously, I won't be able to read on the show. So that's a look right now. FSI and RCAT. One long, one short, Joseph.
Hey, good looks, my friend. Yeah, if we could pull up my chart here real quick and see what we got going on. So yeah, this is what we got cooking up for IBIT here, guys, so far. A nice recovery off the bottom. For all my cam traders, I told you guys this before, I just check the cams every morning to see what's going on. And we were sitting on top of R4, S4, sorry, so that was looking for a bounce. We did break through that and then bounced off another cam pivot that I'm not aware of, but I'm sure that we did at that point. So here we go, added to this position as well too. We did take a little bit of a loss on TSMC, but here we are punched into here and just start parceling out, add on this pullback, and let's see if we can continue to the top side. But let's take a look at spot before we actually take a gander at TSM and see what we got going on. Guys, we drew this yesterday, okay? We drew this trend line yesterday, and sure enough, look what happens here. We bounced right off it, and we bounced off it aggressively, okay? So I think that we're gonna need to see some momentum step into Bitcoin in order for us to break through this, or we just chop around in this and then either pick a direction once price has compressed too much, and then sure enough, everything is bottled up, and then we need to break out and find a specific direction in this underlying asset. But here we are, bouncing off key resistance levels in Bitcoin, and now slowly starting to recover. The overall market is weak. We have Apple selling off aggressively, and as well as NVDA too. So here's Apple, guys, on the 5-minute, and what a micro pullback on this one. Just pure momentum, the purest of pure momentum, headed to the downside on Apple, almost waterfall-esque. And here we are continuing to make new lows, sitting around $230 on AAPL. Let's zoom out a little bit and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. So guys, you know that I was telling Sharif about a little swing that I had, and it's looking like a good play on my behalf because I exited at like 6:30 this morning, and sure enough, here we are playing that double hammer, now breaking it to the downside, which can be slightly alarming and can possibly indicate that, hey, there's going to be some more downside as we break these hammer candles on AAPL. But guys, let's see what Adara's got going on for us at the big desk.
For one, Apple's knocking the door of 230, but that is not the reason I did this throw. I want to let you guys know I actually did read some of this RCAT short report from Carsdale Capital. It is worth noting here, the reports are generally pretty long. I read like the first thesis page, and basically it seems like the core or the crux here of their case against RCAT is basically that Red Cat Holdings, as they put it, their expectations here for a lot of these army deals are detached from reality, specifically because their budget for what they're saying they're going to be getting from the Army contract-wise is insanely inflated to compare to what the Army actually gives in contracts. So the Army budget basically says they have about just under $25 million in 2025 to give to companies and projects like RCAT, but RCAT's saying they're going to be getting $80 million in 2025. So that's more than 3 times the Army's actual budget. They're basically saying that the RCAT administration or ICE managers there are, quote, crafty in reframing these expectations to the point where they're actually divorced from reality and statistical information that we're aware of. Also, apparently, because Red Cat announced this Army contract before the Army allowed it to do so and without the Army's permission, they basically endangered, according to Carsdale Capital, their chances of getting any other contracts. So they're saying that basically RCAT's management is pretty unwise and unrealistic with a lot of their goals here, guys. That's the long and short of it. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Appreciate the update. and the explanation. We'll have to keep an eye on the new, obviously, Defense Department with likely incoming candidate Pete Hegseth having gone through his confirmation hearings. Well, he hasn't been voted in quite yet, but so that'll be interesting there. Sorry, what was that, Andre?
More news with it.
Okay, we're going back to Adara.
Sorry, guys, lots of news today. We do have now a report from Bloomberg News that the U.S. ban on TikTok is now poised to be delayed. We've had a couple headlines this morning suggesting that Donald Trump will try to delay this via an executive order. Now Bloomberg saying that regardless, it's poised to be delayed. Not much of a reaction here from Meta, which is pushing to the upside, but regardless, it is worth noting here. It looks like this potential delay in the ban is becoming increasingly likely. Back to you.
Thank you again for that, Adara. I mean, important stuff, bro. Important stuff.
Sunday is when the ban was going to kick in, no?
Yeah. Well, there's so much information going online about what is going on. So, actually, TikTok itself may have a problem functioning, despite the fact that they're not going to be removed off people's phones, and it's only for the phone carriers and the app stores to stop carrying their app and for it not to be updated anymore. But here's the deal. Oracle hosts most, or I think all of their North American operations. So now all of a sudden Oracle gets put into the crossfire as well. What's their position with respect to the ban? So that's number one. So then people were saying, well, why can't they move it to servers offshore? China, for example, they've got plenty of server capacity there. That was floated as an idea. Latency issues become a problem there because North American users trying to access TikTok are going to obviously have issues as those trans-ocean cables have to carry all that. So that's a problem. That's number two. Number three, obviously Donald Trump throwing a complete curveball with this executive order. Does he even have the power to override a congressional law that was actually passed by Joe Biden, signed into law? That's the other thing. And the fourth thing after that is the Supreme Court still hasn't chimed in. We kind of got a bit of a glimpse of what the justices thought vis-a-vis the questioning that they posited to the lawyers, but by no means do we have anything conclusive. So it's absolutely wild card right now. What the hell goes on?
So that's good for ByteDance, I mean, right? So the longer that it's prolonged, everything
I would say so.
Yeah, so you know what I mean? So they can think like more strategic, like, hey, what are we gonna do here? Because Sharif and I were talking yesterday as well too, just saying having the ability to tap into the American consumer is the ultimate business venture, right? That's what you want to do. Absolutely. You want to be able to tap into the American economy and the consumer there. So to give that all up, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. Will it? Do you think it would collapse TikTok like ByteDance? Is it popular in China? I have no idea.
No, bro. And here's the thing: there's a growing movement. Ram, let me know if you've seen this as well. So not everybody, but a lot of people on TikTok are downloading this.
What is it?
Did you hear about this?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Ram, did you hear about Red Hat? Yeah, so Ram's heard about it. So everybody's downloading Red Hat, which I find to be quite comical. It's like you're leaving one Chinese app to go to another because it's just going to get banned as well.
Exactly.
But apparently the algorithm is really good on that one as well. And a lot of people are migrating over. Funny thing is, it's entirely in Mandarin. You can't, there's not in English. So I was like, go Mandarin, right? Because I'm studying Mandarin, honestly, right? So in any event, this Red Hat thing's making a move online. We'll have to see if it's anything to keep an eye on, Joseph, or just a quick fad.
I'm really curious to know as well, too, guys. So put it in the chat if anybody is more knowledgeable than I am. How will that affect ByteDance? Will it cripple it? Because as I just mentioned, having the ability to tap into the American consumer is absolutely ideal for them. And if that dissipates, if that goes away, then what's going to happen to the company? So yeah, that's what I'm curious about. I personally don't have TikTok or very much social media, so I don't know too much about that one. Yeah, but guys, let's take a look at the top performing sectors thus far. I'm getting a little defensive here as the VIX is up on the session. So utilities sitting in first place, up about 1.7% on the session, the highest of the groups. So real estate being 1.56%, and then the industrials are at 1.12%. All right. So guys, let's take a look at the bottom, and I guess we have a pretty good idea what isn't performing the best, and that's the consumer discretionary. All right. So Tesla selling off quite heavily. We're only down about 0.3% on the session, 0.3. And then the communication services, slightly green, only 0.02%. And I think that's being led by Google. I haven't taken a look at Meta just quite yet, but we will shortly. And then consumer staples in third last there, 0.05%. So yeah, utilities at the top of its class, a little bit of a sector rotation here, guys. Some money coming out of tech and into the utilities and real estate, it seems to be. So we know what Tesla, NVDA, and Apple have been up to. Let's take a quick look at Meta and see what we got up in the comms.
Sorry, guys, it's called a red note, not red hat. My mistake. I misspoke.
Yeah, red note. Okay, so did you download it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did, eh?
Yeah. I got it, baby. My phone's like doubly hacked now.
Oh, yeah. They know everything about you.
There's a hilarious TikTok video going on, and it's like this Asian guy. He's pretending to be the Chinese spy. He's like, "Hello, TikTok. Chinese spy here.
Yeah.
I want to say goodbye. It's been nice knowing you. Jennifer in California, you eat too much, blah, blah, blah." He's like reciting, pretending to be like spying on people's, you know what?
I remember those memes that would be like when they would pretend the Secret Service would text your phone. It's like, yeah, bro, don't do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So here's Meta, guys, slowly climbing higher, still negative on the session. But as Google and Meta continue to crawl higher, I think it can drag the market up. But again, NVDA, Tesla, and Apple extremely weak. So that's where you get that push and pull effect in the market, guys. So, and I mentioned earlier, the VIX is up as well too. So let's take a quick look at the VIX before we send it off back to my guy. And here we are, the volatility or the fear index, guys. And this is where you can see, I mentioned this time and time again, the inverse correlation between them. And sure enough, here we go from a 5-minute standpoint. Slowly climbing higher. Again, market moves up, VIX comes down, market moves down, VIX goes up, guys. So about neutral here on the fear index.
I love it. You guys are making me chuckle in the chat. All right, guys, we've got a couple of positions on right now. Let's talk about it. So we're first and foremost, FSI, we're long at 29s. I've had one beak wetter here. This is going to have to hold up above that 490 area trough. Otherwise, I'm gone. It looks like it's defending 5, caught in a bit of a range. I was seeing higher lows. That pattern has now kind of been put into question with this area trough breaking 511. So we'll see what this one does. Built up a position in it. Let's see how this one does. PHIO involved in this one as well at 55s. Multiple outs already on this. I had the move up into about $4 we took there. Then it came into that 3.5 where VWAP is, where I perceive to be that area initial resistance that we rejected off. So I put a dip trade at 350, and let's see if we can move back up above 370. We're dancing right now in the 3 mid-60s. Okay, 70 showing up right now on the ask. I'm waiting at 74s. Let's see if we can get a bit of a pop on this one. Up 38.25. It's a good look, but it's not as strong as we've seen it on previous days. That is just kind of the fact of the matter. There we go. We got the fill at 75. So we're keeping an eye on this one. My next out on this one is 82. And then above that, it's going to be 4. So PHIO, 40%, and it's a trade de novo. And I like to use Latin during the midday because it makes me feel special. But that's all it means is that basically it's a new trade. This one didn't really start trading, whether after the bell at 9:30 or in the pre-market, which is when a lot of these small cap gappers start moving, okay? So this one really started getting the volume under it right at the beginning of the show, right at 11 o'clock. So keeping an eye on this one. There we go. Moving. Okay, so we got that fill at 75, but we're still fill-less at 82. Let's see if that one wants to move back up. 80s now on the ask. Okay, good. Let's see if we can pop up a little bit above 80s. The spread on this one is not too bad. I've seen it as wide as 3, as tight as 1. Here we go, 80s again. There it is. Okay, good. So we got the fill at 82. Now I'm going to wait north of 4, and then I'm waiting at 4.25. So we want to take a little bit more over here. I'm happy with that 3.5 defend. It was a sound ad. Let's see if it's going to be a sound trade or it's going to go against me. Now let's go look at RCAT because I've been kind of dilly-dallying over here on RCAT, and it's been hanging out at 10, a little bit above 10, a little bit below 10. We're 9 pennies out of the money. We've got a couple of fills under our belt. I talked about the compression pattern on this one with lower highs but higher lows, and the fact that it looks like a bear pennant. All that is great to talk about from a textbook perspective. It's not executing that way right now, IRL. So I've moved down my stop from that 10.30 into 10 and a quarter. I don't want to give back too much on this monster because it can just be quite volatile. Anyway, it's short sale restricted. It seems to be defending 10 for whatever reason. So we'll keep an eye on that. Look, it's still rejecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, but it's got higher lows. So I am concerned about this one. I definitely need to keep an eye out on it. FSI. FSI is now still hanging out near that 5-10 area. Yeah, and this one is just looking more inclined like it wants to break down than really start, maintaining that higher low situation. So I'm unsure how to play this one. I got to tell you the truth. Based on my entry, we're 529. It's printing 516s right now. We had to fill at 540s there, but I don't know. I'm going to let this one cook. I've got my stop in place. Let's see what happens with this one. Let's go back now to PHIO. PHIO, we get to fill at 82, but that's it. No continuity and no break of the previous high. The previous high was around that 395. So zig and zag right now. These small cap gappers lacking continuity, or it looks like, for the moment. Okay, this is another one that we had, G-Tech. Earlier on, that was up a lot more than it is right now. It just broke down aggressively off that 232 VWAP area all the way down into 202. So this one lacking volume as a characteristic of it, and now breaking down below VWAP. This one probably doesn't have much time left on the side charts over here before it gets replaced by something else. Last one here before we send it to your boy Joey Options, TMC. Again, I complained about the volume on some of these, but the chart pattern on this one looks good. You have that 145 area top, price action area top, and then you have VWAP at 144. Lo and behold, it retraces from 153, finds a spot to bounce off at 144 vis-a-vis the volume weighted average price. So we'll keep tabs on these monsters right now. Volatile bunch. Keep in mind, guys, these ones are around for a good time, but not a long time. So that's the situation. Joseph.
Hey, thank you for that one, guys. Here we go. If we can pull up my chart here real quick. Continuing just to hold some. We don't have too much, not even 10% or so of what we started with, but we added a little bit here, starting to pull back in. I mean, the market is extremely weak. We'll take a look at Tesla in the chat. Vin asked me to. But one thing I want to point out here, I was talking to my good buddy Greg here, and I'm like, here, let's see how this NVDA 5-minute candle is about to print. It was forming a hammer, but then sure enough, that selling pressure stepped right in. And then as with that continuing to the downside with immense pressure and momentum there, guys, let's zoom out and see what we got going on. So yeah, almost giving up the majority of yesterday's gains, going back, heading back in to that opening price. But here we are on NVDA, just chopping around in this range. Probably waiting for that earnings report there, guys. We're going to send it off to Dara real quick, but when we get back, we're going to talk a little bit about Tesla, and then I'm going to ask you guys some questions.
I like it.
We're going to take a look here at earnings because now we can have our earnings segment at 11:40 a.m. back now that earnings season is back. Before you digest this, make sure that you vote in the poll for what ticker you want to see discussed on the rundown. Don't worry, you'll get an opportunity to vote for 4 new tickers heading back here when at 1 p.m. Sorry about that. Apple, Tesla, AMD, TSM. Pick one and then get to choose from another set of 4 in about, I guess, an hour and a half. But right now we're going to talk about TSM earnings. Other than this extremely high CapEx, which was, or I guess that CapEx guidance for fiscal 2025, really strong report. Revenue here, 25.0 billion to 25 billion they're expecting here for Q1. That is well above the estimates here, or not well, the higher end here is well above estimates. They did also beat for EPS and for revenue for Q4 2024. But this CapEx is actually pushed up, like sympathy plays like Applied Materials, much higher than what we're seeing with Taiwan Semi. Applied Materials actually at days high. So TSM, maybe a better sympathy play for these other chip manufacturers than it is for itself. Fun fact too, Morris Chang, the founder of the company, actually at one point approached Jensen Huang to be its CEO. So TSM, interesting look here, and just a little fun fact about that one. We also have, though, UNH, which is having a much worse time here than TSM, basically pushing to the lows after rejecting 540 off the open. They did beat on EPS, but they missed on sales. Both metrics, though, and all of their, I guess, sub-companies and segments actually did experience year-over-year growth. So that is of note. Though they did miss the revenue, it's still up on a year-over-year basis. They reaffirmed their guidance for sales and for EPS for fiscal 2025. The sales guidance was above estimates, but the midpoint of their EPS guidance missed estimates. It'll be a bit of a light day for earnings tonight, just JB Hunt here. You can check that out with Sean and I and our special guest, Chris Brecher, on the market recap at 4 p.m. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Hey, it's in English.
Yeah,
Okay,
comedy
so we go.
skits. Remember that improv show that used to be on TV? I forget what it was called back in the day. Yeah. Whose line is it anyways? There we go. Yeah, that was a good one. But yeah, guys, here we are. We're going to take a look at Tesla, starting to give back the majority of yesterday's gains as well, too. So forming a lower high off that peak. I wouldn't call it alarming or anything along those lines. So we'll continue to look at this and monitor Tesla. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on from an intraday perspective. And sure enough, here we go, breaking key support levels around 412.60, and then now continuing to the downside. I mean, at yesterday's high, we were sitting around 430, and the all-time highs are around 490, we'll call it even. And I'm like, it's only going to take a couple of sessions for this thing to start breaching the all-time highs here. But with the overall market and some of these heavy tech names starting to sell and continuing to sell, that might be a little bit of a headwind here for Tesla. But guys, what I wanted to ask you guys in the chat, because I know we got a lot of people watching here, 4,500, and we haven't really gone over this or asked anybody, but what I want to know is, do you implement options into your trading? It's just going to be a yes or no question. So it's either yes, you implement options into your trading, or no, okay? And then we'll touch on to that. So guys, just chime in. Let me know if you guys trade options or if you do not, okay? And that's just a yes or no question, and put it in the chat because I want to see what the overall sentiment in the chat is. I know a lot of people do trade them, so I'm curious to see from a percentage metric if we do or we do not. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a mixed bag here, guys. Continue to put them in, funnel those answers into the chat, and here we go. Yeah, so it is really a mixed bag here, Sharif, if you see. Yeah, so, yeah, we're getting responses, but a lot to the no side. And I'm curious, is like, okay, when I first started, I didn't even know anything about options, okay? And then I had people within my community just starting to trade them, and they're like, oh, they're really curious about this leverage derivative and what's going on with this thing and how you can implement it from a day trading standpoint. And I'm also curious on you guys, is it that you don't know about or you don't want to trade them, or you've had bad past experiences trading options, okay? So, I mean, it's good to expand your general knowledge. Whether you use them or implement them from your day-to-day practice or not, it's totally up to you. But to expand that, I think is really important. And Obi and I were talking the other day as well, too, Sharif, and I'm like, I don't know too much about futures, and that's where I lack knowledge. So it is my goal to get a more thorough understanding of the futures market.
My understanding from one of the traders who used to be here, exclusively traded futures. There was a couple. There was an individual by the name of Arun, which a lot of the chat will know. And there was Steph. I'm sure. Were you here when Steph was here?
No, I never.
Okay.
No, I
so
didn't.
she traded the ES exclusively as well. And my understanding is the futures mostly, obviously traders use it, but it's mostly used by bigger money looking to hedge positions. So if you were to take a large position in a Mag 7, for example, you might want to get short the future, just to offset as a hedge. That's my understanding for the majority of futures. And then futures in commodities as well, super interesting because it's like people also use it to hedge. Case in point, airlines. They've got to buy and secure their fuel 6 months, 12 months in advance. So what they're looking to do is they're looking to get certainty for their balance sheets, and they look to the futures market in order to be able to get that certainty for their hedge.
It's also it's a tool to also like measure gold and everything along those lines as well too, right?
Course,
so yeah, so that is one of my goals. Guys, thanks for participating in that simple question. Yeah, we really like the participation in the chat, and we just want to keep you guys engaged as well too. And honestly, like I just mentioned, I don't know too much about futures. I knew when I first started, you have to start somewhere. I knew nothing about options, and I thought this was too complicated of a vehicle to understand. But the more you practice and the more you just be around those situations, you'll get a better understanding. So yeah.
Darth Buddha, kind of same point I was trying to get there. Farmers hedge their crops using futures. Yeah, absolutely. That's my understanding as well. So. You guys are spot on today in the chat. All right, guys, we're having a day right now with PHIO. I've got one more out. We're long 355. I'm waiting at 425. It's knocked on the door of 420. Come on now. Multiple times. all times they've been closed on, bang, there we take out that $250, Joseph. There we go. So good look right now on your boy PHIO. I'm really pleased with this one, not because it's a big money maker, but because I executed right technically. I like that 3.5 for an area hold because it rejected off there. That was the top end of the initial bull flag. And then, you know, obviously we got in initially at 370 and then the ad at 350. Pleased me very much. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. But looks like we are not doing as well nearly on your boy RCAT over here. The higher lows situation are now much more pronounced than your lower highs. So I think personally, I'm about to be on the receiving end of a 30-penny loser for the remaining amount. Thankfully, I was able to de-risk in the low 90s, high 80s there. So we're able to get some out, but the remaining amount is going to be a bit of a loser if we break that 1030 area. So yeah, you win some, you lose some, and it looks like I'll be losing some on this one over here. This is the one that's kind of done bupkis, FSI. So it had a very discernible uptrend initially with the higher lows and the flat top into 6. I said to myself, this looks awfully close to an ascending wedge, getting towards the bottom end of the range. And that's exactly what I did. But all of a sudden, when I did that, the trend stopped. And by trend, I mean that higher low trend. It's all over. Now we're kind of sideways consolidating above that $5 area. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. I mean, whatever happens, happens. We get triggered out. We get triggered out. That's the nature of the beast. So keeping my eye out on that. It looks like I will get triggered out of RCAT over here. As I see it's coming into 28s. If it prints anything above 30, which it looks like it will, then I will get stopped out. Now here's the deal. The volume weighted average price at 37. So should I be moving up my stop rather than looking for the price action area resistance over here? Should I be moving it up to the volume weighted average price? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let it trigger. So it's going to trigger here. I'm out. I'm going to take a bit of a loser, but I'm going to watch to see what VWAP does here. If VWAP rejects and it looks like it's going to make its way back down, well, then I have a better opportunity to weasel into this one at a better price. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Oh, in fact, we went long and I just got some out there. That's funny. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. If it wants to turn back off VWAP, then I'll take it short. Otherwise, we're going to have to deal with the L that we just took on this one right now on RCAT. So a bit of a tougher look here for RCAT. And it is kind of rejecting VWAP now that I'm watching it. What is the deal here? T-Money double bottom at the previous lows on Apple. Oh, brother, I'm not even looking at the mag today. Not yet. Let these small cap gappers fizzle out. And then if I have to, I'll look at the mag. Mihail Momo, ABAT, volume is weak, but this thing is just creeping up all morning to that high. Let's have a look at ABAT. Weasel on over to this. There we go. ABAT, my mistake. All right, what do we got? Oh, that's a good look. Why are so many small cap gappers of this same kind of look? I mean, I'm gonna bring in.
Yeah, bring it in. Let's see a couple.
Look at this.
We could break that.
Here's the thing, though. Look at these guys. I mean, why are so many of them? Look, FSI, DATS, and ABAT. All very similar patterns, kind of bull flaggish, but very wicky. So interesting look on these small cap gappers today that all have very similar looks. Yeah, I'm going to put ABAT on, obviously. We're going to take off GTech because that's broken down below VWAP. So, yeah, thank you for calling that out. I like it, obviously. Here, this one looks like it's quite respectful of VWAP. So that 213 area, but now as I see it, we're not putting in higher wicks anymore. We're putting lower wicks. So this could be rounding top and then a breakthrough VWAP. Volume, as you said, though, really dwindling there. The 930 spike had about 350,000 shares, and now we're fighting here to print anything above 50,000 per 5-minute candle. That is weak. So I do agree with you on that one. Let me know if you end up executing on it and what your entry is. I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it wants to change trend, then I could definitely be persuaded to get into this one, Joseph.
Hey, good luck there, guys. I was just reading through some of the comments as well, too, in the chat, and a lot of people are saying too complicated. I want to get a thorough understanding of equities first. And you know what? You guys are not wrong. Are they complicated? Yes, they can be. Trading was complicated when we first get into it too. It may seem like hieroglyphics or whatever, but again, the more you are around something and the more you just attempt to try and just continue to read and continue to push, you will get an understanding. But yes, you're not wrong. Get an understanding of common stock and how the market moves, and then you can use options as an additional tool as well too, guys. So thanks for chiming in on that. Much appreciated. And there's something else that I was thinking of, I wanted to talk about, but that's all right. It slipped my mind, and I'm sure it'll resurface here shortly. But here we are, guys, here in some IBIT. Continuing to hover, nice appreciation throughout the session, but now we've double topped, all right? So that can be slightly alarming. Look to take some out if we break that pivot level low around 56.38. So that will be really important. If it breaks, then we're gonna have to reassess the situation and then maybe find something else. But as of right now, this is the entry. Those are the partials, and then we do a little addition here, and now just hovering around these levels with the overall market being really, really weak here, guys. NVDA continuing to move to the south side, which isn't going to be good. But here, one thing I do like, guys, now that I look at it from a 5-minute time frame, is let's see how these hammer candles at the low look. I mentioned this time and time again. These are the signals that we want to look for, and we had some pretty good trades over the past couple of weeks off of these specific signals. If we break 134.09, then thesis is invalid, and then you have to reassess the situation and come up with a new plan, okay? So let's see what we got going on. Maybe we'll start to dip our toes into this NVDA and see if we get that bounce, because we have been selling for the majority of the session. So here we go. We're gonna get into some NVDA and look for that potential bounce. All right, so if we break 134, then we're out of town, and that is it, guys. So yeah, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Let's go over some of the top volume stocks here on the session and see who we got at the top of the class. And I don't really have to guess. I probably know who is. Sharif, can you guess who's at the top of the class? Most volume traded today is
Tesla or Nvidia.
Yeah, that's it. And so 97 million shares traded on NVDA. SockCell sitting in second place with 46 million, and then TSLL with 38.8 million shares traded, and then PLTR sitting in fourth place as well too. So let's see what's going on. Pathic says, Joe, we should get a bounce here. VIX is dropping. Good to see. I'm glad that you're paying attention to the VIX as well too, guys, because that is important. It can help give direction as well if you're trading options, but also just a good gauge in the overall market sentiment. I told you the inverse correlation between the market and the VIX. Keep an eye on that, all right? Sometimes I don't pay enough attention to it, but sometimes when I do, it really helps me with my positioning, all right? So when I'm like, oh, okay, I'm looking for a long, but the VIX is continuing to appreciate or climb higher, then I'm like, okay, maybe this isn't the sentiment I'm looking for in the market, because if the VIX is going higher, that usually means that the market is going lower, so you're not gonna get those deeper bounce plays that you are looking for. So, Joe, if it helps others, I started long positions, then swing, then options. I use the options to replace swings, helps manage the risk and preserve capital. So charting for years to learn stocks. Zero gravity Zen. Well said, perfectly said. We'll give you the bang and the money storm on that, because that is exactly almost step by step on how I started. I didn't start diving into options until about a year or 2 years into my tenure in trading. So there it is, one step at a time, and then eventually one chapter at a time, and then eventually you create a book, okay? So there it is on that one, guys. Nice look there, Zero Zen. Really like that input. Greg V, market breadth creeping up slowly. That's good for the market, Greg. I know you're always keeping an eye on advancing and declining, and from a percentage metric too, you always make sure that I know, hey, breadth is weak today, our breadth is strong, and sure enough, with stronger breadth, then the market will start to climb higher and recover, guys. But here we are in NVDA, slowly starting to climb off those bottoms.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that because it got into pivot points. And yeah, this 134.50, there seems to be a lot of buying around this 134.50-ish area. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. All right, what's the situation over here? PHIO is still going, guys. So That out that we had at 4 1/4, well, it just printed about 25 pennies higher than that. 453 now HOD. VWAP is at 388, but I'll submit to you 4, likely an important level if this one comes down, just because of the initial rejection at 4 and then the whiffle and the waffle sideways, a little bit above, a little bit below 4. So 4 could be an interesting dip trade on PHIO. Here comes aggressive selling into that $0.25 on this name. So I'll keep tabs on that. What else we got over here? Let's just go back to NVIDIA for a second, because this could be an interesting out. I'm just less inclined to want to take anything right now on the future with this one, with the future still putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I'm just going to pack my patience on this one. Yeah, I'm going to leave this one alone. I don't want to be jumping too much between the small caps and the large caps. All right, let's have a look at our friend RCAT over here. Still involved in this name. Still no ad at that 10:30. Did reject VWAP and then made a red candle. So we'll see if this one wants to come back in. ABAT still kind of moving sideways. Nothing going on with that one after someone pointed it out. It's only up 16%. Again, weekday today, I would say, for small caps. Not too many running, not too many names, not as much direction as we typically see with these small cap gappers. The Russ is the only indice that's actually that's green. The ES is flipping back and forth from 0 to, you know, a little bit above 0, a little bit below. The Dow as well, right at that flat mark, but the Russ is actually green. The reason I mentioned the Russ, obviously, is because I'm looking at these small caps, trying to gauge the strength of small caps vis-a-vis the Russ. So we'll keep tabs on that, obviously. What else you guys looking there at in the chat? Jay Lee telling me Wolf, still climbing, never played it, was too worried of Hwadunk. Let's have a look at WOLF for the OG, Jay Lee. WOLG,
Jay Lee.
Hey. Yeah, good look, Jay. I mean, look, it's not parabolic or anything, but that's a healthy move up from yesterday 8 a.m. to today. We're up 46%. Light work, up 5 1/4 today, obviously, but from that yesterday print at 8 a.m. when it really started getting its footing under it, we're up almost 50%. The break-even point today, Jay, on WOLF is that 6 2/3. Looks like 668 was the HOD, but I see your point. That $7 area, not super clean in terms of its break, but I'm hesitant to jump into this as a short, Jay, just because it's above the 10 exponential, and you know my rules. I don't short these small cap gappers if they're trading north of the volume weighted average price. I'm sure there's people that do, and they do it very well, but I will not. So I'll keep an eye out on that one. I'm still keeping my eye on FSIs. It's still definitely dancing in front of 5, but this one really does look like it wants to break down now below $5. I've placed my stop below this area crest or area trough over here. We'll have to see if 5 ends up holding. It held before $5 level, but I think the pattern was fundamentally different last time around than it is this time. So this doesn't bode well for FSI, and RCAT is breaking above VWAP again. So let's have a look at this one. Anything above this pop right here at 1045s and we're gone. RCAT recovering well here, man, off that 959 low of day, and now it's at VWAP and looking to take that 10.5 area. By the way, the closing print yesterday on RCAT's around 1090. So that if it moves up into 11, that could be an interesting area to punch in short as well. Let's see what everybody else is looking at over here. People saying Walmart, J&J, XTIA. Okay, all good names. None of them are small. Well, maybe XTIA. Let's have a look at that one. XTIA. What is this one? XTI Aerospace. Oh, okay. 11.5% midday pop there with some volume. Still light volume, about 71,000 shares per 5-minute candle, but up nicely 12 and a fifth here. Shout out to Hertz Scrambler for calling that one out, Joseph.
A good look there, my guys. So yeah, let's see what we got going on here. Let's pull up NVDA here. That bounce off the bottom looking pretty good thus far. Let's see if we can continue. We don't know how deep this pullback is going to be, considering the momentum to the downside was extremely weak. So yeah, a little bit of a bounce, but if it starts to come back and you see price really turn around and that tape get weak, as you can see right now, then it might be a good signal to get out of Dodge and potentially some more downside. But as of right now, nice bounce, breaking through some key resistance levels around 138.40 here on NVDA. We're not even down a percentage point on this thing. So only down about 0.85% on the day. But yeah, the overall market is a choppy mess. We know that jobless claims this morning, right? Yeah, it came in a little hot. What was it? Let me pull up the actual sheet here and see what we got going on, because I know
like 20,000 miss.
Yeah, it was something along those lines. So actuals around like 217,000, and then prior revised consensus was 212K. So a little hot there. Some more reports than our claims than what was projected. But again, you've seen the print on CPI yesterday, PPI the day before. So again, some push and pull in the market, and we're rolling into earnings seasons as well too, guys. So yeah, that is that. Yeah, I don't know. Do we have Neil's lesson of the day?
We'll wait for the call.
Okay, we'll wait for the call there and see what we got going on. We just had the first poll going up, guys. Now the Playmaker poll is about to come up here. Oh, look at that, on the ball. Let's see, right on the ball there. Let's see, I did a little modifications to it too.
This guy's putting in work.
Yeah, man, come on, we got to make it a
the
little
other
bit.
one,
Yeah,
too,
and
that
the
you
other
got
one
there.
too. Yeah, we'll get that going there. There shortly. I think you guys will have fun in that, but we're just trying to make it a little more attractive there and not so bland, so we can see what we have going on. But yeah, NVDA continuing to crawl higher here, and the market's starting to turn around here. We are going to send it off to Adara and then Neil.
Take a look here at the market. The NASDAQ, surprisingly, and I'm being slightly sarcastic here, still flat on the day. Has been a very choppy session here for these major indices. S&P 500 actually faring slightly better, both from a percentage standpoint and also on the chart. Looks like we're making slightly higher lows here, potentially poised for a breakout, but the SPY faces some pretty clear overhead resistance around that 594 and a third level, excuse me. We do have all of these TikTok-related stocks on watch. The TikTok tailwind, as Sharif calls it, could actually be a little bit in danger, because we do have both, first, a Washington Post report suggesting that Donald Trump's team will try to issue an executive order, though it seems unlikely from a technical standpoint that could go through, basically stopping the ban. Now we actually have, as reported by Bloomberg, a member of the incoming Trump administration saying that they will stop the app from going dark. So keep that on watch. Lots of attempts here to turn in this market. Apple actually making a little bit of a bounce down, about 3% here. We heard a little bit about those iPhone sales and a bit of a change in the tides there in terms of number one, specifically in China, with Apple being usurped. And a lot of these earnings names here on the NYSE on watch as well. United Health, we have TSM, and we have the banks. But before we send you to Neil and his always exciting listen of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access accounts sizes ranging from 5,000 to 500,000, and you could start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed prop firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payment histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. So scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. But for now, we're going to go back to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Your lesson of the day. When they are buying, see AMAT, or when they are selling, see Apple, just join them. And you're going to ask yourself this question. Who do I mean by they? What do you guys think? Who are they? It doesn't matter who they are. Whether it's the programs, whether it's institutions, whether it's Shaw, I don't care. When you see something like this, I have zero shorts on Apple today. And I like The Rock. No, I have zero shorts on Apple today. Okay, fine, maybe we'll get one of these longs to actually extend. I'm in another one off the 230 level, which we said. But program buying is sort of obvious after it starts. Or selling in this particular case. I know I keep saying buying as if it's the only thing that does happen. I will get to AMAT in a second. It's not obvious right away. Like, you have a standard break of the low on Apple. You have a standard break of the low wick at VWAP. That's a standard short entry if you're bearish on the stock. Let me give you a look at yesterday's yesterday as well. You've got another standard play where it kind of breaks down underneath prior support in the afternoon. Like there's a bunch of those things happening, but it's when it gets past here, at about 236.5, the little pivot spot, and does a pretty nasty wicking 236. Looks to me like it was trying to catch a bit of a bid there very early on, and then another rejection of VWAP. It's just, at some point, you look at this and that resolution, and then it holds a trend, breaks the low. You're now down $4 when it makes this low break here at 236, or maybe $3.50 from the top. At that point, you can start to see that you've got a little bit of trend. It's not even obvious then. Where do you think it's obvious? Everyone's staring probably at something like a 235. What happens when the buyers come in on an even dollar level? It breaks 235 here. The first green candle holding 235, incorrect. Holding under the even dollar 235 is the first green candle on Apple. First one of the day. Rejecting an obvious even dollar break back out and then resume trend down. This is the point where at about 10, 12, 10, 15, where it's like, okay, I mean, what are we looking at here? We're looking at a trend short to the downside. And you can say, you can make the argument that a lot of times, I say the same thing, when you have a trend line like this, I'm looking to revert it. But at some point, you just want to take any setup you can find on a deep and obvious trend like this. And so you start, and you can say you're like overtraining these, but like when I look at when it breaks down here, if you're looking for a short, now granted, I didn't take any of these, look at it level off at 234. So see this candle right in here at 10:15 on a 3-minute. There's it trying to break back above 234 and failing it, then breaking local bottom. That's a reasonable entry. It's like 233.80 in here, where you can stop it at either 234.30 for a 50-cent stop, or you can go with a tighter stop. Just to get involved in the trend. Like little things like that, just one little rejection candle at an even dollar, join, tight stop, try to get into it. Now it's easy to look at this in hindsight, but at the end of the day, if you're not bearish on Apple, you're probably not gonna have that trade. But here's where you can look at it in the other direction, because while the market, as everyone has been able to see, has been making lower highs all the way through. That's the NASDAQ making lower highs since the morning. Well, that was all going on. There was a stock that was bullish that got some program buying into it and never really stopped, and that would be AMAT. Now, we were talking about this in the context of TSM earnings. Okay, well, the CapEx spend was good, and that's going to be good for AMAT, LAM, and ASML. Well, I got away from this. Ultimately, I tend to find myself not liking failed breaks of highs of the day when the market is going in the other direction. I tend to not be fighting things, but overall, that saved me more times than it's burned me. That said, followed a rule, failed high break when the market was trending the other direction and I trailed out. Right after that, it resumes on trend. When we talk about program buying, this is what we're getting at. It stays on trend after a failed high break when the market is weak, when other chip names aren't doing it, when NVIDIA wasn't doing it at that moment. So where's your entry point? What can you do about that? Look for a very simplistic, basic, non-complicated entry point right here. Just like in Apple, identify the trend, identify the first green candle and what happens after. Identify the first red candle and what happens after. It breaks. This candle here is after the high break, previous high. Look where it bases, right at the prior high, and then breaks it back out. So whether you're taking the break of this prior candle or somehow magically getting this fill here, no, I think you're taking this break of the high, 188.16 or so. Now you can stop that at this prior bar open or close, whatever you want to do, or you give it a wider stop down into here. It's just a matter of looking for the first, when it resumes trend instantly, when a stock that you think is going to go the other way and revert, if it resumes trend instantly, that's a good sign that you've got somebody that wants it. And when somebody else wants it, you want to get and join the party. It's so much better to join buying or selling than it is to try to make it happen in the other direction or make it happen in general. In this particular case, sometimes it's just about that first red candle in a green move that you can try to find an entry off of. Obviously, I should be back in AMAT. I'm not. I did go back into Robinhood at least, but that's not nearly as good as AMAT. And just like Apple, you're just trying to simplify it at this point, right? Like I don't know who's selling Apple today. I don't know. Like, well, maybe we'll find some 13F filing or some nonsense in a couple of weeks or something along those lines that gives us an indication of what was going on in Apple. It doesn't really matter. What matters is it was just all red candles. And the very first green candle in the 3 minute of the day, it gave you a hint and it gave you a setup for the short. And ultimately, you have to be looking at it. And I want to thank everybody in the chat because I was looking at chips and Hood and crypto and pretty much everywhere that wasn't Apple until you guys said it was blowing up. So thank you guys for pointing it up because you want to look at something like Apple when it's making those moves. You know, ultimately, you have to give it a shot. When it's moving like this. But the earlier you can join that short, the better. Like if support's at 230, 232, Apple did give you multiple opportunities. Before it got to the levels that you were looking at, I was looking for a bounce, there was right here. And now that it's at the 230, we'll see. But you've got to be able to see that pattern, join it as quickly as possible. I'm not advocating waiting for it to get to the low, like, you know, waiting for it to get all the way down here and shorting it. No, but before it gets to that price, maybe see what you can find a little bit earlier. So join the trend. Doesn't matter who's making it. All that matters is it's distinct price action and you want to follow it. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome. As always, Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour, dropping his lesson of the day. We got the Playmaker poll on, baby. So yeah, make sure to weasel your way on into the chat and vote. We have about 425, votes right now. Yeah, we're going to need that up a little bit. So it's super simple. We either going long or short right now, Joseph. It doesn't seem to matter what the market is doing. No. The chat likes to go long.
The chat likes to go long, yeah.
Right now we got 64-36. Shout out to Bill Pruitt. Did I absolutely kill your name? And if I did, I apologize. Absolutely incredible, Neil. Thank you so much for the lesson. I appreciate you. My man is dropping the cash $10 super chat. Thanks you very much, Big Bill. We're gonna call you Big Bill.
Oh, Big Bill, yeah.
Oh, well, you know, Big Kyle might want to fight him after that. Because last time I called anybody else Big Kyle tried to fight them. Oh, he's like, you don't give anybody else the big moniker. That's
where is that guy today?
Right there. I don't know. He'll probably show up once we go red on the day.
Yeah, I thought he would have been
here. He's usually listening.
Yeah, he's definitely listening. So now that we mentioned him, we got that. So I know they were doing like the back call. We need the Big Kyle call now.
Oh, yeah.
And that Kyle signal.
We got to go up to the big desk, though. Adair's got something for us.
And hear that there.
I do, and once again, this is going to be not a super surprising headline. We have even more people reporting that Donald Trump does not want the TikTok ban to go through. The latest headline here coming from our friends at the New York Post, New York Times, saying that Trump is, quote, said to consider executive order to circumvent the TikTok ban. It just sounds like at this point they're re-reporting the story that Washington Post reported. Though it is worth noting once again, as Sharif mentioned this morning, it's actually very difficult for an executive order to ban something that's already been passed by Congress, especially because we don't actually have comments here yet from the Supreme Court on this ban. So this is still pretty much in limbo. At this point, though, it's worth noting we've had apparently a Trump advisor for the incoming administration saying that he wants to stop the app from, quote, going dark. There's a lot of evidence here suggesting that he does not want this ban to go through. So keep an eye on META and SNAP with that in mind, given that they were the biggest beneficiaries from that TikTok tailwind that Sharif has spoken about here. I also want to note here, we're actually having more confirmation hearings for Donald Trump's potential incoming cabinet. Today we have Scott Bessent, who sat here for the Treasury position. So position currently, held by Janet Yellen. And it is worth noting here, basically, he said that he wants the Federal Reserve to remain independent, but he's actually contradicted the comments of the Federal Reserve and a lot of other parties when it comes to the inflationary, effects of Donald Trump's policies. He said that he could not think of a single Donald Trump policy that would be inflationary or bring up prices. So that's actually pretty interesting there. Keep an eye on that. Again, we will continue to bring these hearings to you as long as they have market-related information coming out. And with that, we are brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with glowing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. So whether you're on the move or if you're seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Back to you.
Joseph.
Yeah, I was sitting here in some NVDA, but nothing is inflationary. That is crazy. What a hot take that is. But yeah, guys, sitting in some NVDA here, slowly crawling higher, pulling back a bit now. I mentioned I don't know how deep this pullback was going to be. We didn't get the volume print that we were looking for necessarily to say, hey, we're actually going to turn around and kind of do a V shape. But here we are still slowly grinding higher. Look for it to run into some key resistance, now resistance and what was once support. So if we go and touch this level around 136.26, I look for those key levels, look how price reacts around there, and then reassess and see what how your thesis or your trade is working out. So that's what I'm going to do. That's the game plan. We're going to hold to 136.3s.
All right. FSI's recovered a little bit over here from that $5 almost. Well, it did technically break $5 by about 6 pennies, 7 pennies, right up back into that 5 1/4, basically where we had gotten in. So going to keep my eye out on that one. I don't like to take, obviously, opposite positions, but I'm short NVIDIA at this level because we dropped, Joseph, below 21.4 on the future. So I kind of felt that this was an interesting area to short the monster NVIDIA. And we've gotten a couple of prints out right now. I'm going to look to see if that 135 break is incoming. It doesn't look like it's incoming as quickly as I'd like. So we'll keep tabs on this one. It's kind of been, you know, lower lows and lower highs right now on the future. I'm trying to base this look on the future. And then we come into the 10 exponential moving average on NVIDIA, and we kind of curl off there, kind of looking like that rounded top kind of effect. So we'll see what we get here with the monster NVIDIA. It's down 0.86. How many shares do I have on this thing? Okay. All right. Well, we'll probably wet our beak a little bit over here as well, and then we'll wait for that 135 break for the next out. So I won't be taking out any more over here. Here comes 135. So I'm looking for this. There's size at 135. Okay, there it just bounced off 135. So got into there. There was decent size, not great, but decent size at that 135er. Let's see if that wants to give up the level. Here we go again. There it is. Good. So let's see what we can get now in the 88s. I'm going to wait at 88. Shout out to what's his name? Michael Irvin. So we'll look for that if it does want to come in. All right, let's go back to FSI. Still dilly-dallying right now with that 525. Nothing doing there, but I am happy that I didn't get stopped out of that one. So we'll keep an eye out on that. So not much going on other than the short that I have on. I'm not really going to give it much room above the $0.25. I've de-risked the majority of the position. If it wants to pop up there, then we shall take it out. NVIDIA looking strong right now, popping up off 135. Hammer candle hasn't closed yet, but it is looking like there is buying off that 135. And now as I look at the futures candle as well, it is also a hammer candle going back into 21,400. We dropped well below 21.4 all the way into 21,370. And now we're recovering about 30 points off that low, looking really good from a hammer candle perspective, but not definitive, because it's just one candle. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Back to FSI, down it goes again. This one, there looks like they're selling at 5 1/4, 5 1/3, because as quickly as we made it up, as quickly as we're making it back down now. So we'll keep tabs on this one, see what comes of it. Joseph.
Hey, good luck there, my guy. I'm just going to edit something here just for the quote highlights. If we could pull up my chart, that'd be fantastic. So yeah, just there, so you can see. So I bury this, so these are just quote highlights on the L2, so you can see specific size. I like to throw that on in. It helps you determine an imbalance on the bid and the ask, all right? So I should probably make that a little bit smaller, but as of right now, as I change through tickers, that will vary too. So again, price, you might have to, if your platform allows you to do so, it's good to see an imbalance and a ladder that can be possibly built on either side, the bid or the ask, and that can determine, hey, is this bullish or bearish sentiment? So yeah, use those quote highlight guys. Darius Golden asked me as well too. He said, Joe, what's a good expiration for swing trades? And Darius, you and I have had this conversation before. Buy as much time as you want, all right? Don't think about the fast buck. Just think about what the options contract can give you in that period of time, all right? So don't worry about trying to get those crazy percentage returns. Just focus on moderate, slow gains, I think, to start. Get some W's under your belt, but just buy the time. That's my opinion, right? Just buy the time. It's worth it, because I know when I was trading contracts, it's like, okay, yeah, you go a week or two or even a month out, but then you're off on your thesis because it's from a broader perspective. And then sure enough, you're like, oh, okay. And I say this time and time again is that, okay, once your trade starts to work out and you're like, well, why aren't I profitable? Is, well, because your contract got destroyed by theta and you don't want that. So buy the time, all right? So if you're looking in a week video, like a 1 to 2 week window, buy 3 months, buy 6 months until expiration. Once that price starts to appreciate and head toward it, in your favor, then that delta and then that gamma will start to pick up. So don't worry about that right off the jump unless you're selling far out the money. Is just buy that time and it's going to help you. And it's a lot less stressful as well too, just knowing that, okay, I don't got to worry about this like $45 pair of contracts that I have, so $4,500 that are going to expire worthless in 4 weeks. And it's like, okay, well, the stock's not moving, it's depreciating, and my contracts is just losing intrinsic value day by day, and you're losing extrinsic value day by day as well too. It's stressful. It's a derivative that you really need to get an understanding of. And with that, I think you'll get more of an understanding if you just buy more time. But let's see what Adara's up to.
Just keep an eye on Rumble, which is really strong today. RUM rumbling to the upside with about a 15% short float. I don't actually have a catalyst on this. They did get an upgrade apparently yesterday, but with Rumble, I want to note this is definitely viewed as a Trump sympathy play. It ran after the election alongside DJT and PHUN, and it has a more specific connection to JD Vance. JD Vance co-founded this firm, Naria Capital, and Naria Capital actually had a major investment in Rumble. This is as of late October 2022, but I believe they invested a little bit earlier. Regardless, Naria Capital actually has a seat on Rumble's board, and it was amongst the company's top 10 shareholders. Again, as of late October 2022, I can't find any more recent information. And JD Vance also reportedly at one point had a stake in the company, pretty small, valued around $100,000 to $250,000. So it is worth noting, I guess, because of that historic connection. Again, when I've looked recently, I can't find any definitive proof of his current involvement, but regardless, RUM viewed as a Trump sympathy play specifically because of its connection to JD Vance. And we know we do have A, a couple days before the inauguration, and B, we have all of these confirmation hearings going on right now with the Senate for Donald Trump's cabinet. So keep an eye on RUM popping to the upside with, again, that 15% short flow. Definitely worth noting, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Someone was asking for updates on TSM Muscan. Yeah, they reported this morning, man. And by all accounts, it was a blowout quarter for them. We can talk a little bit about it. I got my notes from the morning set up on the side over here. So TSM kind of single-handedly brought up some other names with it, ASML, as well as AMAT, I believe, Lamb Research as well. Neil was talking about that. So good look there. So I got my 88 fills on NVIDIA. I'm gonna move up my stop. Move down my stop into the quarter dollar. So we're gonna go 135.26 for the last remaining out there, and we'll give it so we're gonna get stopped out for the remainder over here as it comes back into that quarter dollar. I don't have to be nursing this. It looks like it's gonna be strong, so we'll be profitable on it, but we're done that trade. Let me just cancel all the other ones that I got on it over here. Do I have anything on PHI? Oh yeah, I want to get rid of that. Okay, so here it is. Taiwan Semi, a monster year, man. Revenue increased 38.8%. Profit popped 57%. We're talking about year over year on the quarter. They're raking in, Joseph, 26.36 billion in revenue. And if you think, their margins are bad, well, just have a quick gander at what the net income is. 11.37 billion in profit. That is take-home money. That's a fantastic look there. Really contributing to their performance was high-performance computing segment, which includes obviously AI and 5G. That contributed 53% of their Q4 revenue. They also had good AI and Apple chip demand, according to them. Their 2024 revenues now hit, wow, $87.96 billion, the highest ever since it's gone public. Their AI-related revenue expected to double in 2025 after it already tripled in 2024. Some possible headwinds, if you want to talk about that. U.S. restrictions with respect to exports to China for advanced chips, as well as Donald Trump's incoming trade policy with respect to tariffs and how that could complicate things. So Taiwan Semi is a dang rocket ship. We're really close to $1 trillion now. Officially, the market cap, as I look at it, $906.5 billion. So we're about 100 billion, less than 100 billion, 94 billion away from that $1 trillion market cap. But you and I talked about this before. The Taiwan Semi trades overseas as well.
Yes,
and
yes.
over there,
Yeah,
it's $1 trillion.
$1 trillion,
It's
yeah,
$1 trillion.
it's $1 trillion.
So we're
It's
going to
not
have to
part of
wait
them,
for it
so-
to weasel over $1 trillion in North American
true.
market so it can join the Trillion Club.
So join the Trillion Club. Yeah, I mean it's an elite level club. We had Broadcom joining it earlier in the year as well too. Yeah, there it is, guys. TSM. A little disappointing, Sharif. Let's talk a little about it from a technical standpoint. I do think that we break out at some point. Like, look how this price is starting to compress and continue to compress. So at some point, I do think it's going to break out. Which direction, only time will tell, and allow momentum and volume to tell you which way we're going to go. But I do think it's going to go to the upside. This is a NYSE, top side, strong side, but this is a NYSE stock, mind you guys. Mind you, this is a. Did you ever watch Did you ever watch Gridiron Gang? Did you ever see that movie, The Rock? You've never seen the Gridiron Gang?
Oh, hold on. Is that
With
the
that
bodybuilding one?
No, it's a football kid. So like a bunch of juvenile delinquents go there, and yeah, big football. It's a good one there, good football movie. But yeah, anyways, back to stocks, guys. Here it is with TSM. I think if the market starts to move as well too, it looks like the Qs are starting to form somewhat of a double bottom here, so that can be positive. And I think TSM is going to break to the top side. If it can go through these levels of resistance with some momentum and volume, then I think we can continue to the top the northeast and go for that push of all-time highs, because we're not too far off of that there, Sharif. We tapped into it real close here and then rejected fairly heavy, almost to the penny, my guy, on TSM. So let's see if that momentum steps back in the overall market, and I think TSM is going to participate as well too. I was telling myself this morning before I rolled out of bed, just be prepared, because I knew that TSM was reporting, and it's just like be weary of this thing, because it wicks you out. And I've traded it a couple times where it's like, okay, entry 1 doesn't work, entry 2 doesn't work, entry 3, it's like, okay, what's going on here? And then sure enough, by the 4th test, it goes, and here we have it. Let's break it down one more time and see what we got going on before we send it back to Sharif. So holds it once, holds it twice. Let's see if it can hold it this 3rd time, guys. And if it breaks through, then you got to trade there. Prices compressing, higher lows, looking like a good long if that volume steps in.
Yes, sir. Okay, we flipped long with you now on NVIDIA. So
right,
done the short,
go.
flipped long, already a couple of outs, scalping. I want to see if we can get into 136.25. That's the closing print. We've got to get through, though, 135.60-ish. That's a 20 exponential. So here's the deal. We're at a precarious area right now at VWAP. So we've cleared 400. So 400 we've kind of left as support now. Now we're having to contend with VWAP. Now, there hasn't been a whole lot of interaction between the future and VWAP today, but we are rejecting off it for the moment. And the reason I say there hasn't been a whole lot of interaction, well, look, we were trading above it below it for the most part. And when we traded above it, there was no rejection there. This is the area I'm talking about right here. And then, we broke above it quite, I don't want to say handily, but we got above it by quite a bit, and then we made a new low after that. So we'll have to see how this whole thing ends up shaking out, but I'd like a possible 136.25 move on the monster NVIDIA. That would please me greatly. So let's see if we can get the print in the high 50s. I'm still waiting. I've been waiting at 59s, and then I'm waiting at 69s for the print. There's a 59 print. Now we're printing 63s. Can we get the 69 print right now on the monster NVIDIA? 60. Now we're at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. We're also at VWAP on the future. So 2 important areas in my estimation right now on NVIDIA. This could mean nothing. This could mean, we can just continue to move up, but we're rejecting again at VWAP on the future at 21.25. I'm talking about 21,425. We're not clearing it with any decisiveness quite yet. So I'm looking to scalp on the way out over here. Let's go back to FSI, because it's me off. 5.25 now seems to be the level where we're encountering major selling. So we've broken above it like very quickly, but we retraced below it super quick as well. So this is the area I'm talking about. Last time we were above it 5.25 right there. Then we got above it again at 12.15, and now we're actually rejecting that 5.25 on FSI. We'll have to keep an eye on this monster to see what the situation is. PHIO is getting a bit of a curl off 360. Not an area that I would have gauged as support. Double bottom on the 1, now curling. Let's see if it can take out this area trough at 385. I'm talking about PHIO. This is one that I was involved in earlier for small cap gappers. Okay, so we move up here on NVIDIA into 67. I'm waiting at 69. Nothing yet on NVDA. We're going to wait here, Joseph, because we're still rejecting the volume-weighted average price on the future. Shout out to Pretty Panda. SES got some move above current resistance. Volume spiking. Let me have a look quickly at SES. I just don't want to digress away from NVIDIA for too long. I want to be able to make decisions. SES looks good here. 21% and change. I'm seeing it now on my scanner. It's just weaseled, Pretty Panda, above $1. So as our friend and excellent small cap gapper trader, Luis Barbado, made very clear to Brendo today, there is what I've been saying for, I don't know, a couple of years. It is a fundamentally different trade north and south of $1. Not for the reasons that I knew, though. I knew that that was the case just having observed it. He actually brought very good information. He's like, certain algos will shut off once this is below, once the stock is below $1. A couple of reasons for that. One, your rebates apparently are not available or not as good, so it's not as lucrative to trade it south of $1. In addition to that, you've got the 4 decimal places at that area, so you're having to encounter resistance at at many more areas than you would if you only were trading at 2 decimal places. Not a reason that I would have thought of offhand, but one that he articulated this morning and one which makes sense having thought about it. So I'll keep an eye out here on SES just because it is above VWAP. We'll get rid of, who are we going to get rid of here? Holo. Okay, we're going to take off Holo because it's below VWAP and useless to me. I'm going to keep an eye here, Pretty Panda, on SES to see if it can hold above that $1 area. If it can stay above that $1 area, we can use it kind of as our area of support, and then we'll see what the situation is at that time. Joseph, what are you giggling about?
No, Jaspreet says, I think BTC will be above 125K by next week, my guy. So that's what I mean, anything is
Your
possible.
boy Donald could absolutely get that. Like one of his first orders of business, he steps into the White House after he's finished dropping the mic. He talks about the boom, the strategic reserves coming in.
So is that
guarantee you?
Is that what? Is that what?
20,000 off that.
Yeah, you think so?
On a strategic reserve announcement?
Yeah. Sorry, no.
Yeah,
so do you think he's going to do that, though? No, I would think it would go north of that, man.
Yeah.
You're looking at some hefty prices there. So is that what you think he's doing? He's coming in, he's just dropping in a bunch of new regulation, and then that's it.
He's made it clear, bro. He's trying to stop the TikTok ban before he's even been sworn in.
But I heard Sean say this, too, earlier in the morning. He's like, the guy just talks, right? He just says, and I said this before, I was like, if Joe Biden wanted to ban TikTok, he would be like, no, we're not banning it. And if Joe Biden was like, no, we're not banning it, he would be like, yeah, we're going to ban it. You know, I just think he's that, you know what I mean? He's that guy, you know what I mean?
I agree with you, I agree with you.
But he's a personality, so yeah, good luck there. But guys, I've been continuing to climb higher here, looking really nice for the dip by this morning. So that was nice, good luck there, guys. Now putting in a new high a day. Let's see if we can go and test yesterday's highs as well. A beautiful double top here, and then we reject and then gap down in the pre-market. So the overnight trading on spot was a little bearish here, but now starting to recover. I think this is going to be a big moment on Bitcoin. If we can break through this, I mentioned this time and time again, let's pull up spot itself. BTC.
Meta's breaking out.
Meta's breaking out too. Yeah. So the market's starting to climb a little bit higher here, Sharif, and I think Taiwan's about to participate as well too. A nice accumulation phase, and then let's see if we can break out and go to the top side on Taiwan, because it is forming somewhat of a bullish pattern. But if it breaks to the low on Taiwan, then it might be a little bit alarming. But here we are. Here is BTC. Let's zoom out here on the daily, and we marked this out before, guys. So we had that trend line here and here, and we rejected these levels pretty aggressively. And I mentioned that we're going to need some momentum in order to punch through. And let's see if that starts to happen. We know what happened in the latter half of yesterday's session as well. So we'll keep that in mind, and we'll continue to monitor Bitcoin.
Yes, sir. Okay, so NVIDIA coming back down, anything below $0.25. I've got two more outs actually on this, but it is rejecting the 20 exponential, and the future is rejecting VWAP. The future is back at 21.4. Decisions. Do we defend 21.4 now, or do we get locked in a bit of a range? Entirely possible between that 425 and that 400 print. We have higher lows on the future, but we still have, you know, a downtrend for the most part. This is kind of what I'm looking at the side screen over here. If you were to base it off the area trough at 1140, it's a higher low, but here we go, breaking down now below 21.4, rejecting the volume weighted average price, and now we're 10 pennies out of the money on NVIDIA. So, we already got out. Good. So the stop triggered there, everything is good. Am I positive on it? Yes, I am. Good. So we'll keep tabs on that if NVIDIA wants to reset off 135 and create a higher low, because last time it dipped into 134.80. If it wants to hold up at 135 and continue with that higher low, higher high pattern, I could be persuaded to get in, but I don't like the future rejecting VWAP, breaking down below 21.4, so I'll let that one cook. All right, FSI finally doing well on this one. 36 is now showing up on the ask. Let's see 37s. I'm waiting at 40 and then 48. Got several outs on this one, trying to pack my patience. I don't want to take it out early. I didn't wait all this time to take it out near the break even. So let's see what FSI has to offer us here. It's up about 44%, and it's not a bad look. Again, I didn't base this on my usual trading rules to get in above VWAP, because this one was not respecting VWAP to begin with. But what I did like about FSI was the higher lows. And then we kind of ended that higher low situation where we got that consolidative period above $5. So I'm having to trade this one a little bit differently. I'm talking about FSI, the one that you see on your screen there. What else we got? SES seems like it's defending that dollar. So shout out to Pretty Panda. He's the one that brought this to my attention. SES now 4 different wicks all off that dollar area. You have that initial clearing of the dollar at that 12.10 time slot. Then 12.15 we defend. 12.20 we defend. This one doesn't quite make it down. 12.30 we defend. And then again here 12.35 we're defending the dollar. So multiple wicks off that dollar being bought up, but still lower highs and a flat bottom. So it's not exactly a glowing endorsement for a long right now off the buck. You could get in at a buck and maybe give it to like 95 pennies or whatever you're willing to risk there. Okay, FSIs, I see it coming into VWAP. Ram, did you just see it, Ram? I'm telling you. But look, Ram, I was sending something that I saw on Red Note to Ram. But yo, I gotta tell you, I don't like the For You page on this. Like, this is not how the For You page looks on TikTok. Obviously, I don't want to be given these options. Like, it's the For You page on TikTok is like one single videos, right? Like, anyway, so we'll have to give this one a try.
It's not gonna be exactly how TikTok was.
People were really speaking well about this thing, dude. I mean, I haven't really tried it. Maybe we need to teach it the algorithm a little bit.
Teach it. Yeah.
Teach the algorithm a little bit to show me what I like. All right. Chaitanya, sorry, man. I hope I didn't butcher your name. BMRA, any entries? Let's have a look. Bring it over here. SES is defending that dollar, guys. Okay, so this might be along here. But we'll have a look at BMRA for your boy. Okay, so this was good initially, my man. It was a good move up right at, when did it start moving? Right at 8.15. But look how it gave up the ghost, right? It's, number one, it's below VWAP. Number two, it had a whole lot of trouble staying above $1. It did its darndest to stay above buck. But now it's below VWAP with a downward channel, holding at 70 pennies. This ain't for me. It's up 95%, so it's respectable percentage up on the day. But with respect to an intraday trade, I'm not liking it. It's going to have to weasel above that volume weighted average price, which is around 93 pennies. Here's what I'll do, because it initially had a good move under it. I'll put my alert at 89 pennies, so if it approaches that dollar, I'll be made aware ahead of time. So that's a look right now. PHIO continuing to reject at that 40 penny area. We got all the way up into about 38s, but nothing doing there. Let me load up SES here, Joseph, because I might want to work into that off the dollar.
Oh, okay, yeah, was that a quick transition to your boy there? All right, let's see. Jaspre was looking at Hut, and he's like, Joe, what's up with Mara? Like, why are some of these miners moving and the other ones aren't? And the only answer that I could give Jaspreet was, like, man, it has to do with something with margins and the cost of energy. Like, it costs so much to operate these mining rigs. And then he's like, okay, but yeah, we have HUD and Riot has more Bitcoin than this, and so on, putting up some valid points. So I just said to him, I think at that point you need to dive into the fundamentals and see what's going on with it. Let's take a look at Mara and compare some of these Bitcoin miners. Why you gotta do that? And here we are. And this is not something you would necessarily want to be invested in, okay? It's a really tough technical look here. Up and down, up and down. A lot of volatility here in Mara for its price as well. So that's the best answer I can give you. Did we take a look at Riot? Let's take a look at Riot as well too. So you have to dig into those and see, like, hey, what's going on? Why is it that Bitcoin continues to appreciate and some of these other Bitcoin miners are, but Mara isn't? So then that's the point where you have to dive into the fundamentals and see, like, what's going on? What's happening with the margins? How much Bitcoin are they mining per day, or whatever it may be? That's where you need to get a little more extensive and throughout the technicals for the time being and see what's going on with that company from a fundamental standpoint, because I don't disagree with you. So if they have the second most to MSTR, then why aren't they appreciating like MSTR was, or like how Bitcoin is? Instead, they just chop around in a range, trade higher for a couple of days and then sell off, which can be extremely frustrating and not necessarily something you want to be heavily invested into. So yeah, that's my thought on that, Jaspreet. I appreciate the look and the insight as well too. So yeah, Uzukan, sorry if I butchered your name. A little bit of a tough one. Was that the guy who said you could just call him Jim or something like that?
Maybe John. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We just call him John. All right. So correct me if I'm wrong on that, but we'll take a look at SoFi. I know Neil and Sean trade this quite often. Yeah. So here we are. Nice consolidation here, forming that pennant with that, or that wedge here, and then that candle sits right on top of the 5-minute and then starts climbing higher. So really good look there on SoFi thus far. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective as well too. And wow, look at this. Gap up 1, gap up 2, and then an additional gap up on SoFi. Not too far off of these all-time highs. So trading extraordinarily well, only about 5.8% off those all-time highs, and the momentum continuing to the top side. But let's see what Adara's up to.
So just to touch here on what you guys are talking about with regards to how MicroStrategies and Mara both have Bitcoin, but MicroStrategies definitely performs differently than Mara. That could be because, as we discussed yesterday in the market recap, the amount of Bitcoin that MicroStrategy has is significantly higher than the amount held by Mara, which is, again, the public company that holds the second largest amount of Bitcoin. And I want to note, too, this is actually an original graphic here from TTV Research. We've talked about this and posted this a while back, but I wanted to show it so you guys can see the massive percentage difference. MicroStrategy holds more than 75% of all of the Bitcoin held by publicly traded companies. And it holds about 2% of all of the Bitcoin that's been discovered. So that's a pretty massive thing to note here. A Marathon Digital, by comparison, holds about 40,000 Bitcoin compared to MicroStrategy's almost 450,000. And that's as of late December. So just to be aware here, part of the reason they might perform differently is just due to the sheer, the significant difference in the amount of Bitcoin they hold. Back to you guys.
For that, Adara.
Thank you for that, Adara.
I seen on there that it says Hut has 110,000, or was it 10,000 maybe supposed to be? Yeah.
Sorry?
Just on her infographic. Yeah, because I seen it, but then it's pie part. Yeah, on the infographic. So good. Yeah, there you go, Jaspreet. The one and only answering it for you. So significantly more. And yeah, again, it doesn't mine. It's not in the mining business. It's in just the pure allocation of as much Bitcoin as he can possibly get his hands on. So that's
he's been very clear.
Yeah, he's
about
not
his
mining.
position. He's an ideologue. I kind of look at him as an ideologue, a true believer. Michael Noss calls him maximalist. I would put him ahead of that, because I mean he's risking ridiculous amounts of money. I guess maybe that's kind of normal for it. Your fortune is 50,000. His fortune is 50 billion. It's everyone's fortune is equally as important to them.
Yeah, it's all
so
relative.
What's that?
I said it's all relative.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, you know, he's probably going to take every opportunity to lever up and.
Yeah, he just wants to buy as much as he can. So he doesn't really care. That's the game plan. It's not an overly complicated plan that he has going on. It's just acquire as much as you can. And
the methodology by which he does it, like raising capital this way, that I guess where it gets a little tricky. But yeah, his intentions are pretty clear.
Yeah, exactly.
So. Guys, I'm back into PHIO. I'm in at $4. I took it all the way up into 4 1/4. Now we're layering here into a third. It's going to have to defend 4. Otherwise, I'm not going to give anything back up here on PHIO, up 53% and change. We had a nice long on this one earlier, and then we got out of it as it broke below VWAP. Now it's right back above VWAP, and we were able to scalp. But here's the deal. It's got a couple of topping tail candles right now that are pointing to a possible lower high because we only moved up into the $0.25, right? So if that $0.25 by definition is lower than the $0.50, obviously, so this is a lower high. And so I am kind of concerned about that, but I don't want to put too much stock into one candle, topping tail candle that is. So we'll see what this one does. I've already moved up my stop to a skosh below 4 to lock in those profits. It looks like I'll get stopped out if we break below 4 now on this bad boy PHIO. It doesn't look like it wants to hold up over here. Now, I'm involved in SES as well. I'm waiting for that print at 6. We are at 6, but we haven't crossed, so it hasn't printed quite yet. SES, I like this one because it defended that dollar. It's respecting the 10 exponential moving average, everything that I'd like to see in a small cap gapper, but whether it prints or not, an entirely different story, up 27.75%. It's going to have to cross that 6 for me to get printed. The high of the day, though, is 7. It did wick into 7. Didn't spend a whole lot of time there, though. Back to PHIO. Keeping an eye on this one with the lower high situation. Now, you could make the argument that I could have my stop below VWAP at around 390, 388. I'd rather not do that. If it wants to bounce off VWAP, I can certainly be persuaded to get back into it at the time, but I want to lock in profit. So if it breaks below 4, that's it. We're going to cut it. Otherwise, let this one run. The beak wetters there, they're already in, they're already set and ready to take profits if they should so print. SES continues to whiffle and waffle at that 106. No print on that monster quite yet. What is the monster NVIDIA doing? The Katina Man is still long. The Katina Man is long. Amazon at 220, 225. 222.15. 10? Okay, let's go. 222.10. The Katina Man basically 4 pennies off the low of the day. He's going to show his chart in a second here. He's going to weasel into the mic too.
In here. What's up, everybody? How's your afternoon going? I hope it's going well. I switched with Ramin. It was chicken on top of the salad, and she so graciously let me have her tuna.
Shouldn't have done that, Katina Man.
She's sick of. No, I asked her. She so graciously said that. She was going to. I was like, no, you keep it. But she was very, very kind of that. No, just on the way down in here, I just want to show it to you. Amazon came back in. Here's the 222 again. Just showed up on the 200 period moving average on a 5-minute chart. So we take that one and then we bang into the upside. And we get out at the 50 period moving average. Right now, the 50 period moving average is right here. So we are getting lighter and lighter on Amazon. But I just want to say that was one of our trades. So back over to the midday madness with Sharif and Joseph.
You're looking real good there with that entry. Katina Man, shout out to you. Happy with the SES. First print out at 6s, now waiting at 8s. We are at 8s on the ask, but we're going to have to cross. Going to send it to Joseph in a second, but now we got another fill on FSI at 40s. So we'll look for the next fill at 47s. But now we're going to encounter 2 major areas of resistance on FSI. The first and the foremost being VWAP, which on my chart looks like it's at 43s or 44s. And then we got the $0.50, that 50 penny area, which acts as psychological resistance and support for these small cap gappers. So I see you, Joseph. I was looking at the daily chart on PHIO and see the recent day near $10. Can we use this info to inform? Absolutely, my man. Goes without question. That should be a level of resistance that you're looking at. If PHIO really gets its footing under it and breaks above that 453 HOD and really gets parabolic, well, then that $10 area will certainly be an area of resistance. Did I read your comment right? I was looking at the daily chart on PHIO and see recent day near $10. Can we use this info? Yeah. So I did read it right. Yeah, that's gonna be a resistance level once we get into it, if we get into it. But we don't have to worry about that quite yet because we are some distance away from that $10 area on PHIO, Joseph.
Hey, good look there. Elon Musk asked me as well too, and see what you're looking at. So you say the Adobe 444 call, March 21st. Let's pull it up. I like the way you speak. That is my language, my guy. So here we go, March 21st. Let's see what we're looking at, the 444s. I don't see that strike price. So we have like the 445s here maybe. Slightly out the money, paying a whopping $18.30 for that contract with an IB of around 33. So you're not paying too much implied volatility on that one. So good look there. Let's take a look at Adobe from a technical standpoint and see if it's even worth it. And Lemon, also write in the chat when the earnings report is as well too, because that is going to be extremely important. ADBE. It's not for a while? Okay, thanks, Adara. So yeah, here we are, probably early to mid-February. You thinking, Adara, something along those lines? Oh, okay, so yeah, so it's not going to be a while, so maybe at the end of February or something. So here we are from an intraday standpoint, looking really pretty and coming off these lows. Oh wow, this thing has been getting, taken behind the woodshed for a little while here on this one. Let's see what's going. If you get this bounce off the bottom there, E-Lemon, then you're looking pretty. So again, give yourself some time as well too, what you did, which is March 21st, about over a month away, so close to 2 months away. That's good, so you can check that box. And then ask yourself, is this something that you really want to be buying down here? I mean, buying when there's blood in the streets is a good idea, but is this enough for this price to turn around, especially after this big gap down day, which I'm not too familiar with. Maybe their earnings, big gap down on the earnings, and now slowly recovering. So just really ask yourself, is this the ticker that you want to be involved in, or is there other plays that are potentially with stronger stocks leading in the Northeast? So just ask yourself that. Did you see the $5 super chat, Sharif?
No, I didn't.
By Swoldemort. That's right.
It's Canadian,
yeah,
too,
it's
baby.
a whopping 5 from Swoldemort here. I like that name. AGL breaking out options chain, looking really supportive as well. Let's take a look at AGL for you, my guy, and we'll pull up the chain for Swoldemort. We like that. Swoldemort. Yeah, we love a good name. So yeah, let's see what we got going on here. Options chain supporting it. I'm not too familiar with this stock, but again, that open interest opening up for this thing here. Yeah, from a daily perspective, 1 day until expiry. And let's take a look at the February 26th, because I don't think they have weeklies on this thing here. Okay, yeah, the 7th, nope, they don't. So they're only monthlies here, guys, on that front. But yeah, the options chain not looking horrible, but not the most liquid thing on the chain. So yeah, good luck there, Swoldemort. Appreciate that, and thank you for the $5 super chat. Hopefully that you guys are loving
Really
the Swoldemort.
good, bro.
Eh?
Yeah.
These guys are loving the Swoldemort. So yeah, here it is from an intraday perspective. What?
What happened?
Is this? Oh, AGI. I'm like RGI. I'm like, what is this? AGI. Here we go. Sorry about that. And here we are. Yeah. So not looking bad. Primary trend to the top side. You're gonna get the nod up from me on that. We just went over something else with Elon Musk. And look at the difference in the primary trends. This is something that I would be looking to buy calls on, not necessarily Adobe. Look for something that's strong, and then look for that continuation in strength.
All right, Joseph. Sadly, didn't get the print at 10.10 on SES. It comes into tens, and then it had big size there. There was about well, it's a dollar name, obviously. It had several thousand lots. I want to say somewhere around 10,000 lots or so, given the price of the stock, though. That's not all that much. What I'm keeping an eye on, though, for is higher lows. So we're in at 104. Let's see if we can continue to move up. I've layered my orders up on this monster over here on SES. There was a big size at that $1.10, but I still like how it traded at $1. So, and I like the higher lows as well. So let's keep an eye out on this one. I'm back into PHIO after taking everything out at the $0.25 there to defend 4. We've already got a couple of prints. Let's see if this one wants to hold up at VWAP and hold up at the $4 area. We're in at 99s, $3.99, anything below $3.90, and we're out because we're not going to give it back. Here we go. I'm waiting at 10s for the next one. So let's layer the orders in case this one gets crazy and wants to pop off. So we'll throw in some orders there. see how this one does. FSI as well. This one displeases me greatly. We get that 540 fill, and then all of a sudden, despite the fact that it hasn't respected VWAP at any time in the day, I'm talking about this piece of garbage here, FSI. It comes into the area, the VWAP area at 1245, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, it's very respectful of the volume weighted average price. So I could have gauged that, obviously, to take profits there, but I like the higher low as well, and anything below the area trough, we're going to get out anyway. So we'll let that one cook. But SES is coming down now. That concerns me a little bit. Yeah, anything below $1, I think I'm done my trade on SES. Again, there's not too much continuity in these small cap gappers. You're having to scrounge for trades during the midday with these bad boys because, well, there's just no continuity, and there's nothing I can do about that. We'll look for the best ones, but there isn't much today. Let's look at this one over here. Just looking at some new ones that I hadn't seen on my scanner before. IBRX looks like it's okay. The volume's a little light on it. 11 million shares. Let's. Who are we gonna remove here? We're gonna remove ABAT. We're gonna put in IBRX. Not a bad looker. Trading at the highs there, 287. The volume, as I said, a little bit light for $2 name, but the chart pattern, quite respectful. Any headline on this? Immunity Bio. Yeah, they've got the company shares climb after they preview their full year 2025 regulatory advances, says this headline vis-a-vis the Dow Jones. Institutional. So yeah, this one could absolutely be a good one right now, trading at the high, 287. Is this? Yeah, that is the high. So we are at the high that we printed at 1025. Let me throw on the ticker here. IBRX is the ticker I'm talking about. Oops. BRX. Let's throw that on. Now, I don't want to punch in at the highs, especially because it's not parabolic in any way. So there's really no reason to punch in at highs. All right, doing well here on PHIO. We've taken out all my orders that I had layered. Now let me layer at 25. So this one does end up defending said whole dollar and said VWAP. There is the print on PHIO, and it's going. Boom. Let's see if this one can take out the $0.50, Joseph. I appreciate you guys.
Let's go.
Let's see. I'm going to put it at 55, see if we can take out that big move up here on PHIO. Big size, though, at the $0.50. Look at that. Hidden seller. Okay, we take him out, and then down we go, Joseph. Let's see if we can continue to move up here on PHIO. This one's getting parabolic, and you can just see by the tape that the participation rate, the tape and the book, participation rate really moving here. Now, this obviously presents you with opportunities for good profits, but it can equally move to the downside. So make sure you're managing risk. I always want to stress that with these small cap gappers because, they're intraday trades. So, it's not something we should be bag holding. So keeping an eye out on this one. Let's see if it runs again. Here comes the $0.50 again on this, on PHIO. No, nothing yet. So just let that one cook. We don't need to keep staring on that one. We'll get the print when we get the print. SES defended the dollar. Back up into 104. Not bad. Not bad. Let's see if this one wants to continue to run up, though. Nothing for me to do here. FSI is a piece of crap. So we'll continue to watch that one as well. If it continues to defend the $5 area, fine. If it breaks below I have my out below 490. So I've given it some room, given that it's spready and given that I'm trading it a little bit differently. So that's the look right there, Joseph. What do you got?
Hey, good look there. I had an interesting question in the chat from Cairo here. What are the odds of QQQs being at 520 by the end of the day? And so what does that do? Yeah, that's a great question. So what did I do? I pulled up the options chain, and I wanted to see what the smarter people are. The people who are significantly smarter than me and how those calculations work. And I went to that $520 strike price, and sure enough, it's about 86% chance that that contract will expire out the money. So it is not looking good as of right now for the Qs closing above $520. And that's the power of the chain as well, too. So that's a great question. And then having the ability to correlate it, that was interesting. So I really like that one. Great question. So 86% chance that it will not close above 520, Cairo. So yeah, really good question. And if you have the options chain as well, too, pull it up and look at that strike price. 0 DTE. Check the strike price out and let me know your thoughts and what you see from a delta standpoint on that one, guys. But here we are with some NVDA still slowly crawling higher. looking like we're forming somewhat of a head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute here, guys, and on the 5 minute as well. So if we break lower and break some of these key support levels, then there might be some more downsides. So gonna pay attention to that. Hopefully we can act as as support here, and we bounce off that and slowly climb higher so we can hit that 36.30 price target that we were looking for. But let's pull up our IBIT here too. A little FOMO on that front because this thing has been trading phenomenal. Now putting in a new high a day, hovering around those highs as well. Is IBIT, nice ad here, nice grab at the view up. You know I like getting in and around the volume weighted average price, cheering up, bang, bang, and then here we are holding that, but then a beautiful consolidation phase here on Bitcoin, and then continuing to climb higher. Beautiful breakout there, guys, with that volume. Look at that volume breakout there, and sure enough, you get that engulfing candle, kind of engulfing this whole range right here, and then boom, going from 56.62 all the way up to 57.10. So good luck there. Joe, do you use any websites to gather options data besides what the broker provides? No, I know Sharif uses Market Chameleon. You can look at the expected move on that one. I use Options AI for expected move as well too, which is an additional website. But I don't need too much information other than what the chain is
Esse é o Ancapso e nós vamos falar agora sobre a repercussão do governo ter voltado atrás naquela medida do Pix, né? Porque tá muito engraçado, cara. A mídia entrou em desespero, entrou em parafuso, porque como eu falei para vocês, né? O Lula rifou esse pessoal todo. Tava todo mundo dizendo que não, que é fake news, que não acredita nisso, não, que não sei o que lá. Aí o Lula vai e cancela a porcaria. Não, realmente, olha só, foi um erro nosso, erramos, vamos voltar atrás e coisa e tal. E aí, meu amigo, a jornalistaiada, a esquerdaiada, ficou desesperada. Não, como é que pode? Porque o Nicolas está desacreditando e atacando medidas públicas. Cara, olha só o que falou a Eliane Cantanhede. Gente, isso não é pessoa normal que está falando isso não, cara. Isso não pode. Que coisa é essa de desacreditar a medida pública do governo? É um crime de desacreditar e atacar medidas públicas do governo. Não pode criticar o governo. É o crime criticar o governo. Olha só como é que esse pessoal está em desespero. Eles estão em desespero por um outro motivo. Eles estão em desespero porque é o que eu falei de vocês, a coisa do consenso social, né? O consenso social, pela primeira vez, uma das primeiras vezes, se formou fora da imprensa. A imprensa estava acostumada a liderar o consenso social no Brasil. Agora formou do outro lado. Eles estão desesperados, porque a imprensa brasileira, né, a mídia tradicional socialista, já vinha perdendo força há muito tempo. Agora foi um ponto de inflexão, foi um ponto que pela primeira vez eles viram totalmente perdidos. E aí sabe o que é o mais engraçado? Eles insistindo nesse negócio, dizendo que não, que é um absurdo, porque fake news e não sei o que lá, eles não percebem que eles estão atacando a eles mesmos. Porque no momento que você formou o consenso social, que as pessoas perceberam que o Nicolas estava certo, que o Lula estava errado. O Lula admitiu que estava errado. O Lula voltou atrás na medida. O Lula falou, errei, fui sacana, voltei atrás, errei, perdão aí. No momento que foi admitido isso, que agora está tudo cristalino, que o Nicolas estava certo, eles estão errados, eles insistirem na tese da fake news, está só mostrando que eles usam isso de forma absurda. Eles estão atacando a eles mesmos, sem nem perceber, por puro desespero. Sabe aquele escorpião desesperado no canto que começa a atacar, a morder nele mesmo, porque não sabe mais o que fazer? É a imprensa brasileira nesse momento. Essa notícia foi sugerida por Caçadores das Ampolas Perdidas, Anão de Embu das Artes e várias outras pessoas. Obrigado aí ao pessoal que sugeriu notícias lá no nosso site, no visãolibertaria.com. E obrigado a você que está assistindo o nosso vídeo. Se você gosta do nosso conteúdo, por favor, deixa o seu like e se inscreva aqui no canal, né? Cara, olha que coisa, né? A Eliane Cantanhede falou que não, que o Nicolas tem o crime de desacreditar e atacar medidas públicas. Então não pode criticar medida pública em uma medida pública que o próprio governo disse que estava errada. O Lula admitiu que errou e voltou atrás. Como que não é crime? Ao contrário, ele fez um bem para o país, ele apontou um problema que o próprio governo Lula olhou para aquilo e falou, realmente, é um problema, precisamos voltar atrás, está errado, exageramos. Olha, então agora ela fala esse tipo de coisa, repara como é que mostra o absurdo que é isso daí, né? O discurso do cara da Receita Federal foi assim, indicativo pra caramba. Olha ele falando aqui de voltar atrás, né? Ao invés de pedir desculpas pela lambança, porque claramente foi uma lambança, se você teve que voltar atrás, meu amigo, foi uma lambança, você errou. Não tem outra forma de definir isso. Se você teve que voltar atrás é porque você errou. Não tem alternativa aqui, ó. Atribuiu a repercussão a pessoas inescrupulosas que causaram pânico entre a população mais humilde e ainda falou em round de uma luta, ou seja, dizendo que vai voltar atrás, é o que eu falo para vocês. Bitcoin, prestem atenção, criptomoedas, né? O Pix, dessa vez a gente ganhou. Por quanto tempo que a gente ganhou, eu não sei, né? O cara tá mordido com essa história, tá mordido com isso. Aqui, ó. Apesar do trabalho da imprensa, que foi nossa parceira, pessoas inescrupulosas com vistas a ganho político reproduziram um prejuízo continuado. Por conta disso, resolvi revogar o ato para retirar essa arma da mão desses criminosos inescrupulosos. Me diz um negócio, olha só, o agente público, ele não pode fazer as coisas conforme a conveniência dele, não. Ele tem que fazer as coisas conforme a conveniência do país. Se era um erro, ok, beleza, vocês erraram. Errar é humano, você errou, percebeu que errou, voltou atrás. Isso é aceitável. Você voltar atrás de uma medida, não porque é interesse da população, você está prevaricando. Então esse cara é um criminoso, é um prevaricador, está prevaricando na função pública, né? Ele não pode voltar atrás porque ele acha que é conveniente voltar atrás. Ele tem que voltar atrás, admitir erro ele pode, mas não pode voltar atrás porque ele quer. Né? Ou seja, olha só como é que esse cara colocou isso, eles tentaram colocar isso ainda como se estão sendo atacados e coisa e tal, sendo que, no final das contas, meu amigo, vocês admitiram que erraram, vocês voltaram atrás, admitiram que erraram, não tem o que fazer. Tá o pessoal aqui, aí a Cantanhede foi o pior, cara. Aqui, ó, tiramos a arma da mão do criminoso. Peraí, a arma que vocês estavam apontando para o trabalhador brasileiro, para o informal brasileiro, né? A arma que vocês apontaram para o informal brasileiro, quando foi virada para vocês, vocês ficaram preocupados, não é isso? Esse que é o problema, né? Ou seja, é por isso que as pessoas não gostam de arma, porque eles não sabem muito bem como é que a coisa funciona, né? O argumento, quando eles perderam no argumento, vieram com essa aí que não, que a arma na mão do inimigo. É aquilo que eu falo para vocês, esse pessoal, eles não percebem que já se formou o consenso social do outro lado. Até quem é de esquerda concorda com o Nicolas Ferreira. O Lula, no momento que ele falou, ok, erramos, voltei atrás, acabou, o Nicolas ganhou. No momento que você fica insistindo nessa tese, não porque o Nicolas estava errado, ué, então por que ele ganhou essa parada? Como é que ele conseguiu fazer isso daí? Explica esse negócio aí. Ou seja, no final das contas, eles estão admitindo que estão errados e estão insistindo na tese das fake news. Eles querem manter as duas narrativas juntas, o que é impossível. Eles não percebem que eles estão ferindo a eles mesmos. Tiramos a arma do inimigo e começamos a atirar na nossa própria cabeça. É o que eles estão dizendo, entendeu? Ou seja, que é isso que eles estão fazendo. O consenso social, todo mundo que está acompanhando esse caso percebeu, Nicolas está certo, Lula está errado. Ué, por que a imprensa continua criticando Lula? O que está acontecendo aqui? A imprensa estava jogando fora a credibilidade dela nessa história. Sem contar o absurdo dessa frase da Eliane Cantanhede, que é crime desacreditar e atacar medidas públicas. Como assim é crime? Criticar governo não pode? Desde quando? Já estamos na ditadura, então já foi decretada a ditadura no governo Lula, né? Que você não pode criticar o governo. Aqui, ó. O Haddad foi na mesma linha da Eliane Cantanhede, dizendo que acreditar um instrumento público é crime. Olha só, eu estou falando isso para vocês, isso aí não é uma coisa nova, tá? Porque isso vem desde o ponto em que o pessoal acusou os bolsonaristas de querer desestabilizar a democracia porque estavam atacando o STF. Não pode atacar o STF porque... Ué, por que não pode? O STF é parte do governo. O que distingue uma democracia de uma ditadura não é o nome democracia não, meu filho. Democracia, tem um monte de país com nome de democracia que não é democracia por aí. Cuba se diz uma democracia. Coreia do Norte, República Democrática da Coreia do Norte. O nome democracia tem num monte de lugar. O que distingue uma democracia de uma ditadura é muito simples. A democracia é aquele regime que você pode criticar tudo no governo. A ditadura é quando você não pode. Se você pode criticar tudo no governo, é uma democracia. Pode ser uma democracia merda, pode ser um país de merda, mas você está podendo criticar, não tem problema. É uma democracia, você está numa democracia. Quando você não pode mais criticar, você está numa ditadura. É simples assim. Não tem outra alternativa, não tem outra forma de ver. Agora, é verdade que esse é justamente o ponto deles, né? O que eu falei para vocês, houve um ponto de inflexão muito importante na questão da informação descentralizada e distribuída. A mídia tradicional, né, os jornais, as revistas, estavam acostumados a eles estabelecerem esse consenso social. Já há algum tempo eles não conseguiam. Há algum tempo eles tentavam e não conseguiam o negócio do golpe do Bolsonaro. Eles queriam, fizeram igual a Brasília lá do Collor, né? Eles queriam porque queriam que o povo abraçasse o consenso social de que Bolsonaro deu um golpe. Tentaram e não conseguiram. Já não estavam conseguindo há um tempão, mas não tinha consenso do outro lado também, porque a internet é muito aberta, né? Ela não tem não tem uma coordenação central da coisa, né? Mas, quando vem um argumento correto, quando o Nicolas fez um vídeo competente, um vídeo bacana, transmitindo a ideia legal e coisa e tal, pronto, formou o consenso do outro lado. Eles estão apavorados com isso e aí acabam batendo neles mesmos, porque, veja, no momento que já está admitido, já está claro para a população inteira que o Lula perdeu e o Nicolas ganhou, isso já está estabelecido, ninguém tem dúvida disso mais. Até o pessoal fala aqui, governo errou do começo ao fim na polêmica do Pix, avaliam interlocutores do Lula. O pessoal do Lula sabe disso. Aí o que acontece nesse momento, né? É igual o pessoal que começou a defender o Collor no final lá do governo Collor. Não tinha como defender o Collor naquele momento. O consenso social já estava formado que o Collor estava errado. E o Collor estava errado mesmo, tá? Não pelo que eles falaram, estava errado pelo da tirada de dinheiro da poupança do pessoal. Devia ter sofrido impeachment no início do mandato dele, mas... Enfim, naquele momento não tem mais como você ir contra. Ir contra é suicídio político. Você vai se queimar e não vai conseguir absolutamente nada. É o que a imprensa está fazendo. A imprensa está tão desacostumada de estar nessa posição de ter que contestar o consenso social. Nós não. A direita surgiu contestando o consenso social. O consenso social da imprensa socialista tradicional brasileira, né, era totalmente pró-esquerda. Era tudo pró-esquerda. Questão de privatização. Privatização no Brasil era quase xingamento, não podia falar de privatização, que absurdo, o petróleo é nosso, eu não sei o que lá, não pode falar de privatização. A gente começou a batalhar isso, quebramos esse negócio, quebrou o consenso. Hoje não tem mais esse consenso. Você pode dizer que ainda não há o consenso do outro lado, Mas o consenso de que privatização é ruim, e havia esse consenso no Brasil até, sei lá, 2003, 2004, alguma coisa assim, não existe mais. E eles estão apavorados, eles nunca tiveram do outro lado. Aí estão tentando, desesperados, tentando dizer que não, que foi fake news, que foi um ataque. Eles vão tentar sair pelo lado da ditadura. Agora que a gente vai ver o quão resilientes são as instituições brasileiras. É o que eu falo para vocês. Que o Lula vai tentar dar um golpe, vai tentar estabelecer uma ditadura no Brasil, ele vai, eu não tenho dúvida nenhuma que ele vai. Ele sabe que ele não vai conseguir se reeleger em 2026, ele sabe que o impeachment é capaz de colar, capaz de passar um impeachment aqui, ele vai ter que sair pro lado da ditadura. Vai tentar virar um Maduro e coisa e tal. Eu acho que ele não consegue, ele vai tentar, mas até o STF não vai embarcar nesse negócio. Eu acho, não sei, pode ser que embarque. É o que eles estão querendo fazer, que é isso, é convencer o STF que formou um consenso social do outro lado, e agora isso é mais perigoso ainda do que qualquer outra coisa. Não, não é. É só consequência do que já vinha acontecendo, a imprensa perdendo força, né? Aqui, ó, o Haddad falou a mesma coisa, né? O Banco Central mostrou um vídeo ridículo, cara. Cara, se é o Sidônio por trás, é que eu não sei se é o Sidônio que faz esse tipo de propaganda, mas, cara, se é o Sidônio por trás disso daqui, puta que pariu. A coisa mais ridícula do mundo é você, o Banco Central, querer fazer um vídeo espertinho, né, modernoso e coisa e tal, fingindo que você é um cara da hora, né? E aí, beleza, descer para BC e não sei o que lá. Cara, não tenta isso, bicho. Olha só, vai por mim, eu sou velho. Eu sei que isso não cola, não dá para fazer esse negócio de modernidade, né? E não tem esse negócio, seja sincero. Se o Banco Central fizesse um comercial sincero, explicando a coisa, é muito melhor do que ficar tentando usar linguagem jovem. Vou usar linguagem jovens, sacou, morou? Né? Porra, cara, tu vai errar, cara, tu não é da época, não adianta tu tentar usar linguagem jovem que tu não vai conseguir. E ainda fez o vídeo errado, porque depois que o Lula voltou atrás, ainda botaram o vídeo que depois que o Lula voltou atrás, não tinha mais que defender medida nenhuma, né? Isso aqui é outra... Caraca, que coisa ridícula, bicho. Cara, a comunicação, é o que eu falo pra você, bicho, se for o Sidônio por trás disso daqui, isso daqui eu acho que é. Isso daqui eu acho que é. Cara, copiaram o Nicolas Ferreira, fizeram um vídeo no mesmo estilo do Nicolas Ferreira, botando o Lindbergh Farias. Sabe por que eles botaram o Lindbergh Farias? O Lindbergh Farias foi o líder dos jovens na época do Collor. Vocês não lembram disso, não sei se lembram, né? Não sei se vocês sabem disso. Mas o Lindbergh Farias foi o cara que, né, era o expoente dos jovens que ocuparam Brasília, não sei o que lá. Ele já era de Grêmio Estudantil, já era de esquerda, já era da turma da esquerda na época, né? Na época eles tinham força pra caramba. Ele que fez esse negócio. Só que, cara, o cara envelheceu, né? Chegou uma hora que o cara... E ele envelheceu mal, diga-se de passagem, né? Porque é tipo de esquerdista isso, né? Envelheceu mal. E aí fica falando esse negócio aqui, não porque não sei o que lá, tentar arrumar um negócio aqui, falar uma coisa... Porra, realmente é patético o que eles estão tentando fazer aqui. Igualzinho, repara que o vídeo é muito parecido, do mesmo formato, e ainda pegaram o líder jovem deles. Gente, é o que eu estou tentando explicar para vocês. O Lindbergh Farias é o líder jovem que a esquerda tem. Cara, toca nisso, cara. O líder jovem que a esquerda tem o quê? 50 anos, sei lá quantos anos esse cara tem. É o líder jovem que a esquerda tem. É por isso que o pessoal está preocupado, cara. Morreu o Lula, acabou a esquerda no Brasil. Não tem ninguém, não teve renovação, não recriou lideranças novas no final das contas. Os caras, para buscarem... Bom, a direita usou um líder jovem como Nicolas, né? Temos que pegar um líder jovem na esquerda. Quem é o nosso líder jovem? Lindbergh Farias, que era jovem em 1992, cara. Puta que pariu. Caraca, esse pessoal não cansa de dar tiro no pé, cara. É um tiro no pé atrás do outro. Aí, é o que eu falo, aí estão indo do lado da ditadura. Não, porque a Advocacia Geral da União falou que vai identificar os autores e espalharam a fake news e não sei o que lá, e tenha medo e não sei o que lá, e não espalhe mais fake news, porque não sei o que lá. Seria uma honra para mim ser preso por esse pessoal, sinceramente. Que absurdo que é isso. Aí veio o Sakamoto desesperado aqui. Esse pessoal criou essa fake news. Que fake news, Sakamoto? O Lula reconheceu que era fato e tirou a medida. Acabou com a medida porque reconheceu que errou. Como é que você está falando aí que não, que o problema, criou um problema para as finanças públicas e coisa e tal? Criou um problema para as finanças públicas porque é óbvio, né? O Nicolas fala aqui, ó, os dados recebidos poderão, por exemplo, ser disponibilizados na declaração pré-preenchida no imposto de renda para pessoas físicas no próximo ano, evitando divergências. Ou seja, o que está falando? Isso aqui é uma declaração do Banco Central antes de terem revogado a instrução normativa que causou esse problema todo, né? Ou seja, o que eles queriam era mesmo arrecadar dinheiro de informais. O que eles queriam era exatamente o problema que o Nicolas apontou. Pegar dinheiro de motorista de Uber, de pedreiro, de manicure, do pessoal informal que não emite nota fiscal, não emite RPA, não emite porra nenhuma, E, no final das contas, é informal, e aí a Receita quer pegar dinheiro desse negócio. Era exatamente isso que eles queriam. E o pessoal, não, que não pode, porque como você ousa, eles estão preocupados porque o que vai prejudicar as finanças públicas? Porque eles estavam contando com esse dinheiro que eles iam roubar de nós, de vocês, de mim, de nós todos aqui, para dar dinheiro para os cupincha do Lula, né? O Sakamoto não sai, você sabe que esse apoio do Sakamoto não é de graça, né? Esse apoio da imprensa tradicional socialista para o governo do PT não é de graça, né? Cara, é impressionante isso. O Zeca Dirceu dizendo aqui, não me venha com bom dia, a situação é péssima. Pois é, alguns já começaram a reconhecer isso. Veio outra também. Aí o Jornal Nacional falou que não, porque agora revogou a portaria que falava em 5 mil e agora a Receita vai inspecionar 2 mil. Ué, peraí, por que ninguém falou isso antes? Como é que agora, depois que revogou, eles dizem que não, que a portaria era para melhorar? De novo, é desespero deles, é a tentativa deles de jogar uma fake news para abafar a verdade inconveniente. É o que eles querem, é o que eu falo para vocês. O que o Nicolas falou não era fake news. Tanto o Lula admitiu isso, todo mundo admitiu isso, todo mundo percebeu isso. O Lula teve que admitir e teve que voltar atrás. Agora estão dizendo que não, que era para o bem, que antes o limite era de 2 mil e para 5 mil e não sei o que lá. E o Gilson Marques explica aqui, ó. Não, isso é mentira. Ambas as regras obrigam os bancos a reportarem movimentações ao risco, independente do limite de gasto mensal. Não mudou em nada a revogação, pois os bancos já eram obrigados a enviar manifestações para a Receita. É mentira. A nova norma da Receita incluía todas as carteiras digitais, chamados participantes indiretos do Pix, 99Pay, Recarga Pay, Google Pay e etc. Quem usa o banco regulamentado pelo Banco Central não funciona. Mentira, a nova regra previa explicitamente moeda eletrônica, uma opção que a norma anterior não previa, né? Enfim, ou seja, realmente eles mudaram essa história. Eles estão inventando esse negócio para tentar dizer que não, que a medida era boa, mas o Lula foi obrigado a retirar ela. Conta outra. O próprio Sakamoto está dizendo aqui ó, que estão criando um problema para as finanças públicas, porque eles esperavam arrecadar mais com essa norma, né? É lógico que esperavam. O governo está doido para pegar dinheiro das pessoas para gastar com os cupinchas dele, né? Enfim, o Valdo Cruz chegou à conclusão aqui de que o governo errou no começo e no fim da polêmica do Pix. Ou seja, errou em tudo. O governo Lula está errado desde o início. O problema do governo Lula é o pinguço cachaceiro que está sentado na presidência da República. Esse é o problema. Começou errado desde o início. Esse pessoal se embananou no momento que decidiu botar um pinguço corrupto na presidência da República. Está tudo errado. Não tem nada que possa sair de bom disso daí, né? E no final das contas, quem lucrou com essa história foi o Nicolas. Eu vou falar mais sobre isso porque isso aqui é importante pra caramba também.
Obrigado por assistir o vídeo até o final. Além de curtir, compartilhar e se inscrever no canal, considere se tornar patrocinador com valores a partir de R$ 1,99. Clique no botão Seja Membro abaixo para saber as condições e vantagens de patrocinar o canal. Mais informações sobre o nosso projeto, visite nossos sites indicados na tela.
O INMET, o Instituto Nacional de Meteorologia, emitiu alerta de temporais para várias regiões do país.
Uma das pistas da principal via de trânsito rápido de Goiânia teve que ser interditada. Parte cedeu depois do último temporal. Uma mulher teve que ser resgatada com a ajuda de outros motoristas. Em 24 horas, choveu na cidade mais de 135 milímetros.
Banco, onde está lá de fora lá, ó.
É o segundo maior volume de chuva em um único dia em Goiânia. Segundo o Instituto Nacional de Meteorologia, em 2 semanas, o volume já ultrapassou em 30% o que era esperado para todo o mês de janeiro. Em Planaltina, de Goiás, moradores foram resgatados de barco pelos bombeiros. Quando a água baixou, foi possível ver que uma cratera surgiu no asfalto. Em Mato Grosso, os temporais desalojaram 170 famílias nas cidades de Rio Branco e Salto do Céu. Uma ponte de madeira foi levada pela correnteza. Uma viatura policial foi surpreendida pelo alagamento. Os agentes tiveram que se abrigar em cima do carro. Na região metropolitana de Cuiabá, um abrigo com mais de 100 animais foi tomado pela água. No Maranhão, a água invadiu casas em São José de Ribamar. Uma ponte foi interditada. Em Minas Gerais, subiu para 26 o número de mortes causadas pelos temporais. 63 municípios declararam situação de emergência ou calamidade no estado. Em Governador Valadares, a chuva deu uma trégua e o nível do Rio Doce saiu da cota de inundação.
Fala aí, pessoal, sejam muito bem-vindos a mais essa enrolação. É o seguinte, galera, vídeo importantíssimo, talvez o mais importante que eu fiz nos últimos anos. Tem algumas coisas acontecendo no mundo e aqui no Brasil. No Brasil, essa história toda de Pix, essas coisas estão conectadas, impactam demais a economia, impactam os investimentos, só que você fica olhando o Pix, o incêndio em Los Angeles, essa história da cultura woke, você fica olhando cada ponto em um lugar e não faz as conexões, não entende os impactos da economia, nem os impactos no seu investimento. Mas eu estou aqui para isso. No vídeo de hoje, eu vou falar rapidinho aqui o que aconteceu no mundo em 2 minutinhos durante a semana e depois vou te mostrar os 3 pontos que você precisa saber no mundo atualmente, por que isso está conectado e qual será o impacto no seu bolso nos próximos anos. Quem não ficar até o final é louco, é totalmente louco. Vai ser um vídeo muito rápido, no máximo 4 a 5 minutos. Mas antes de eu começar, você já sabe. Se inscreva aqui no YouTube batendo no sininho e me diga nos comentários. Numa boa, tá? Me diga aqui, eu queria que todo mundo falasse. Na sua opinião, o Brasil tem jeito ainda em 2025? Vocês acham que dá para acertar a economia do Brasil ainda em 2025? Ou a gente já pode esquecer no início do ano? Saia de cima do muro e me diga nos comentários. Sem enrolação, então, só falar rapidinho do fechamento da semana em 1 minuto, aí a gente já vai para os pontos importantes. Tivemos aqui a alta do ouro, alta da prata, alta do Bitcoin, alta do Ethereum, mas nem tudo são flores. O Ibovespa fechou em queda. É uma queda que não é nenhum absurdo. A gente está em 118 mil pontos, mas porra, de novo uma queda, quando é que a gente vai comemorar uma alta? Porque alta mesmo só no dólar, que saiu de 6,04 para 6,10, fechando a semana aí. O problema é o seguinte, do topo, 6,30, o dólar caiu. Tá 6,10. Mas caso o dólar se estabilize nesse patamar de 6, é uma merda. Porque ele tá ficando estável num ponto já muito elevado. Isso pode prejudicar a inflação, que já está prejudicada. Em relação a criptomoedas, tem gente falando que o Ethereum pode superar o Bitcoin esse ano. Calma, o pessoal emocionado tem que ter calma. Rússia vendeu 585 milhões em Bitcoin, começou a vender, mas deve seguir. E o Bitcoin está na faixa dos 95 mil dólares enquanto eu gravo esse vídeo. E diversas altcoins despencando. Vocês já sabem, né? O Bitcoin caiu 1%, as altcoins caem 30%. Da mesma forma, o Bitcoin sobe um pouquinho, as altcoins sobem muito. Por isso que eu, particularmente, não é uma recomendação, gosto de ter 80% do meu dinheiro em Bitcoin e 20% eu distribuo nos outros projetos. No longo prazo, eu só acredito no Bitcoin. Ouro e petróleo, sem muita novidade. O ouro subiu um pouquinho, mercado buscando proteção. Em geral, o petróleo que disparou 4%. Medo aí de novas sanções à Rússia, mas a Rússia sempre dá um jeito de vender. Então o petróleo bateu ali nos 80 dólares, mas depois fechou a 79 dólares. Destaque na semana, começando pela Venezuela. O Maduro tomou posse para o 3º mandato dele. Viva a democracia, né? Pensar que o PT aqui no Brasil apoia o Maduro, tá? A Maria Corina Machado, que é a oposição lá, foi detida, mas depois libertaram por causa da repercussão. E os americanos anunciaram uma recompensa de 152 milhões de reais pela prisão do Maduro, que não vai acontecer. Então, Maduro está assumindo o 3º mandato e todo mundo sabe que as eleições não foram livres. Foram livres aonde? Na Argentina. O Milei entrou, agora tem muita gente falando que a Argentina pode ser o supermercado do mundo, porque eles têm um agro muito forte, mas eu quero que seja o Brasil. O Milei também já começou as privatizações por lá, mas eu vou repetir o que eu sempre digo, tá? O Milei vai ter dificuldade de acabar o mandato e de uma reeleição, porque a Argentina estava numa crise muito grave e consertar isso é uma coisa muito difícil. Na China, eles também passam por problemas, tanto que o Xi Jinping diz que o maior problema, a maior ameaça ao Partido Comunista é a corrupção na China. Então, para quem fica dizendo, porra, a China é isso, China é aquilo, tem uns amantes da China, né? A China é isso, é melhor, não tem corrupção. Porra, você que não conhece a China fica dizendo que não tem corrupção. O Xi Jinping, que é o líder lá, o ditador principal, diz que tem corrupção. Quem tá certo? O cara tá falando que tem corrupção na China e no Brasil. Tanto é que os dois países começaram com pior resultado na Bolsa, tanto China quanto o Brasil. Em relação à Europa, a inflação na zona do euro subiu um pouquinho, 2,4 para os brasileiros é pouco, mas para eles é um valor elevado. E a confiança na zona do euro está no menor nível em mais de um ano. A minha opinião, e tem a ver com o que eu vou falar no final, é o seguinte. A Europa passa por um problema muito grave. Eu tenho amigos que já moraram em Portugal, Inglaterra, Irlanda, Alemanha. O que está acontecendo com eles? Eles ficaram muito burocráticos, você não consegue abrir uma empresa, trabalhar direito, os impostos são altíssimos, muitos regulamentos, normas, é burocracia, é um inferno. Os preços são altíssimos de tudo, você não consegue construir isso, você não constrói, os imóveis são caros. Então, a Europa, ela está presa numa armadilha. Sem falar na questão da imigração, para que o vídeo não seja bloqueado. Então, a Europa passa por um problema muito grave. Vários países ali, não são 2 ou 3 não, vários países passam. Por aqui perto, no Canadá, o primeiro-ministro renunciou. Essa semana o Justin Trudeau renunciou, ele falou que vai permanecer no cargo até que consiga um novo líder, mas ele vai deixar tanto o comando do país quanto o comando do Partido Liberal. O Pierre Poilievre, eu já vi algumas entrevistas dele, é o favorito para comandar o país. É um cara alinhado mais a centro-direita, liberalismo econômico. O próprio Elon Musk está apoiando o Pierre. O Trump fez uma brincadeira de postar um mapa dos Estados Unidos junto com o do Canadá, isso daqui. Mas, na minha opinião, ele quer tirar a atenção dos jornalistas com essas bravatas que ele fica fazendo. E fica a pergunta aqui. No Canadá, o Justin Trudeau pulou fora. Esse cara deve ganhar. Se ele não ganhar, outro vai ganhar, mas não vai ganhar mais a extrema esquerda. O Justin Trudeau era extremíssima esquerda. Então vamos lá. Na Argentina, ganhou o Milei. Nos Estados Unidos, o Trump. Agora no Canadá, o país está saindo da extrema esquerda e indo em direção ao centro-direita. Olha o mapa aqui. As bandeiras Argentina, Estados Unidos, Canadá. Será que em 2026 teremos uma surpresa no Brasil? A lá Estados Unidos? Vamos ver, hein? E por falar em Estados Unidos, as notícias são tristes de lá. Hollywood em chamas, aquelas colinas ali, inclusive com letreiro de Hollywood tendo problema. As perdas são gigantescas. Tem gente falando que vai custar mais de 50 bilhões de dólares, muito mais provavelmente. E a resposta do governo é o quê? Tarifar. Tanto que em Nova York estão tarifando até para você andar de carro ou fazer qualquer coisa. Então, eu sei que isso parece para você que não tem relação, mas no final do vídeo eu vou provar que tem. De um lado do país está tudo pegando fogo e do outro o governo está fazendo o quê? Te tarifando. Tudo é tarifa. Tarifa, 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 tarifa. Guarde isso pra gente falar no final desse vídeo. Pô, Charlão, eu sou um amante dos impostos, eu adoro pagar impostos. Sai do vídeo. Sai do vídeo. Esse vídeo aqui não é pra você. Não é pra você. Eu recomendo que você procure ajuda. Eu vou criar o 0800 impostos ou 0800 loucura. Pra você procurar ajuda se você gosta de ficar dando dinheiro pro governo, tá? Ainda nos Estados Unidos, eles criaram 256 mil empregos. Isso veio acima do esperado, então tinha uma estimativa, 155 mil. Vieram 256 mil. Pô, Charlão, legal. Não. Eu já conversei com vocês. Quando você cria emprego de menos é um problema, quando você cria de mais também, porque inflação. Então, pô, se eles já estão com a inflação elevada e estão criando empregos, o Fed não vai poder correr com um corte de juros. Já estão falando aí em talvez 3 cortes ou até nenhum corte, tem gente falando. E se o Trump vier com uma política inflacionária, aí vai ser pior ainda. Mesmo assim, o S&P continua numa boa, eu continuo investindo e tá tudo bem. Aqui no Brasil, tivemos a notícia de que o IPCA do ano passado fechou em alta acima da meta. O Brasil é um país que historicamente tem uma inflação alta, vocês estão vendo aqui que nos últimos anos, ó, só em 2017 e 2018 que o resultado ficou abaixo da meta. Todos os outros anos, nós temos um resultado acima da meta. O Brasil, que teve a 5ª maior inflação do G4 em 2024. Então, o primeiro ponto é o seguinte. Inflação aqui é um negócio complicado. Tá sempre acima da meta. Por isso que eu sempre digo, não dá para brincar. Ah, não, mas pô, se deixar a inflação correr solto um pouquinho e depois resolve. Não resolve, não resolve. Inflação acima da meta é a pior coisa do mundo. É você acender uma fogueira numa floresta na época de seca e depois tentar controlar. Não vai conseguir controlar. Então, não dá para brincar com inflação no Brasil. Eu vou repetir, não dá para brincar com inflação no Brasil. Por isso o medo do Galípolo que muita gente tem. Vamos aguardar, sem ficar aqui fazendo drama, nem vendendo susto ainda, né? O presidente do BC disse que o estouro da meta foi causado por uma forte atividade econômica, mas essa atividade econômica foi culpa do governo. O governo jogando dinheiro na economia. Então, de um lado ele joga dinheiro na economia, no outro ele sobe o juro, que jogou muito dinheiro na economia. Resultado, a gente fica pagando aí bilhões, bilhões e bilhões, daqui a pouco trilhões em juros à toa. Era só o governo parar de jogar esse dinheiro na economia e deixar a iniciativa privada fazer isso. O preço da picanha teve a maior alta em 3 anos, então que eu sempre digo, quem fez o L esperando picanha ganhou uma salsicha e 2 ovos, porque a picanha tá caríssima, não é só a picanha. Na realidade, picanha, cervejinha, todos os alimentos subiram demais. E aí agora eu vou falar para vocês, estou no meu 1 minuto e meio. Tô com um cronômetro aqui muito bom agora, 1 minuto e meio. Eu vou falar agora dos 3 pontos que estão acontecendo pelo mundo, incluindo a história do Pix que vocês estão me cobrando. E esses 3 pontos parecem coisas diferentes, mas estão interligados e vão mexer com o seu bolso. Eu já estou de olho nisso pra gente, pode ficar tranquilo, tá? Então, 3 coisas importantes que você precisa saber e o impacto direto na economia. Começando por esse ponto aí, por esse ponto do é o fim do Pix, não é? O que está acontecendo? Calma. A notícia que movimentou a semana foi que a Receita ampliou a fiscalização sobre as transações acima de 5 mil com uma nova regra, tá? Então, o que mudou? Nada no seu dia a dia. A Receita é que vai ampliar a fiscalização, operações via Pix acima de 5 mil para pessoa física e 15 mil para pessoa jurídica serão monitoradas pela Receita, eles vão olhar e não é um imposto, não tem nada a ver com imposto, isso é fake news. Não vamos criar fake news para depois o governo censurar tudo falando que criou por causa disso. Então, foi criado um novo imposto? Não. Você vai pagar uma tarifa pelo Pix? Não. Ou ainda não. Mas não vai pagar nada agora. Não tem um imposto sobre o Pix. O governo pode criar? Pode, mas aí tem que passar a lei, criar regra, tudo mais. Não tem nada disso ainda, tá? O que eles estão fazendo é monitorar. Ah, mas estão monitorando para criar. Não, tudo bem, meu filho. Mas ainda não tem nada criado. Mas todo mundo que movimentava muito dinheiro, mesmo que não seja dinheiro de um ganho que você tem que pagar imposto, você vai ter que cuidar. Tanto que, já dou um aviso aqui, quem está na minha comunidade, a minha contadora gravou 2 aulas e nós colocamos lá. Então, você está na minha comunidade lá no meu app, corre porque tem uma aula explicando tudo que você precisa saber. Você não tá, aproveite e entre lá. Mas no momento não muda nada em termos de pagamento, você não vai ter que pagar nada por enquanto. Entra lá na minha comunidade que vocês vão ver tudo isso, tá? Pode ser que muita gente volte a usar dinheiro, talão de cheque? Pode. Mas em relação a cheque, ou TED, ou transferência de banco, o governo está de olho em tudo isso também. Só dinheiro que não tem como monitorar. Minha previsão, em 5 anos, talvez 5 a 10 anos, o dinheiro físico vai acabar. Os governos vão acabar com o dinheiro físico. Porque as pessoas podem tentar usar dinheiro físico, então para o governo é melhor que acabe para que ele monitore as operações. Mas imposto novo, não temos. Ah, Charlão, eu sou encanador, ganho efetivamente por mês 3, 4 mil reais, mas passam na minha conta lá 15 mil reais de equipamento que eu compro para as obras. Tenho que cuidar? Sim, tem que cuidar. Você vai ter que procurar um contador, um amigo, alguém que entenda, porque está transitando um dinheiro na sua conta que a Receita pode entender como um ganho e vai te cobrar imposto em cima disso. Para trás, com multa ou sem multa, não interessa. Então, o vídeo não é sobre isso, mas o que vocês têm que entender? O governo aumentou a lupa sobre o que as pessoas movimentam. Porra, então vai pegar os políticos e tal. O jurídico pediu para que eu não entrasse nessa seara. Mas aí cada um tire as suas conclusões. Esse monitoramento do Pix gerou um desgaste enorme para o Lula, porque virou a nova taxa das blusinhas, aquela história da Shein, Shopee. A popularidade do Lula já estava em queda, isso vai afetar muito. Eu vi vários vídeos das pessoas revoltadas, E aí a mídia tentando passar pano, né? Globo News, CNN, não, gente, cuidado, calma, não é nada disso. Aquela turma que tá muito ali em cima do governo, muito a favor do governo, mas o desgaste sobre o Lula foi imenso. Porque por mais que a gente diga que a verdade, olha, não terá tarifa, as pessoas já começam a pensar, mas na Shein também não ia ter no início, depois teve. Então, as pessoas estão assustadas com esse governo que só quer taxar, taxar, taxar. Mas por enquanto, sem fake news, galera. Não existe nenhuma taxa ainda sobre Pix ou sobre esse tipo de movimentação, tá? Nós temos o Drex ainda, que eles estão testando, estão olhando e tudo mais, já deve começar a ser movimentado e aqui a gente pode ter alguma questão lá na frente. Segundo ponto que vocês têm que levar em consideração, que tem a ver, no final eu vou mostrar como tudo está conectado. Mudanças na Meta, no Facebook, o Mark Zuckerberg. Então, no início da semana, o Zuckerberg deu uma entrevista e disse que mudaria a forma de moderar o conteúdo. Eles vão começar a utilizar notas da comunidade da mesma forma que o Twitter faz. Isso teve uma repercussão absurda. O Lula convocou uma reunião defendendo a soberania do Brasil. A AGU deu 72 horas para a Meta se manifestar sobre tudo isso. Então, assim, o Zuckerberg, o dono da rede social, disse o seguinte: essa forma como a gente está moderando hoje, ela está muito politizada, porque um grupo de pessoas, esse grupinho decide o que pode ou não ser falado. Então, ele assumiu isso. Olha, isso estava acontecendo. Para que não aconteça mais, nós vamos abrir da mesma forma que o Notas da comunidade lá no Twitter, que é a rede X, que funciona muito bem. Então, assim, qual o motivo para pânico? Eu liguei na TV, os jornais estavam falando, pô, o Zuckerberg vai liberar umas palavras que eu não posso falar aqui, vai liberar isso, vai liberar aquilo. Ele não vai liberar nada de errado na rede. Ele só está mudando a forma. Só que as pessoas que controlavam o que poderia ou não ser falado, elas estão muito assustadas. E o Lula, malandramente, macaco velho demais, aproveitou que era a semana do Maduro tomando posse, que todo mundo cobraria, e aí, Lula, o Maduro, a Venezuela, e mudou o assunto para Meta. Mudou o assunto para Meta. O Lula falou do Zuckerberg e nada do Maduro, então essa semana ele aproveitou para isso. Muita gente tem se questionado, pô, será que o Zuckerberg acordou, não acordou? Ele tá fazendo isso só por causa do Trump? Eu acho que não. Eu venho falando com vocês aqui há meses já. O Zuckerberg começou a treinar jiu-jitsu, fazer academia, comer carne. Tá virando uma pessoa normal. Foi no Joe Rogan, eu assisti parte, preciso assistir o episódio inteirinho. Ele chamou o Dana White pro board da Meta. Então, esse anúncio do Zuckerberg vem a comprovar o declínio da cultura woke. Para quem não sabe o que é cultura woke, eu vou explicar um pouquinho aqui, mas depois vocês estudam. Nesse momento, você ainda não sabe o que é cultura woke, você tá ligeiramente atrasado. Mas vamos lá. Minha opinião, depois eu quero até gravar um vídeo sobre isso. Não é que o Zuckerberg tá mudando assim tanto para puxar o saco do Trump. Eu não acho que ele mudou por causa do Trump. Eu acho que ele veio mudando. Presta atenção no que eu vou falar. O Zuckerberg veio mudando, mas ele era tão pressionado pelo governo do Biden, e ele falou isso no Joe Rogan, eu vi esse corte. Ele era tão pressionado que ele tinha que ficar calado. A censura que o governo do Biden botou no Facebook é algo assustador. Vocês têm que ver o Zuckerberg falando. Então, eu acho que ele sofria uma censura grande, mas não tinha o que fazer. Porra. O presidente do teu país está mandando você censurar. As instituições, FBI, CIA, todo mundo em cima do Facebook mandando você censurar. Você vai fazer o quê? Se você não fizer, você perde a tua empresa. Então, com a vitória do Trump, graças também muito ao Elon Musk, comprou o Twitter e foi a primeira rede livre que a gente pôde voltar a falar livremente, agora o Zuckerberg acordou. Eu espero que as outras redes acordem também. Ah, Charlão, então você acha que pode falar tudo nas redes? Jamais. O que é crime fora tem que ser crime dentro. Mas 5 pessoas decidirem o que pode ou não ser falado no mundo, é complicado. Aí você fala um negócio que a pessoa não concorda, discurso de ódio. Vamos remover essa pessoa, a vida dessa pessoa da rede social. Então, segundo ponto, essa mudança do Zuckerberg, que sinaliza uma virada da cultura woke nos Estados Unidos. Foi só a Meta que fez isso? Não, senhor. Este é o nosso terceiro e último ponto para eu amarrar tudo. Essa queda da cultura woke. Será que ela está acabando ou está em queda mesmo nos Estados Unidos? Então a Meta, que é o Facebook, encerrou o programa de diversidade dela, juntando-se ao McDonald's, o Walmart, outras empresas. Essa semana o McDonald's recuou nas suas políticas woke, tá mais uma big company americana saindo. O Walmart também abandonou a política woke, mudou a sua estratégia. Outras empresas de outros países também estão mudando, então a Nissan abandonou a cultura woke, a Toyota abandonou a cultura woke, a Harley Davidson voltou atrás nas políticas woke depois que os clientes ficaram revoltados. Caralho, o que uma empresa icônica Harley Davidson de moto, cujo público é 150% masculino e vive a liberdade de falar, de viver, de sonhar. Que porra é essa de você botar cultura woke dentro da Harley Davidson? Quem foi o animal que decidiu fazer isso? Os caras pularam fora. Então, o que a gente está vendo aqui? Várias empresas pulando fora. Eu sei o que você está pensando, que muita gente está falando. Todas essas empresas estão pulando fora porque o Trump ganhou. Eu não acho. É o contrário. O Trump ganhou porque ninguém aguentava mais isso. Ninguém aguentava mais. Você não aguenta ver uma pessoa falando para você uma loucura e você tem que sim, senhor. Porque senão você pode ser limado das redes sociais ou até preso. Então a gente vê aqui que a Jack Daniels também não quis mais ser woke. E a BlackRock, meu irmão, que lá atrás defendia essa história toda, descarbonização, reinvenção da empresa, não sei o quê. Agora, cara, tá saindo fora. Então fica esse ponto. Será que estamos chegando ao fim da cultura woke? Qual é a minha conclusão? Presta atenção aqui. Redução da cultura woke, Meta, Walmart, McDonald's e outras empresas. Quem lacra não lucra e ainda vira refém do sistema. O mundo está passando por uma mudança grande, uma tendência, e aqui no Brasil nós estamos sempre atrasados, mas uma hora vai chegar aqui. E você deve estar pensando, ok, Charlão, entendi tudo, concordo com o pá, não concordo, mas o que tudo isso tem a ver e por que vai impactar no nosso bolso? Primeiro de tudo, as empresas vão voltar a se preocupar com o negócio delas. Quando o McDonald's, o Walmart começa a focar mais em políticas sociais do que negócio, vocês sabem o que acontece? Não faz nem negócio nem política social. Porque essas pessoas que estão entrando lá, dizendo que querem diversidade, igualdade, equidade e tal, não querem nada. Elas querem confusão. Está provado aqui pelas empresas. Então, essa mudança das empresas voltando para o seu negócio tem um impacto muito grande na economia. E o Pix, Charlão? Calma. O que vem acontecendo também? Os governos, cada vez mais, gastando dinheiro com programas sociais que, às vezes, não são do interesse da população, que nem o Brasil gasta uma porrada de bolsa. As pessoas só entram nisso, não saem. As pessoas têm que começar a sair. Qual a política para isso? Então, na minha opinião, para encerrar, Brasil, Estados Unidos e Europa, todo mundo começou a criar políticas igual às empresas, arrecadar, por isso essa história do Pix, e gastar de forma errada. As empresas já começaram a mudar. Na minha opinião, a entrada do Milley, a entrada do Trump, a saída do Justin Trudeau, a mudança que o Brasil pode ter em 2026, tem tudo a ver com isso. As empresas e os estados acabaram virando refém de uma turma criminosa que quer mais dinheiro para colocar uns contra os outros. E sobre o incêndio de Los Angeles, vocês não têm ideia de tudo que eu tenho lido, visto, falado com gente de lá. O governador, ele é de extremíssima esquerda. E a prefeita de lá também. Quando eles ganharam, eles colocaram uma chefe dos bombeiros que disse o seguinte: o nosso foco a partir de agora no corpo de bombeiros é a diversidade. Quando o foco no corpo de bombeiros para de ser combater incêndios e passa a ser a diversidade, tá aí. Tudo pegou fogo. Não existiu combate aos incêndios, os hidrantes lá, os reservatórios, tudo vazio, sem água. Por quê? O corpo de bombeiros não estava preocupado com a água para combater o incêndio, estava preocupado com a diversidade. Ah, Charlão, então você é contra a diversidade? Jamais. Mas até para fazer a diversidade você tem que estar vivo. Se você pegar fogo, não tem diversidade. Você está preocupado com quem vai chegar na sua casa para apagar o fogo? Se é um homem, mulher, a cor, o credo, a raça, a religião. Você não está preocupado. Quem está no corpo de bombeiros tem que ser bom combatendo fogo, caralho! Qual a dificuldade das pessoas entenderem isso? Então, assim, o ser humano passou de todos os limites da loucura, a ponto de achar que o corpo de bombeiros não era um lugar mais que deveria se preocupar com o combate aos incêndios. O lugar inteiro pegou fogo, as imagens são chocantes. Por quê? Não tinha água, não tinha gente para combater incêndio. Não tinha gente. Por quê? Porque o foco do corpo de bombeiros não era mais apagar os incêndios. Então, na minha opinião, tudo isso está conectado e agora eu vou acompanhar de perto as empresas, os governos, tudo que pode acontecer. Você pode até me falar nos comentários se você concorda ou não e tal, mas talvez seja um dos vídeos mais importantes que eu já fiz, porque são coisas que parecem desconectadas, mas tem tudo a ver. Empresas e governos abusaram e agora estão recuando. Só que aqui no Brasil é tudo atrasado. Então, as empresas estão recuando nos Estados Unidos, o governo está recuando. Aqui no Brasil, eu não vi nada disso, nem empresas, nem governos. Então, antes de eu ir embora, você já sabe, entre na minha comunidade, pô, tem material lá agora sobre imposto, uma porrada de coisas, aulas de investimento, entra lá, se inscreva aqui no YouTube batendo no sininho e já me diga nos comentários, depois de tudo que eu te falei, você acha que aqui no Brasil, aqui, em 2025, já pode ter jeito, a economia já pode melhorar, tudo melhorar, ou a gente vai ter que esperar um pouquinho? Me diga nos comentários aí, se gostou, curte o vídeo, curte o canal. Falei, pessoal, sejam bem-vindos, mas não é sem enrolação. É o seguinte, galera, ano voando, já estamos quase no meio aí de 2025, muita coisa acontecendo e eu não quero vender susto para vocês. A minha meta é não vender susto esse ano, mas precisamos falar dos cenários para 2025. É sobre isso que eu vou falar nesse vídeo, talvez o mais importante do ano. Quem não ficar até o final é louco, você vai perder o mais importante. Eu vou mostrar os 3 cenários possíveis para 2025. Eu não vou errar, vai acontecer um desses 3 cenários e você precisa estar preparado, então fique até o final. Mas antes de eu começar, você já sabe, se inscreva aqui no YouTube, batendo no sininho e já me diga nos comentários. E aí, bichão, qual a tua perspectiva? O que você acha? Você acha que vai ser um ano positivo, um ano negativo, um ano neutro? O que você está esperando? Um ano positivo, negativo ou neutro? Saia de cima do muro e me diga aqui nos comentários. Eu vou falar primeiro tudo o que aconteceu na semana, depois os meus cenários possíveis
you.